Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. 1991, Surrey, UK. Levin Green is lying on an old wooden bed. The surrounding environment is cramped, dilapidated, and dark. The pitted walls were covered with stains, and the surrounding furniture was even covered in pulp. Obviously, the living environment here is not very good. Levin stretched out his hand, looked at the pair of young palms in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. What a bad luck. Why did God want me to be reborn in this miserable place? Yes, Levin is a hapless reborn. Levin's original name is Yiting. Levin Green is the name he gave himself after time travel. Levin contains the meaning of thunder and lightning. Green corresponds to green leaves. He used to be a newly graduated college student from the Dragon Kingdom. He was born into a middle-class family with both parents and excellent grades. He would not have to worry about repaying the mortgage in the future. No matter how you look at it, he is a winner in life. Unexpectedly, after an accident, he returned to his infancy and traveled to England in 1980, arriving at the Lelk orphanage. Now 11 years have passed, and he has become an 11-year-old child. What bad luck. Levin Green sighed again. However, in this rebirth, it's not like Levin didn't get the gold finger. Since the age of 3, he has discovered that as long as he concentrates, he can use his mind to move objects slightly. However, even with the mind of an adult and a little bit of superpower, he still didn't do well. There is no other way. As for the orphanage, how can the conditions be any better? As a yellow person, even if he has a handsome face, there is no hope of being adopted. He is now 11 years old and is about to enter an age of rapid growth. If he wants to live a better life in the future, get adequate nutrition, and not become a malnourished little man when he grows up, Levin must consider starting his own business. What can an 11-year-old do? Sitting on the memory of more than 30 years later, Levin is confident that he can do well in the future through prophecy, but now he is only 11 years old, and there is too little he can do. If you want to do business and have no capital. If you want to work, this is not Surrey 100 years ago. No one would take in an 11-year-old child. If you want to write songs or something like that, you have always been an amateur player in your past life and have never received professional music education. So what can he do? Looking at the tattered fairy tale book beside the bed, Levin had an idea. Writing. I can be a copywriter. The first choice for copying is a certain Harry Potter series. It's 1991, 6 years before Aunt Rowling publishes her first novel, The Philosopher's Stone. This series was originally positioned as children's fairy tales, and there are no requirements for writing style or depth. It makes sense for me to write a fairy tale for a child. When asked, I just said it was my daily fantasy. And I can definitely write one book a year. A genius child writes a wonderful fairy tale, and the author and the characters grow together. With such a good gimmick, coupled with the potential of the work itself, it will definitely sell out. Speaking of which, there was a boy named Harry Potter in primary school. I can definitely say that he inspired me. If you develop well, maybe you can challenge yourself to gain wealth and freedom before you reach adulthood? Suddenly, a sound interrupted Levin's enjoyment of the future. Dong dong dong. Is this someone knocking on the window? Levin was stunned. This is the second floor. He turned around and saw an owl outside the window. There was an envelope in his pointed mouth, and he was looking at himself. Levin took a deep breath and carefully opened the window. The owl jumped in deftly and dropped the letter on the windowsill. Levin stretched out his hand tremblingly and picked up the letter. The letter is very retro. The envelope is made of thick parchment, and the address is written in emerald green ink. Mr. Levin Green, St. Lurk's Orphanage, Little Whinging, Surrey. No stamps affixed. Turning it over, there was a red wax seal on the opening of the envelope with an emblem inside. The handle is a shield coat of arms with a capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Levin looked at the letter in his hand and sighed deeply. There is no doubt that the arrival of this owl letter means that his dream of becoming a writer who achieved financial freedom by writing The Philosopher's Stone was shattered. But it doesn't matter, because his wizard dream has come. Looking at it this way, his so-called little superpower can be explained clearly. Isn't it a manifestation of the little wizard's magical awakening? And that boy named Harry Potter is probably the wizard savior who survived the catastrophe. The only thing to worry about is, as a blue star person in a world without magic, why can I awaken magic after coming to this world? But that's not important. Because he, Levin Green, will become a wizard from now on. With excitement, Levin carefully opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Order of Merlin, Grand Wizard and Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Green, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will be waiting for your all to bring your reply before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. The second page. Uniform. First year students need 1-3. Sided plain work robe, black. 2A plain pointed hat, black, 4-day use. 3 pairs of protective gloves, made of fire dragon leather or similar materials. For 1 winter cloak, black, silver buckle. Please note, all student clothing must have name tags. Textbook. All students need to prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gorshak. A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. The Theory of Magic, by a D.B. Wolfling. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Miracle Herbs and Mushrooms, by Phillida Spar. Magic Potions and Potions, by Arseny Geiger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense, by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. A magic wand. A crucible, made of pewter, standard size number 2. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass balance. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Although it is just 2 pieces of parchment, holding it in your hands makes people feel excited. From now on, I will also become a member of Hogwarts Vocational and Technical School. Levin's mind seemed to be ringing with an advertisement. To learn magic, find Lao Dang, 800 stainless steel crucibles. The 4 major colleges have good relations, and the dozen or so professors are highly skilled. Hogwarts is huge, with 200,000 students from all over the world. Stable job, high income, and guaranteed lifelong employment. It was certain that the job would be stable and guaranteed. After all, both Aurors and Death Eaters graduated from here. They produced and sold their own products, so Lao Dang was still stable. Thinking of this, Yi Ting felt excited again. Although enrolling in Hogwarts this year means that he and his primary school classmate will continue to be classmates, and they will have to face the threats of Voldemort and Death Eaters for the next 7 years. But that's becoming a wizard. Does it get any cooler than this? To hell with being young and famous, having wealth and freedom. If I don't want to play with you muggles, I will join the wizards. Cuckoo. The hoot of an owl interrupted the traveler's excited fantasy. Seeing the impatient look on the bird's head in front of him, Levin quickly opened the drawer, took out a piece of biscuit, broke it into small pieces, and placed it in front of the other person. This is the postman who can decide his fate, so he needs to be bribed well. While the owl lowered its head to peck at food, Levin took out a pen and paper and began to reply. As an adult, he knows very well that as an orphan in a Muggle orphanage, he cannot act like an old driver because no one knows Hogwarts better than me, just because he has watched the Harry Potter series in his previous life. He had to pretend to be hesitant and doubtful. He had to choose his words according to his age, fitting the image of a precocious but fantasy-loving child. Soon, a reply letter was written. Well, that's my problem, Mr. Owl. Putting the reply letter in the owl's paw, Levin watched the postman walk away. Then he told the director of the orphanage about this in a joking tone. A magic school called Hogwarts sent me a notice, and I responded. The dean's aunt naturally didn't believe what she said and said with a smile, "Oh, little Levin, maybe this is a joke played by some naughty little guy on you. Don't worry about it." But the next day, the slap in the face came. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of the orphanage. Levin opened the door, and outside was a tall-looking woman, about 50 or 60 years old, wearing an emerald green robe, glasses, with a strong aura and a serious expression. She looked at the boy in front of her with a searching look. Black hair, dark eyes, yellow skin, handsome appearance, but obviously not very well nourished. "Mr. Levin Green, right?" "Yes, it's me." Levin nodded. "I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall. It turned out that she was responsible for picking me up." Levin nodded. Compared with Professor McGonagall in the previous movie, the witch in front of her only has similar clothing and temperament, but her appearance is completely different. This is not surprising. After all, this is the real world. The savior in elementary school also looked different from Harry Potter in the movie, which is why Levin didn't recognize him, etc. Behind Levin, the dean said in surprise, "You mean you come from the school that teaches magic as mentioned in the letter?" This is really not. But the word prank was not uttered. After all, one can tell from Professor McGonagall's expression and aura, this woman is definitely not the type to play pranks on others. Looking at her, Levin seemed to be reminded of the dean of high school in his previous life. Before the dean could ask further questions, Professor McGonagall had a wand in his hand. She pointed at the dean's aunt gently, and then the other party's attitude changed. "Oh, welcome, Professor McGonagall. Thank you for taking in little Levin. This is the best choice. You know, little Levin, he is a well-known genius in our orphanage, but it's a pity." "Oh, I won't say more. You guys chat. I'll get you some tea." With that said, the nagging woman walked away. At the same time, Levin found a voice in his head. "This is the first time you feel magic. Because you have the wisdom of your previous life, you have awakened your heaven-defying understanding. You have a chance of having an epiphany when learning new things. In your previous life, you mastered information from all heavens and all realms. Your arrival had an impact on this world. Your understanding can comprehend the wisdom from all heavens and all realms. You have watched the use of psychic suggestion magic, you have understood the power of the soul, and you have awakened psychic powers. You have understood the passive psychic abilities, charm humans, hidden thoughts. Incomprehensible? Psychic magic? Awesome! It turns out that the so-called Hogwarts admission notice is just an appetizer. This is the real Goldfinger. The so-called psychic spells come from the profession called psychic in the D&D world. Psychic abilities originate from the cultivation of one's own mental abilities through long-term strict self-examination and mental training. This is an inner energy, derived from one's own life and spirit and an idealistic power. This ability can directly act on the heart and can also produce effects similar to spells, but compared with spells and psychic powers, it is invisible and formless and does not require cumbersome chanting and spellcasting rituals. It can take effect as long as the mind moves. But in contrast, psychic powers completely rely on the inner strength of the caster, and there is no huge magic table or various magic books to learn. Any ability can only be mined by the user. But in any case, the profession of psychics, is a professional system that is no less than that of wizards. As for having to dig out spells on your own, I'm still afraid of this if I have heaven-defying comprehension. The two current spells, charm humans, can make others have a favorable impression of you through mental suggestion, and the effect is similar to hypnosis. Of course, psychological suggestion is not hypnosis, and it does not have 100% control power, but the advantage is that it leaves no trace on others and will not be discovered. As for hidden thoughts, it is completely equivalent to brain hiding technique. This means that Yi Ting does not need to worry at all. The secrets hidden in his heart that can subvert the world will be easily discovered by old shady men like Snape, Dumbledore, and Voldemort. Sure enough, Goldfinger is indeed Goldfinger, and it comes with such a powerful gift package. Professor McGonagall was completely unaware that the little wizard in front of him had become a scion in the blink of an eye. The cautious Levin naturally would not reveal it. He still pretended to be ignorant, looked at the wand in the other person's hand, and said worriedly, "Is this magic? It won't have any bad influence on the dean, right?" Professor McGonagall's tense face relaxed a little, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Don't worry, Mr. Green. This is just an ordinary suggestion magic. It won't have a bad effect on her. She will only think that you have entered a good hotel. It's a Muggle school. After all, it's best not to let Muggles know about magic." After that, she added, "The term Muggles are wizards refers to ordinary people who don't know magic." Then, she tapped the table in front of her with her wand, and the 4 wooden legs of the table suddenly became flexible and ran around the room. "Wow! So awesome!" Levin looked surprised. This time he was not pretending. He was an ordinary person in his previous life, and this was the first time he had seen transformation magic with his own eyes. "You watch the transformation spell. You have some understanding of the transformation spell. Your transformation spell expertise +1. Professor McGonagall was not surprised by the Muggle wizard's expression. "Mr. Green, have you discovered that you have special abilities that other children don't have since you were a child? You mean this?" Levin focused on a spoon on the table. The spoon suddenly began to shake, and then bent sharply. If this were in the Pokémon world, Professor McGonagall's hit rate would be lower. "The control is very precise. Well done." Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up, and he looked at Levin again. Judging from the intuitive performance, this little trick does not reflect any powerful magic power. But Professor McGonagall knew very well that being able to focus on bending the spoon without affecting the other dishes on the table meant that the little wizard in front of him had great control over his magic. This is something that many little wizards cannot do. It seems that this is a very talented child. "Well, while it's still early, Mr. Green, come with me. I'll take you to buy some things necessary for admission. You can call me Levin, Professor McGonagall. Before I leave, I want to say something to the dean." Professor McGonagall waved his hand. "No need. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly to Muggles. If that aunt is not the director of the orphanage, but the parents of a certain Muggle wizard, it is really necessary that they know where their children have gone. They have this power, even under the wizarding statute of secrecy. But if it's someone from an orphanage, that's a different matter." In the eyes of Professor McGonagall, she cannot be regarded as Levin's guardian, so she uses a confusion spell on him. However, Levin's question did not end. He said a little shyly, "Well, Professor McGonagall, I would like to go shopping with you, but I have no money. I have only saved £9.15 in these years. £9.15 is just enough money to buy a shirt. What is enough to do in the wizarding world?" Professor McGonagall smiled gently. "Mr. Levin, I don't think you need to worry about this. This is not the first time Hogwarts has accepted students like you. We have already planned for this. Every school year, we will prepare for you. Take out an interest-free student loan. You'll only have to pay it back once you graduate and get a job. There are actually interest-free student loans? What a conscience. At least it has more conscience than the colleges in MIDI, and can even compare with Long Kingdom, etc." What Professor McGonagall said was not the first time he accepted. Could it be that the last person like me was Tom Riddle? After discussing the money issue, Professor McGonagall took Levin to a nearby alley. Lurka Orphanage is located in a remote place. There was not a single human figure to be seen near this alley. Levin suddenly felt something bad. Then he heard Professor McGonagall say, "Mr. Levin, in order to save time, we need to use magic to get to the destination. It may not be comfortable, so please bear with it." Okay. Levin already knew what he was about to experience. "Then, please take my hand. Disapparate." Levin suddenly felt uncomfortable all over his body, as if his whole body was stuffed into the drum of a drum washing machine, and then someone chose to spin dry. A second seems like a century. When Levin felt his feet touch the ground again, his legs almost gave out and he fell. His stomach was churning, and he almost vomited out the poor quality bread for breakfast. Professor McGonagall patted Levin on the back and handed him a chocolate frog. "Sorry, Mr. Levin, how are you feeling?" There are a lot of new students that need to be received these days, so I have to use this way of traveling. Eat something, that way you will be more comfortable. No. It's okay, Professor McGonagall, I'm okay. Put the cold chocolate frog in your mouth. Feeling the jumping frog legs and the cold sweetness in his mouth, it immediately killed all the inferior desserts he had eaten in the past 11 years. Sure enough, even if it's just for food and drink, you have to go to Hogwarts. You personally experienced apparition, and you felt painful about this way of traveling, so you understood the spell, Dimensional Anchor. Space Anchor. This spell can temporarily confine space to prevent others from using space movement spells. Why is it that what I comprehend is not the apparition, but the Dimensional Anchor? Levin suddenly felt a pang of regret. If his first reaction had been enjoyment instead of nausea, maybe he would be able to master this incredible movement skill now? But then again, the Dimensional Anchor imprisons all spatial movement, which is at least more useful than the anti-apparition array that only targets apparition. Levin raised his head and saw a very small facade in front of him, about 1/3 the size of the orphanage's door. Those who didn't know better thought it was the door of a public toilet. On either side of the facade are a bookstore and a record store. Compared with the colorful neon lights of its neighbors, the sign here is very retro. It's just a big wooden sign with no words on it, but a picture of a leaking cauldron, which Levin thought he could get into. It's an eccentric and eye-catching place, but no one passing by takes a glance at it. So, this is our destination, the leaky cauldron on Charing Cross Street. Professor McGonagall explained, this place has been cast a Muggle expulsion spell, so Muggles cannot see it. She opened the door immediately and walked in with Levin. The bar was a little dark inside, and the lighting was actually an oil lamp. Levin thinks that with the brightness here, if a light ball is added, it will be like a nightclub. Unfortunately, the wizarding world uses electrical appliances. As a famous place, this place is really too dirty and messy. It is filled with long, square, or round wooden tables, and some wizards are drinking and chatting. They all look weird, and they are very suitable for the bar. When they saw someone coming in, many people took the initiative to say hello to Professor McGonagall. The bald boss behind the bar, Tom Abbott, put down his glass and waved to the two of them. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you here to pick up this year's new students?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Yes, Tom, a little wizard of Muggle birth. I took him to Diagon Alley to buy things." "Welcome, little guy." The boss nodded to Levin again with a very friendly expression. "Look, what a great young man. By the way, my granddaughter is also a freshman this year. You will become classmates in the future." Levin felt that this was his passive ability, charming humans, taking effect. "Hello, Mr. Tom, I am Levin Green. It is an honor to be your granddaughter's classmate." After exchanging a few words, Professor McGonagall led Levin out of the back door of the leaky cauldron. There seemed to be a dead end in front of me, and a trash can was placed against the wall. Professor McGonagall came to the wall. "Remember how to open it," Professor McGonagall said and demonstrated. "Start from the trash can, count 3 pieces upward, then count 2 pieces horizontally, and tap it with your wand." The next moment, the seemingly thick brick wall began to change. Giggle. The bricks began to recede and overlap, and an arched passage appeared. A cobbled street with twists and turns and no end in sight. Levin followed Professor McGonagall inside. On both sides of the street are shops selling pots, animals, herbs, books, and broomsticks. Wizards dressed in different clothes walked in and out of the shops, and owls flew around in the sky. This is Diagon Alley, the starting point of the magical world. Levin was dumbfounded by the dazzling array of things he saw. It was much more exciting than in the movie. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. "Okay, Levin, there will be a lot of time to surprise you in the future. Now, let's go to Gringotts first. You have a lot of things to buy." Professor McGonagall stepped forward and pulled Levin forward. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, the two came to a fork in the road, and Professor McGonagall finally stopped. Opposite the fork in the road is a 3-story white building, Gringotts. Among the ordinary wooden buildings, this tall stone building stands out from the crowd and looks very majestic from a distance. Of course, it's only limited to looking at it from a distance. After walking in, Levin discovered that the white marble columns outside Gringotts were actually crooked. It's okay to be crooked. The worst part is that each stone pillar is crooked in its own way. Not to mention that they cannot be connected into a line. They are not even in the same direction. For Levin, a man of science and engineering with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this is really sad. He secretly vowed that if he had a chance in the future, he would reinstall it. On both sides of the bronze gate of Gringotts, there were elf guards wearing red uniforms with gold trim. Although they were short in stature, they looked arrogant and looked at them in a way that made him a little unhappy. Ignoring these annoying guys, the two walked inside and saw a white and silver door with a row of eye-catching large characters engraved on it. Come in, stranger, but be careful what happens if you are greedy. If you blindly ask for something without any effort, you will be punished in the most severe way. If you want to take a piece of wealth from our underground vault, that was never yours. Thief, you have been warned. Be careful not to bring treasure, but evil retribution. How do you feel when you see this? Professor McGonagall looked at Levin at the right time. Levin did not show awe and say some standard comments like an ordinary little wizard, but snorted coldly. I only saw their lustful looks and their lustful looks. Professor McGonagall was stunned when he heard this. It took him a long time before he nodded. You are right. She suddenly discovered that the children around her were not only more mature than she had imagined, but also smarter than she had imagined. She knew very well. Goblins are proficient in smelting, but their concept is very greedy and special. They believe that anything they make is their own, and the fees paid to them are rent. As long as the first owner dies, they have the right to take back their creation. This even includes the original Gryffindor's sword. For this reason, goblins and wizards had many conflicts and even started several wars. But undoubtedly, they all ended in the defeat of the goblin. Don't look at the fact that goblins control the only bank in the wizarding world and are in an equal and cooperative relationship with wizards. Facing the wizard, they felt guilty and afraid. They're unwilling to give up their greedy and proud concepts and keep up their reputation for a long time. But the shadow of defeat forced them to obey the wizard's rules. This sentence is a perfect evaluation. On the high counters on both sides of the hall, Professor McGonagall quickly took out Levin's loan. In order to show their condescension, the goblins designed the counter to be higher than expected, even higher than Levin himself. As a result, the chairs behind the counter are also very high. Levin would probably have to use a small ladder to get up and down. Okay, Levin, you got your loan. McGonagall led Levin away from this annoying place. The first thing to do next is to buy a wand. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, Levin came to a store. The store door is old and narrow, and the window display at the door is made of faded purple cushions with a magic wand on it. Above the door is a peeling gold sign that reads, Ollivanders has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Levin seriously doubts this is far-fetched bragging. If the words on the sign are true, then when their family started making staffs, the Dragon Kingdom was still fighting for hegemony in the spring and autumn period, and Rome was not even an empire. At that time, Britain was still the land of the Celts and Druidism was popular. The Ongsans and Normans who came later were nowhere to be seen. The two pushed the door open and went in. The copper bell next to the door was rang and made a crisp sound. The space in the store is not big, except for the counter and a bench. All that's left are shelves of thousands of long, narrow cardboard boxes containing wands stacked to the ceiling. Although it was the beginning of school season at this time, because it was still early, there were no other customers in the store, so it was very quiet. Levin involuntarily breathed softly as he entered. Even though the wizard has a convenient cleaning spell, the store is still very dusty, which is hard for Levin to accept. Good morning, Ms. McGonagall. This is this year's little wizard, right? A soft voice said. An old man suddenly slipped out from behind a counter and appeared in front of Levin. He looked at the other person with his big light-colored eyes. He seemed very happy. Great, you are the first customers to arrive today. I am Garrick Ollivander. So he is the great staff master of Great Britain. Seeming to see Levin's doubts, Ollivander explained. In most cases, young wizards often go to other stores first and then choose wands last. This is really strange. Obviously for wizards for me, the magic wand is the most important partner. As a new wizard, Levin shrugged and declined to comment on this topic. Well, let's get straight to picking out the wand. Kid, hold out your hand. Following Ollivander's words, a ruler flew up from the counter and automatically began to measure Levin's height, arm span, and so on. Which hand is your dominant hand? Right hand. Levin stretched out his right hand and said suddenly, with all due respect, Mr. Ollivander, does your last name mean that the ancestor of your family used an olive wood wand? The spelling of Ollivander is almost a combination of olive tree and wand. Oh yes, indeed, you are such a smart little wizard. Maybe you will be assigned to our Ravenclaw, Ollivander said in approval, not forgetting to measure. Please raise your other arm first. Okay. Fortunately, the tape measure is magically operated, allowing Levin to avoid being touched by an elderly man. The ruler starts from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, the shoulder to the floor, the knees to the armpits, and finally measures the circumference of the head. Levin knows very well that at the age of 11, he is in a period of rapid physical growth. On average, he can grow several centimeters per year. The clothes he can wear this year often become smaller in a few months. In this case, the measured data would soon be out of date. He didn't know what use such measurements would have in choosing a wand, so he could only cooperate stupidly. Try this one. He waved his hand, and a box flew over. 11¼ inches, made of alder and snake nerve. An alder wand is suitable for wizards who are helpful, considerate, and likable. Can you give it a try? Yiting waved it in his hand, and a burst of fire lit up. Looking at the smoking box, Levin thought to himself, in his eyes, I seem to be a lovable wizard? Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. You're lucky, just this one, a total of 9 galleons. Wait, is this over? Can I try again, Mr. Ollivander? I don't think it works that well. Levin was shocked to find that the first wand he tested was judged to be suitable by the other party. He couldn't suddenly. I felt a little unwilling. In his impression, at times like this, the protagonist would be particularly picky when choosing a wand. It's a strange request that you want to pick it longer. The other little wizards all hope to pick the right one quickly, but okay. Perhaps out of appreciation for what Levin just said, or perhaps influenced by charming humans, Ollivander agreed to this request. If you insist, you might as well try this 12-inch staff with an applewood body and a phoenix tail feather as its core. It is powerful, but not suitable for black magic. But when Levin just touched the wand, before he could wave it, it was snatched away. No, it's not this one. Then he looked at Levin with a strange look. Levin was a little confused by this look. Is this guy trying to hint that I will become a dark wizard? What about this one? Cedar wood, phoenix tail feathers. In Ollivander's, wands can only have 3 cores: phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, and dragon heartstrings. However, wands produced by other wand manufacturers may have other wand cores. For example, the core of Fleur's wand is Vila hair, her grandmother's hair, while the cores of wands in the United States are mostly thunderbird tail feathers and cat leopard hair, White River monster back spines, wetland werewolf hair, and other materials from the wider Americas. Ollivander asked him to try one wand after another. This time he chose wands that could cast powerful spells and even black magic. But no matter which one it is, Levin can successfully use them to make some noise and achieve a perfect match. But in Ollivander's eyes, every wand can fit perfectly, which means that the perfect fit has not been achieved. Ollivander, who was a little happy at first, already had beads of sweat on his forehead. Mr. Green, this is the first time I have met a little wizard like you who is always willing to come. The good news is that when necessary, you can easily borrow other people's wands, and you don't have to worry about running out of magic spells. He thought again and again, then returned to the back hall and took out a box wrapped in silky satin. In fact, Levin is very satisfied with his situation and thinks it is a reflection of his talent. Be tolerant to diversity. Tolerance is a virtue. There is a saying in life, When you get along with a person very comfortably, and you feel that you are in love with someone after just a few words, and you feel that the other person understands you very well. It is 80% because the other person's EQ and IQ have completely crushed you. This sentence is the same here. Being able to adapt to any wand actually means that his talent can overcome the limitations of any wand. Try this wand, 11 inches, acacia wood, phoenix feathers. Ollivander carefully took out this straight wand that exuded a golden red luster. Just seeing this wand, Levin felt something different. Through the air, a weak attraction came from the wand. This time when he held the wand in his hand, there was no earth-shattering reaction. It was like returning to his original nature. Levin could feel a strange feeling rising in his heart. The wand seemed to have become a part of his body. He only needed to turn his thoughts, and the magic power would move with precision. Wow, it seems you two are a good match. Ollivander's expression finally became happy. Acacia is a distinctive wandwood, and I find it difficult to find suitable wizards for wands, so I always have very few wands in stock. But in turn, it only shows its strength to the most talented people, and Mr. Green is undoubtedly one of them. After paying Mr. Ollivander 10 gold galleons for the wand, the two walked out of the shop. Professor McGonagall was also very satisfied with the result. Okay, now I have to take you to customize your school uniform. Well, Levin showed an awkward smile. Professor, if it's a school uniform, I think secondhand clothing is a good choice based on my financial situation. I just saw a good secondhand clothing store. Professor McGonagall looked at the boy. There was no reluctance on Levin's face. He was once an adult, but he is past the age where he needs to show off in front of his friends through clothing. Oh well. In fact, with the Levin student loan, it is indeed unrealistic to buy a new one. He calculated very clearly that his student loan for the first year was 30 galleons and would be reduced by half every year thereafter. The wand I just bought from Ollivander's cost 1/3 of the price. For the most basic spellcasting tool, this is no way to save money. If the textbook is bought brand new, it will cost at least 10 plus bulges. For the remaining 10 galleons, he wanted to buy a cauldron and glass bottle set for potions class. He wants to buy dragon skin gloves for herbal medicine class. There are also folding telescopes for astronomy classes. After all, if all were bought new, Levin wouldn't even be able to afford a robe. So, under the leadership of McGonagall, the two went to a second-hand robe store and bought some slightly larger old robes. After all, he was still growing tall so that he could wear them in another year. Then I found a set of old glass bottles. They can still be used after washing, but there are a lot of scratches on them. The easiest thing to get is second-hand books, and Flourishes and Blots has a lot of them under the cabinet. In fact, in Levin's eyes, second-hand books are more suitable for learning. Compared with the new ones, the second-hand books not only have fewer words per word, but also contain many more notes from senior students. Textbooks with key points drawn in advance. This is very beneficial to lower-grade students. If you are lucky and can choose a second-hand book written by a genius like Half-Blood Prince, then it will not be a problem to become a top student in this subject. The only thing you need to be careful about is not to choose second-hand books left by bad students, especially those with comic strips on them. After buying second-hand goods, Levin still had 5 gold galleons left, and the only supplies he needed were a crucible and a telescope. These two things are relatively difficult to find useful second-hand goods. How about we buy new ones? If it's just a crucible and a telescope, 5 galleons is enough. McGonagall suggested. No, Professor McGonagall, I want to wait. Levin shook his head when he heard this. There are still nearly 2 months until the start of school. Maybe I can find suitable second-hand goods and save some galleons. If you just buy a new one, 5 galleons is enough, but you have to spend it completely. This is not in line with Levin's consumption philosophy. In terms of the consumption concept left over from his previous life, no matter how tight he was, he had to leave some money for emergencies. The so-called galleons are not everything, but nothing is impossible without galleons. After thinking for a while, Professor McGonagall finally agreed with his approach and handed him the remaining student loan. Based on this short period of observation, Professor McGonagall felt that Levin was indeed a very independent little wizard who could take care of himself. After operating again and sending Levin back to the orphanage, she left. But Levin didn't stay in the orphanage as she thought. He plans to stay in Diagon Alley and work to make money. He has discovered that if he wants to become stronger quickly, in addition to studying honestly, he must also rely on his incredible understanding. If you want to gain some understanding, besides studying honestly, the best way is to observe and experience magic. But now he is just an ordinary Hogwarts freshman. If he wants to observe more and experience more magic, the best way is to stay in the magical world and participate in the production and life of the magical world. The most direct way is to work. Working people, working souls, and working wizards are all superior to others. So, as soon as he returned to the orphanage, Levin began to fool the director. Because of my special situation, the school also introduced me to a work-study job before the start of the school year. Not only did I make money, but it also provided me with food. The dean was already under a confusion spell cast by Professor McGonagall, and coupled with Levin's charming humans, Auror, she easily believed this. Levin stayed in his room at night, preparing to spend his last night in the orphanage. First, think about luggage. In fact, there is nothing to bring except some clothes. However, you can buy more related stationery in the Muggle world. For example, ink. The Harry Potter world does not need to copy magic scrolls, so no special ink is needed. Bring more paper, as Hogwarts only requires parchment for homework. If you use it yourself, you still have to choose high-quality and cheap ordinary paper. There is also a pen. After all, he has never used a quill at all. He didn't have much money, so he naturally had to budget carefully and buy whatever was cheap. If it weren't for the fact that the school uniforms couldn't be made by Muggle tailors, he would have wanted to have the robes made by Muggles. After all this is done, it's still early. I remember that the rule that little wizards could not use magic outside of school started during the holidays of the first semester. Before that, it seemed that wands could be used in private. For example, Hermione once practiced magic spells at home, which is the so-called trace. The silk was added after school started. If this is the case, then you should roll it up yourself. Hermione can't be allowed to be more beautiful than before. So Levin opened Standard Spells, Elementary, in front of his desk. A spell or spell is a controlled manifestation of magic, usually performed by speaking an incantation to affect the world in a supernatural way. Generally speaking, there are 4 main conditions for successful casting of a spell: wand gesture, incantation, concentration, and intention. Spells are usually divided into several categories: transfiguration, charms, breaking spells, and healing spells. Curses are further divided into ordinary spells, jinxes, poison spells, and curses according to the level of malice. It should be noted that among these categories, the lines between are flexible and blurred. Therefore, a particular spell can belong to more than one category at the same time. A charm is a spell that adds specific properties to an object or creature. A charm differs from a polymorph in the following ways. A charm adds specific properties to an object or creature, whereas a polymorph changes it into something completely different. Thing. For example, a color-changing charm causes an object to change its color, a levitation charm causes an object to levitate, and a happy charm increases a creature's mood. You have read Standard Spells Elementary and have a clear understanding of the magic system of this world. The inspiration from the heavens and the world has made you aware that the magic system of this world still has shortcomings. You understand the arcane magic system, and you begin to try to classify spells in the form of arcane magic. You understand the attribute template in a way that you can understand, and use it to judge the attributes of yourself and others. Name: Levin Green. Race: human. Level: LV1 Wizard / LV1 Scion. Attributes: Strength 6. Constitution 6. Agility 8. Intelligence 14. Perception 12. Charisma 14. Specialties: Heaven-defying comprehension, Psychic power LV1, Magic power LV1. Spells: Level 1. Hide thoughts, charm humans, passive, talk to animals, passive. Ring 4. Dimensional anchor. As expected of his incredible understanding, He figured out the arcane magic system and attribute panel just by looking at the outline. Unlike the Harry Potter magic system, which has rough classification and rough system, the arcane magic system is relatively more rigorous. From a horizontal perspective, arcane magic is divided into 8 schools. The protection system specializes in protection and resistance. Conjuration system, involving summoning, teleportation, and creation. Prophecy system, that reveals information and predicts the future. The confusion and control system, that changes the minds of others and controls their behavior. Plastic energy system, that shapes magical energy. Illusion, that deceives other people's senses and minds. Necromantic system, that controls life and death. Change system, that changes the object itself. From the perspective of vertical difficulty, arcane magic divides spell difficulty from low to high into levels 0 to 9, as well as legendary spells above level 9. In addition to this, arcane magic also has a super magic system that enhances the various effects of a single magic by increasing the difficulty of casting spells. It can be said that the entire system is quite complete. Don't know though. What Levin understands now is just a framework, a prototype. But he believes that as time goes by, as his research on magic continues to deepen, and his understanding gradually deepens, he will be able to completely merge the spells in the Harry Potter world with this system, and at the same time bring many unique arcane magic systems into existence to this world. By then, the entire magical world will be turned upside down. After closing his eyes to comprehend the new system, Levin continued to flip through standard spells, elementary, and entered the learning stage of specific spells. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If you want to transform the magic system in this world, start with every magic. The first spell recorded in the textbook was the Wand Lighting Charm. As the simplest kind of luminous spell, the Wand Lighting Charm can make the head of the wand glow brightly, allowing people to see things clearly in the dark. Concentration is required when using this charm, otherwise you may set the wand on fire, causing irreversible damage. You have learned the Wand Illuminating spell, you are proficient in arcane magic, you have understood the core concept of the illuminating spell, and you have made upgrades. Your lighting spell is upgraded to Dancing Light spell. Dancing Light spell, you can ignite a little light at the tip of the wand, illuminating a range of up to 30 meters. You can control this light to fly anywhere within a certain range. Levin took out his wand, turned off the light, and began to cast the spell in the way he understood. Lumos. Instantly, the tip of the wand emitted a white light, flickering. Yes, the difficulty of casting the spell is almost the same as the original version, and the consumption is similar. The upgrade does not affect the number of magic rings. Levin took out a notebook and recorded it with a pen. It looks much brighter than in the movie and can completely replace incandescent lights. With a thought in his mind, he slightly adjusted the magic output, and the light dimmed instantly, changing from an incandescent lamp to a flashlight, and then from the flashlight to a firefly. Now it feels like something from a movie. But this is not enough. Let's test the new ability next. As his mind changed, the bright light actually left the stick and began to spin around Levin, like a flying firefly. Under Levin's control, the firefly's flight trajectory became more and more complex, first a simple 0, then an 8, and finally Levin's signature was even drawn on the trajectory. It's not difficult to control, and it can even be easily set to automatically surround. He thought for a while, then slightly dimmed the brightness of the small light ball, then opened the window and controlled the light ball to fly out of the window. The orphanage is located in a remote place, and there were no people outside. No one noticed anything unusual on the second floor of the orphanage. Even if someone accidentally saw it, since Levin made the light ball very dark, they would probably mistake it for a firefly. Then fly, let me see how far you can fly. Levin stood at the window, watching the ball of light go away. 5 meters. 10 m. 15 meters. Finally, after flying about 20 meters away, the light ball finally went out due to insufficient energy supply. Well, The first time you use it, you can fly up to 20 meters away from the wand, but if you practice more, you may be able to fly further. In short, this dancing lights technique, without increasing the difficulty of casting the spell, is far superior to the original lighting technique in both functionality and controllability. The first time I invented a spell, it was a huge success. I am indeed a genius. Next, Levin continued to practice and test the dancing light technique. After using it dozens of times, Levin has become completely proficient in the dancing lights technique and can even fly as far as 30 meters. But at the same time, he felt like the magic in his body was empty. So that's it for today. Being able to invent dancing light technique on the first day can be said to be a full harvest. With endless expectations for magic, Levin fell asleep tiredly. Early the next morning, Levin said goodbye to his reluctant aunt and boarded the bus to London. As an area adjacent to London, Surrey is not far from London. After only sitting for an hour, Levin arrived at the door of the Leaky Cauldron. Even though it's early in the morning, it's still so dark here. Levin, who had just learned dancing light technique, wished he could have dozens of dancing light techniques here. In addition to magic itself, the alchemy, magic item manufacturing, and other industries in the Harry Potter world are also fragmented. Make magic items. Essentially, magic is imprinted on items by inlaying magic gems, engraving magic patterns, etc. In the world of Harry Potter, the knowledge in this area is also very scattered. Not all spells can be permanent, and the methods and costs of permanent spells are also different, making it particularly troublesome to learn. But in the arcane magic system, as long as it is magic, it is basically constant. The constant cost is basically only related to magic circle spells. The cost of a constant high-level spell is very high, but a constant zero-level dancing light spell can be done by a mage with a little relevant training. As for the Harry Potter world, wand illumination cannot be constant, and the only relevant magic item is Gubla Fairy Fire. It is a kind of enchanted flame that can burn forever. Because it is too difficult to cast, few wizards can create it. But in terms of lighting effects, dancing light is a cold light source. And fairy fire is fire after all. Who can stand it being so smoky? Especially indoors. If you can learn to make magic items and make magic lamps through constant dancing lights, you can definitely make a lot of money. In just a moment, Levin had a series of money-making plans in his mind. But now he is just a freshman, and it is still early to make money through this. When he came to the counter, the bar owner recognized him immediately. "Oh, you are the new student yesterday. What is your name?" "Levin." "Green, right?" Tom was deeply impressed by the handsome yellow-skinned boy in front of him. "Yes, Mr. Tom, just call me Levin." Levin nodded and said politely, "Mr. Tom, it's like this. I need to live here until school starts, but I am not financially well off. Can you tell me where is the cheapest place? How much does a room cost? By the way, if it's convenient, do you need a part-time waiter?" "Well, I haven't thought about the waiter issue for the time being." "Oh no, but..." Looking at the old clothes on the boy's body and his pitiful expression, Tom suddenly felt that he had done a great sin by rejecting the other person, so he desperately thought about how to make amends. "Oh yes. I also have a relatively empty utility room in my tavern. You can live there. No, you don't have to pay. You just need to clean it for me after work or before work every day. In the morning, what do you think I can offer you a large bacon sandwich for breakfast?" "Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. You are indeed a gentleman." Levin immediately praised him sweetly. After all, it is too easy for a wizard to clean the house and so on. He only needs to move his wand. This workload is not part-time work at all, but Tom is helping him. Charming humans is really useful. Coupled with his natural high charm, most people will have a good initial favorable impression when they first meet. Next, as long as you talk about sweets, you can do whatever you want. The utility room is not big. After putting down a mattress and a table, it is almost full. But Levin couldn't ask for more at this time. After briefly packing his luggage, Levin put on his second-hand wizard robe and went to the backyard with his wand. Following Professor McGonagall's example, Levin gently knocked on the brick, stepped into the arch, and walked into Diagon Alley. After solving the accommodation problem, it's time to consider a part-time job. How does a young wizard who has not yet entered school find a good job in Diagon Alley? First, rule out Gringotts. Of course, with the level of logic of the wizards in this world who burn books and entrap scholars. In his previous life, Levin, a man from science and engineering, could beat more than 95% of wizards in mathematics. This level is more than enough to be an accountant and cashier in Gringotts. However, this requires the goblins of Gringotts to believe it. Secondly, places like Partridge's Crucible Shop and Quidditch Boutique are also inappropriate. The products in these stores are all bulky items. It was either a crucible or a broomstick, and the work inside looked like physical labor, and his little arms and legs couldn't do anything about it. After completing the elimination method, there are more stores to choose from. Pharmacy that sells potions made of various ingredients, Ela Al Shop that sells owls, Flourish and Blott's bookstore where I used to buy secondhand books, Florin Fusco's ice cream shop that is most popular among little wizards, and Madame Malkin's robe store that sells customized school uniforms. Store, the Diagon Alley stationery store that sells all kinds of stationery. Among them, the first choice is of course Flourish's and Blott's bookstore. Because I can read books for free. Of course, the above is just Levin's unilateral choice. The reality is that he chose the store, but the store did not choose him. They say he is too young and not old enough to work. Wow, are you wizards so law-abiding? Obviously, the social level is still equivalent to that of Muggles 100 years ago. Then why not apply the rules of the Great Een Empire 100 years ago when it comes to recruiting workers? Levin's job search fell into deep trouble until he came to the Fantastic Beasts store. At this time, there was a large circle of people surrounding the entrance of the Magical Beasts store. There was a lot of noise inside, and they didn't know what was going on. It happened that Levin couldn't find a job, so he got bored and got into it. Then he saw the female clerk in the store standing in front of a large cage, hurriedly trying to catch the sniff inside. Beside him, a man wearing a well-dressed suit and a top hat crossed his arms and looked at her impatiently. The Niffler is a long-snout creature covered in black fur, like a cross between a platypus and a mole. They have a gentle personality and are good at digging. Their favorite thing is shiny treasures. They will put the found treasures in the bag on their abdomen and destroy everything around them in search of shiny items. Therefore, Nifflers are often regarded as the best helpers for treasure hunters. The female shop assistant cursed in a hurry. "Who are you damn little guys? Whoever stole Moore's pocket watch, come forward." Levin could see that there were at least 6 sniffs in the large cage, running away from the female clerk in a panic. She finally caught one, hung it upside down and kept swinging it around. Don't catch me, I'm so dizzy." Through the animal conversation ability, Levin can hear the complaints of the little ones. The clerk shook it off for a long time, only to get out a pitiful silver sickle from its belly bag. "Damn it, not this one." She tried to put the sniff into another cage, but the angry sniff raised his mouth and bit the clerk. The clerk let go in pain, and Shio fell into the midst of his companions again. The worst part is, these sniffs look so alike that the store clerk can't tell them apart. Ouch, the efforts just now are not worth it at all. Seeing the incompetent and furious look of this clerk, Levin broke into a smile. This is not because he was gloating over his misfortune. But he discovered, the opportunity to work is coming. He immediately stepped forward and tugged on the hem of the female clerk's clothes. "Hello, sister, I am Levin Green. Maybe I can solve your troubles." The female clerk was anxious about how to find the customer's pocket watch and was suddenly stopped by someone. She was about to get angry. Looking back, he saw that the person calling him was a cute little boy. For some reason, his anger immediately dropped by half, and he managed to smile patiently. "Ahem, hello, Mr. Green. It's a pleasure to serve you, but look, I'm busy now. Can I entertain you later?" But Levin shook his head and insisted, "You misunderstood. I am not here to seek services. On the contrary, I am here to help you." "What help do you mean?" The female clerk looked confused. "I can help you find the Niffler who stole the pocket watch. Here, The female clerk looked at him suspiciously and said, "I'm glad you are willing to help me, but you are too young. If you come to scratch and sniff, you will get hurt." "You're overthinking, Sister Clerk." Levin smiled confidently. "I can find out the identity of the thief without having to do anything." After that, he took a step forward, came to the cage, and said to Shio in the cage, "Hey, little guys, who just got a new baby?" In the eyes of outsiders, Levin did not speak, but just made a chirp sound. The sound was almost like a real sniff. This is exactly what the animal talking ability is doing. This strange scene stopped the clerk who tried to stop Levin. At this time, several Shio were also stunned in the cage. They are also very strange. Why can the huge creature in front of them speak their language? Is it puzzling that this is also a giant sniffer? Their little minds couldn't process such complicated information, but they still answered Levin's question honestly. Then, Levin turned back and looked at the female clerk. "I'm sure the thief is this little guy. He has a broken finger on his left front paw." After hearing Levin's words, the female clerk doubtfully grabbed the sniffer and swung it upside down. Soon, a gold pocket watch fell out of the little guy's abdominal bag. "Yes, that's it, my pocket watch. That's the best gift Ma Lin left for me." The wizard in a suit excitedly picked up the pocket watch, carefully put it into his arms, thanked Levin, and left the shop. This is the end of a farce. "Oh, thank you, kid." After the onlookers dispersed, the female store clerk held Levin's hand and thanked her profusely. "You have done me a big favor." Then he asked curiously, "You can actually imitate the sniff's call, and you can tell at a glance which sniff stole the pocket watch. How did you do it? Can you talk to the sniff?" Levin shook his head and nodded again. "Absolutely. I have a talent and can vaguely feel the emotions of small animals." He did not truthfully acknowledge the ability of animal conversation and discounted it. Then the clerk screamed, "Oh my gosh, it's amazing that you have the same talent as Mr. Newt Scamander." Newt Scamander, a famous magical zoologist and the author of the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, is a big celebrity in the magical animal circle. Anyone who is a fan or practitioner in the related industry has heard of him. His great name. Scamander himself is known for being able to communicate with magical animals. This is why Levin partially conceals his abilities. The so-called Superman is half a genius, and a Superman is a madman. He said that he could communicate with magical animals, and there was a precedent for Newt. Everyone would only envy him after hearing this. But saying that he can talk to magical animals would be an exaggeration. Communication can only involve simple emotions, but dialogue involves complex logic and language. Sure enough, after hearing this, the female clerk looked at him a little softer. "I am Hayden Trieste, the clerk of this magical animal store. Thank you for helping me solve this problem. Little guy, if you need any magical animals or related supplies in the future, you can come to me. I am within my authority. I can give you a 10% discount." "It's okay, clerk sister." Levin waved his hand pretending to be generous, then raised his head and gave the other party an innocent look. "Then, do you need part-time child labor?" Eh? So, the favor you just owed must be paid back so soon?" Hayden Trieste was a little confused. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have fallen into a hole she had dug. But when she saw the boy's sweet smile, the female clerk immediately changed her mind. If you think about it carefully, working with such a handsome boy is actually not a bad idea. What's more, he has the same talent as the famous Newt Scamander. It should be very convenient for this kind of person to take care of magical animals. As a result, Levin found his first job taking care of animals at the magical creatures shop. Since it is only a part-time job, the working hours range from 3 to 5 hours a day, as long as the tasks for the day are completed. The daily wage is 3 sicko. The exchange rate conversion in the wizarding world is really troublesome. 1 galleons equals 17 sickles. 1 sickles equals 29 nats. I don't know which little genius invented this messy conversion. Do you like prime numbers so much? Considering the level of mathematics that the wizards burnt books and harassed Confucians, Levin seriously doubts that this is a huge hoax. The purpose is to make things difficult for these stupid wizards. All in all, it was not a bad wage for a child laborer. Calculated, that's 5 galleons and 8 sickles in 1 month, and I've earned back the wand money in 2 months. Well, first, let's start by cleaning up the animals. The clerk raised the wand in front of Levin as a demonstration and said to a cage with a cat in front of him, "Cleaned up." In an instant, all the cat hair and feces in the cage automatically flew into a bucket, and the entire cage took on a new look. "Try to use it, Mr. Green." The store manager put away the wand and said, "You may only be able to clean a small area at first, but if you use it with a powerful person, you can clean the entire room directly." Levin nodded and raised his wand to point at another cage containing eradication. "Clean up." With his incredible understanding, he successfully used this spell on his first try, leaving the clerk stunned. "Well, you learn really fast. You have used this spell at home before." "Okay, then what we are going to learn is the cyclone cleaning spell. Unlike the descaling spell, this spell is better at dealing with liquid waste. Since it was my first time to start working, I needed Hayden's demonstration and teaching." Levin stayed busy until 4 in the afternoon before finishing work and returning to the leaky cauldron. "How are you today, kid?" Old Tom asked with concern. "Great, Mr. Tom, I found a job." Levin beamed. "Ah, that's great." Tom nodded and handed Levin a glass of butterbeer. "This is to celebrate your first job, so I'll teach you." "So, what job did you find?" Tom asked after Levin took a long gulp of butterbeer. "I work part-time at the Fantastic Beasts shop." "Fantastic Beasts, that's great. What exactly do you do?" "Feeding, grooming, cleaning. I do everything, but the most important thing is cleaning their cages. These little guys are so unhygienic that they always make themselves dirty with their own feces accidentally." This is really not a good job." Old Tom shook his head. He could imagine what a dirty working environment it was. "For a little wizard like me who has not yet entered school, this is enough. Not only can I learn a lot of magical animal knowledge, but I also learned a few new spells." As he spoke, Levin waved his magic wand. "Cleaned up." In an instant, a tabletop that had not yet been cleaned became completely clean. "That way, my job with Mr. Tom will be much easier." This kid is still eager for the job I gave him. Old Tom found that he began to like this child. Children who are so mature and optimistic at a young age, always able to respond positively to difficulties, and don't blame others or anyone else, such children will surely become great talents in the future. So, in the days that followed, Levin's part-time career began. The work of the Fantastic Beasts caravan is tedious and difficult. There are many kinds of animals here, such as color-changing giant snails, fire crabs, black mice, owls, ravens, cats of various colors, velvet, deformed rabbits, and so on. Each animal has different eating habits and living habits. Naturally, food arrangements and other work must be treated differently. For the average person, just remembering the habits of each animal requires a lot of thinking. But one of the byproducts of incredible understanding is absolute memory ability. It's easy to remember what cats and dogs eat. No matter what happens, Levin can ask him personally. Just like a person drinking water, he knows whether it is warm or cold. For him, it is just a matter of asking if the little animals are full and thirsty. So soon, the clerk was full of praise for his work and believed that his ability was no worse than that of ordinary adult wizards. But Levin was not satisfied with this. It takes him about 2 to 3 hours to complete the daily work in the magical beast shop. The remaining time can be used to accept more challenges. Compared with Muggle society, which has entered urbanization, the wizarding world is still in the stage of acquaintance society due to its overall backwardness and low population base. In a society of acquaintances, a person's credibility is not determined by files, but by the endorsement of people he knows. Now, Levin is discovering the benefits of having someone endorse him. Since receiving good reviews from Hayden Trace, a clerk at the Fantastic Beasts store, other stores on the street have gradually relaxed their restrictions on him. So next, he found jobs at Flourish and Blott's bookstore and Slug and Gig's drugstore. This not only increased his daily salary to 8 cents, but also allowed him to learn a lot of new knowledge that could not be learned in books. For example, at Slugjig's pharmacy, Levin learned many basics of potions, including but not limited to how to handle basic medicinal materials, such as slicing medicinal materials, grinding powder, squeezing juice, etc. For this purpose, Levin also learned the cutting spell. After working this summer, Levin believes that there will be no chance of the old bat causing trouble in future potions classes. In addition, Levin also saw a lot of advanced potion materials. For example, bicorn horns, silenced bird feathers, African tree snake skins, etc. Of course, for this type of material, he only learned about the relevant properties and uses, and did not know how to handle it himself. With his salary, if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to afford it if he worked for another year. Overall, the dispensary is as dirty and tedious as the magical creature shop. Every time Levin walks out of the pharmacy, he always smells weird, ranging from slug mucus to amphora juice. You have to use it several times to clean it up every time. Compared with the first two, the work at Flourish and Blott's bookstore is much cleaner. At Flourish and Blott's, much of Levin's job is organizing books. For example, you can find a certain kind of book from the warehouse and put it on the shelf, or you can search for a rather unpopular book at the request of the customer. The work is very simple, and even after work, Levin can read a few books. But for Levin, this job brought him the most surprises. Because at work, Levin learned several new spells: transcription, copying a document into another book; reading magic, reading and understanding the magic words on books and items; language proficiency, you can understand what creatures say or read text messages that are originally incomprehensible. It cannot take effect on texts containing special powers, such as dragon language, abyssal text, etc. Scholar's touch, you can use this spell to touch and absorb the knowledge in the book as if you had read it once. In short, they are all spells that are easy to learn. Language comprehension allows Levin to understand all common languages. Those so-called masters who are proficient in more or less languages must be regarded as poor in knowledge in the face of proficient in languages. Reading magic allows Levin to understand various magical texts, which makes a schoolboy ecstatic. Scholar's touch allows Levin to store knowledge directly in his mind without spending time reading. This is true quantum wave speed reading. Of course, this kind of storage is just storage. If you want to fully understand and master it, you need to spend more time to understand it. But that's enough. With the help of his heaven-defying understanding, language comprehension, reading magic, and scholar's touch were even fixed on him, becoming passive skills like charming humans, which can be used without actively casting spells. After that, Levin cherished his job at Flourish and Blott's even more. He only needs to touch it to store the contents of the book in his mind. This ability is the most convenient for free prostitution. So Levin circled the bookshelf all day long, like a scanner, wishing to store the entire bookstore's books in his mind. For this reason, I even considered quitting my other 2 part-time jobs and focusing on Flourish and Blott's bookstore. However, because the summer vacation was still long, he had plenty of time to scan books, so he gave up. As Levin continues to work, time flies by. In a blink of an eye, the back-to-school season is coming. In the eyes of Tom Abbott, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, the little wizard he kindly took in was indeed a great person. He lived alone at a young age, working 4 jobs a day, and he didn't like eating and playing like other little wizards. My only hobby is reading books. Such self-discipline and perseverance are even inferior to most adult wizards. At least he didn't think he could do it. The most important thing is that Levin is not only diligent, but also has a strong magical talent. In these 2 months, he himself taught the other party 4 magic spells: flying spell, floating spell, water-making spell, and repairing spell. No matter which spell it is, the boy can learn it completely after only seeing it once. You know, this is a little wizard born as a muggle. This means that he did not receive wizarding education before receiving the mail from Hogwarts. But his performance surpassed that of any half-blood or even pure-blood wizard. Tom himself had never seen such a talented little wizard. So soon, Levin's treatment at the Leaky Cauldron became a little better. In addition to the bacon sandwich in the morning, Tom would occasionally prepare snacks for him. And Levin also met Tom Abbott's granddaughter, Hannah Abbott, a girl with rosy complexion and golden hair. Oh yes, it is the Iron Hat King of Hogwarts. Levin also didn't expect that she was the granddaughter of the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Within these 2 months, the two became friends. As the first day of school gradually approached, Levin also quit several part-time jobs. After 2 months of work, Levin had saved 25 galleons. With the money, he bought a new robe from Madame Malkin for formal occasions and a brass folding telescope from Wyseeker's Magical Supplies. He did not buy a crucible because 2 of the owners of Slugjig's drug store gave him a very sturdy old one. Hayden Trieste of the Fantastic Beasts shop gave Levin an eagle owl to use as a messenger. Levin named it Hermer as a kind of commemoration of his previous life. Before school started, Levin checked his property panel one last time. Name, Levin Green. Race, human. Level, LV2 wizard / LV1 scion. Attributes, strength, 7. Constitution, 7. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 14. Perception, 12. Charisma, 14. Specialties, divine comprehension, psychic power LV1, magic power LV2, magic resistance LV1. Spells, level 0, reading magic, constant, cleansing charm, whirlwind sweeping charm, levitation charm, dancing lights, scribe, flying charm. First level, hide thoughts, cutting charm, charm human, constant, speak with animals, constant, understand languages, scholar's touch. Level 2, restoration spell. Ring 4, dimensional anchor. After using magic continuously for 2 full months, Levin's wizard level was raised by 1 level, so his magic level was also improved, and he also had basic magic resistance. Strength and physical fitness have each improved by 1, which comes from 2 months of relatively nutritious diet. Coupled with the increasingly full Dharma watch and the dozen or so gold galleons in his pocket, Levin's past 2 months have been particularly fulfilling. Seeing Levin pulling his suitcase to say goodbye to him, Tom Abbott felt a little emotional. The thin wizard asked himself about the cheapest room as if it happened yesterday. In the past 2 months, the boy has not only grown a lot stronger, but also grown a bit in height. Fortunately, I bought the wizard robe 1 size larger. Otherwise it might not fit. Boy, you must study hard at Hogwarts and don't waste your talent. He waved at the counter. Levin also waved to him before leaving the Leaky Cauldron. Levin arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Salutes, crucibles, books, all cages. As an 11-year-old child, it took a lot of effort for him to get here with all the baggage he had. He secretly vowed that as long as he had the conditions, he would study the traceless stretching spell. With or without the spell, the travel experience is completely different. Soon, he found Platform 9 and Platform 10. The space between the 2 platforms is empty except for a few pillars. Levin expertly counted to the 3rd pillar, then reached out and touched it. The pillar was solid. This means that you can only travel through it if you reach enough speed. So Levin pushed the suitcase and rushed towards the brick pillar with suicidal momentum. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of him was turned upside down. Time seems to have returned from the end of the 20th century to 100 years ago. Retro platform, retro clothing, and white smoke floating overhead. Next to the platform crowded with passengers is a dark red steam locomotive. The sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. While it was still early, Levin quickly got on the train. What is it like to ride on a train full of students? At this time, Levin only had one thought: it was too noisy. The sounds of friends playing around, the sounds of saying goodbye to parents, the sounds of people rushing to put away their luggage. You are Levin Green. A voice sounded from behind him with surprise. Levin looked back. It was a familiar face, curly black hair, wearing glasses, and quite handsome in appearance. Isn't this his elementary school classmate, Harry Potter? Before the letter from Hogwarts, he always thought it was just the same name. Now when I take a closer look, the boy in front of me does look a bit like a savior. Hello, Harry, I'm surprised to see you here. Levin tried his best to express a hint of surprise. Give me a moment, please. Thank you. Harry Potter dragged the box through the crowd. Great, Levin, I didn't expect you to be a wizard too. Harry found that he could actually see an acquaintance from Muggle school and was very excited. Uncle Vernon tried every means to prevent me from getting the letter. Luckily, Hagrid came to pick me up. His excited look was as if Levin was just a classmate, but a close friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. Levin can understand. For a boy whose parents have died, suddenly entering a strange world can be a bit scary. When meeting an acquaintance at this time, it is easy to regard the other person as a psychological support. This is why college freshmen often hold hometown gatherings. I didn't expect to meet you here. Levin nodded and lifted the big box in his hand. Why don't we go find an empty box and sit down first? Otherwise, we might have to sit separately if it's later. In this way, the two of them walked to the second half of the train before finding a box. After placing his luggage, Harry couldn't help but say, "When did you know you were a wizard?" "I once turned my teacher's wig blue, and I accidentally opened the zoo's reptile house before. But I didn't know I was a wizard until the summer vacation. Those are all the effects of magic. I have discovered since I was a child that I can move objects with my thoughts. Just like you, I didn't know that it was magic until summer vacation." Levin shared his past experience with Harry. "Perhaps we can play together during the summer vacation," Harry suggested with some anticipation. It felt really good to have someone of the same kind among his friends. Of course, no problem. Levin agreed perfunctorily. In fact, he thought that after the school branched out, if they were not in the same college, their relationship might become weaker. With his incredible understanding, what he wants to do most right now is to study and comprehend magic and become a stronger person than Dumbledore. As for the adventurous tricks of the Savior in the original plot, it is not that important. Just when Harry and Potter were in the thick of their conversation, and Levin was having a rough time with each other, the two of them suddenly felt a shock all over their bodies. The train gradually started to move north from London to the Scottish Highlands. Finally drove. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened, and a little red-haired man poked his head in. "Is there anyone here?" he asked, pointing to the seat next to Harry. "Everywhere else is full." The two shook their heads. So the other party sat in with some restraint. After putting down his luggage, he immediately turned his eyes to the window of the car, as if he was not in the same dimension as the two of them. Until he heard what Levin called each other during the conversation between the two. "My name is Ronald Weasley. Are you really Harry Potter?" The boy turned around and blurted out. "You're Ronald Weasley, the second of Hermione's two useless men." Even with his butterfly effect, the two brothers still met on the train. "Is this fate? Then are you serious, you know?" he said, pointing to Harry's forehead. Harry deftly brushed a lock of hair away from his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. He had done this action countless times during this period, and it seemed that Levin was the only one who didn't make a fuss. Ronald's eyes widened. "Is this what the mysterious person did?" "Yes," Harry said, "but I don't remember it anymore." "Don't remember it all?" Ronald asked eagerly. "Well, I just remember there was a lot of green light and nothing else." "It's amazing that you can remember the green light. Most people can't remember things when they are babies." Levin explained, then said, "Speaking of which, I heard that there is a sorting ceremony after entering Hogwarts." There is no such thing in Gau's school. After all, he and Harry had a bit of friendship as old classmates, so they changed the subject here just because they didn't want to bring back painful memories for each other. Speaking of Hogwarts and the sorting house, the other two people immediately became excited. Ronald immediately said, "I think I will be sorted into Gryffindor. My whole family is in Gryffindor. If I don't go to that academy, I don't know what they will say. But no matter what, please don't sort me into Slytherin Academy." "Is that, sorry, I mean, where you know who stayed?" Harry blurted out. Ronald nodded. "Yes, so I have been praying. Don't make a mistake." Levin comforted him. "I heard that sorting is more based on your own wishes. If you want to go to Gryffindor, then be firm in your mind, and you will be assigned to Gryffindor when the time comes." Ronald couldn't believe it. "Really? Do you know how to sort them?" I heard from George and Freddie that they need to go through a difficult test, which is very dangerous. But they refuse to tell me the content. Levin grinned. This is also a tradition. You will know when the time comes. Ronald had a dark look on his face. The Riddler gets out of Hogwarts. After further learning that Levin and Harry had always been in the Muggle world and didn't know much about the magical world, Ronald became happy again and began to popularize science about the two. The main content is still complaining about one's own affairs, and the popularization of science is just incidental. For example, he mentioned Quidditch, and then immediately mentioned that he had a flying broomstick, a shooting star. It's not even fast enough to catch up with a butterfly. He also complained that everything he owned was second-hand. His wand belongs to his second brother Charlie. His robe belongs to his eldest brother Bill. His wizard chess piece was left behind by his grandfather. It is considered a family heirloom. The chess pieces often say that they belong to Ronald's grandfather. Even his pet rat Scabbers belongs to Voldemort. Oh no, it should belong to third brother Percy. Levin glanced at his pet rat, Scabbers. He comforted Ronald. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. If you really want to compare, I'm even worse off than you. Except for the wand, everything about me is basically bought from second-hand stores. I have no family, and I have to pay back student loans after graduation. When Ronald heard this, he quickly expressed his apologies. But Levin noticed that his face looked much better than before, and his resentment was gone. Sure enough, that sentence is well said. I am afraid that my brother will suffer hardship, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Only when there is comparison will there be a sense of superiority. As the train travels farther and farther, the fields passing by outside the car window looked even more desolate. The scenery outside the window gradually transitions from vast fields of farmland to patches of dense woods, winding rivers, and dark green hills. It wasn't until the sky completely darkened that Ronald stopped talking. In this regard, Harry is definitely a good listener, as long as you ignore his non-stop talking. Perhaps because of the poor treatment at the Dursleys, Harry made a wave of revenge spending after getting on the train. There were snack bags everywhere on the table, and in front of him was a stack of chocolate frog cards, including several Dumbledore cards. He didn't know whether this was good luck or bad luck. Hurry up and put on your robe. I just asked the senior, and the train is coming soon. Levin pushed open the carriage door and urged the two people who met each other. He really couldn't stand the talkative Ronald, and he was a little curious about the original character, so he went out for a walk. During this period, he met a girl with fluffy curly hair who was looking for Neville's toad. This is Hermione, the last member of the Iron Triangle. The girl is just as cute as in the movie. The only problem is that she has a bad temper. As an adult, Levin could tell at a glance that this was simply because she was too strong. In the Muggle world, Hermione has always been regarded as a good student who is smart and eager to learn, and she has always been proud of this. But now that she suddenly entered the magical world, her former arrogance could no longer be maintained. Without knowing the level of others, her pride turned into inferiority. As for the somewhat domineering appearance, it was just a false shell she maintained to protect her self-esteem. When you actually come to Hogwarts and reconfirm your status as a top student, this shell of self-protection will automatically disappear. Since becoming a Psion, Levin's insight into the inner thoughts of others has become increasingly acute. He is confident that he can become an expert in legilimency in the future. Levin easily found Neville's toad with the flying charm. At least in the first grade, he didn't have any troublesome thoughts or desire to socialize with this know-it-all lady. We are still too young now, and just being ordinary friends is enough. If you really want to go further, you have to wait at least 2 or 3 years later. At that time, Hermione will be the most vulnerable and the most suitable to take advantage of it. Levin, you're back. It's a pity that you were away just now. We had a fight with Malfoy. If you were here, we would definitely beat them to a pulp. Ronald complained. Harry also nodded in agreement. Although his friend was not particularly strong, he was indeed good at fighting. He had a deep understanding of this in elementary school. Levin was non-committal about this. If Malfoy really provoked him, He wouldn't mind teaching the ignorant boy a lesson. For these first-year wizards who don't know much about magic, their fists are enough. Several people quickly took off their coats and put on black robes. Ronald's old robe was a bit shorter, and his sneakers were exposed underneath. It seems that one of Ronald's older brothers was not as tall as Ronald is now in first grade. Ronald looked very embarrassed about this, but Levin thought that such a robe was not bad. At least it's convenient for movement. When you open your legs, you don't have to worry about stepping on the corners of your robe and falling. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will take you to school. The announcer's voice echoed on the train. We're about to arrive at the Wizarding World. I am a little nervous, Harry said dryly, holding his stomach and looking very uncomfortable. He wasn't the only one who was nervous. Even the pure-blood Ronald's face turned pale under his freckles. He also recalled the horrifying information his twin brother had given him about how to conduct sorting. In this tense mood, the train slowed down and finally stopped. Passengers pushed and shoved, rushing towards the door and down to a small, dark platform. The chill of the night made Harry, who was next to Levin, shiver. Then a light swayed above the students' heads. Levin heard a rough voice shout, "Freshmen! Freshmen, come over here! Harry, come over here, how are you?" In the sea of thousands of people, Hagrid's bearded face smiled and said hello in a low voice. Levin thought the hybrid giant looked stupid. But most little wizards don't think so. They were intimidated by his abnormal size. After all, these people have not read the original work of Harry Potter. Following Hagrid on a narrow path, a black lake suddenly opened in front of us. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stands a majestic castle with towering spires and windows twinkling under the stars. They have arrived at the lake, and a row of small canoes are waiting for new life. There was a lot of moss on the stones beside the black lake. Hagrid reminded the freshmen loudly, "Be careful where you step, don't slip." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 students slipped and almost fell into the lake. "Each boat cannot exceed 4 people," Hagrid said loudly, pointing to a group of small boats moored on the shore. Because of his speed, Ronald, who arrived early, had already been taken aboard by others, while Levin quickly occupied the other channel. Harry climbed aboard too. Neville and Hermione looked at Levin, who had helped them just now, breathed a sigh of relief, and climbed up. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid shouted. The giant was so huge that he had to take a boat to fit himself inside. "Then, let's move forward." Following his call, a group of small boats immediately sailed forward across the mirror-flat lake. Levin remembered that there were mermaids living in this huge black lake. According to legend, all mermaids are as beautiful as flowers. But the natives of Black Lake are an exception. Their appearance cannot be said to be like that of a sunken fish or a fallen geese, at least they are similar to those of mountains and mountains. This may be because fishmen are also divided into models, such as yellow, white, agricultural, etc. In addition, there is a giant squid of unknown origin in the Black Lake. It is said that it is actually Godric Gryffindor who was infected with the blood curse. When you turn this corner, you will soon see Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid's voice suddenly interrupted Levin's thoughts. Turning around the cliff, you can vaguely see the outline of the castle dotted with lights in the distance. The closer you get, the grander the castle looks. Under the reflection of the lights, it is so magnificent. Hermione whispered, "This is the path that every new student takes." It is said that it allows us to experience the hardships of the founder of Hogwarts in finding the location of the castle. Maybe there are other deeper meanings. Levin has mastered arcane magic. Compared with ordinary wizards, he can feel the essence of the power hidden in the magical performance of magic. At this time, he had noticed something abnormal. He could feel that there was a huge magic power in the distant castle, and an inexplicable connection gradually began to be established between himself and the castle. The freshmen resumed the old path of creating the 4 giants in the college. The essence of this tradition should be an ancient ritual magic. When a student completes the entire process, it means signing a contract with Hogwarts and truly becoming a student of the school. As the fleet gradually approached the cliff where the castle was located, the castle seemed to tower above them. Lower your head," Hagrid shouted as the first boats approached the cliff. Everyone lowered their heads. The boat took them through the ivy curtain covering the cliff face to the hidden open entrance. Then the little wizards discovered that the only one who really needed to bow his head was Hagrid himself. They followed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead beneath the castle, and finally arrived at a place that resembled an underground dock, and then climbed up onto a ground of gravel and pebbles. Hagrid raised the lantern high. "Everyone, come down, come down. Follow me." The freshmen got off the boat and went up a row of more than 200 steep stairs with twists and turns, and then came to an open square surrounded by columns. At the end of the square is the main entrance to Hogwarts. Hagrid stepped forward and raised his fist as big as a sandbag. Dong dong dong. Judging from the sound, this door is indeed thick enough. The door opened, and it was none other than Levin's old acquaintance, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 houses of Hogwarts to everyone, and informed that the sorting ceremony would be held shortly. She also talked about the college cup and points, and seemed to be very focused on honor. When Professor McGonagall returned to the auditorium, everyone immediately started talking. Whether they were Muggle-born or pureblood, everyone was worried. There are even more divergent opinions about the sorting ceremony. The adults don't seem to want to destroy this mental journey, which is also a rare growth experience. "How could they put us into exactly which house?" Harry asked. "No matter what happens, we won't be forced to drop out of school." Levin comforted him with some empty words, but this only made others more nervous. Personally, Levin has no intention of disrupting this tradition. It's actually quite fun to see other people so nervous. It was probably through a test. Fred said it would hurt us a lot, but I think he was joking. Ronald looked horrified. Hermione had begun to recite the knowledge from the textbook nervously. She was worried that there would be an entrance exam during the sorting ceremony. "Don't worry, you won't be tested on algebra and trigonometry," Levin threatened, successfully getting a blank stare. Levin doesn't have much to worry about himself. As a psychic, he has mastered the Concealed Thoughts spell, which can be compared to the best occlumency when cast actively. In fact, he uses this spell almost constantly. There is no way, there are too many secrets hidden in his mind. Even if it attracts Dumbledore's attention, it is better than being known to him through time travel. There was no shortage of geniuses in the wizarding world anyway, and he didn't like Gryffindors himself. Flexibly control the effect of hidden thoughts. You can block only part of the memory, allowing legilimency to only see the part Levin wants others to see. So, what qualities should be revealed and which college should be assigned to? Just as Levin was immersed in his own thoughts, Harry next to him suddenly jumped up. Immediately afterwards, several people screamed loudly from behind. It turns out that the ghosts in the school came out to scare the new students. Suddenly from the wall behind them, about 20 ghosts appeared. These pearly white, translucent ghosts glided across the room, whispering to each other and pretending to be passing by. It wasn't until the students screamed one after another that the ghosts finally showed their faces with satisfaction and floated through the walls. Professor McGonagall also appeared at the right time, as if he was waiting for the ghosts on purpose. She first calmed the frightened students and then ordered, "Now, line up in single file and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." The door opened, and the freshmen filed in with Professor McGonagall, arriving at the highest city in the world, Litong. No, I mean, the auditorium. They could see 4 long tables placed in the middle of the huge auditorium. Students from other grades were sitting around. There are courtyard flags of different colors hanging on the walls. Green snake, blue eagle, red lion, yellow badger. The most surprising and magical thing is the roof. I saw stars twinkling on the velvet black ceiling, which looked exactly like the quiet night sky. Ghosts were also mixed in with the students, shimmering with hazy silver light. Hermione whispered in a low voice, as if she was afraid of disturbing something, "I saw this in Hogwarts, a history of the school." Levin nodded. This is the style of the auditorium ceiling. It looks like there is no ceiling. At the end of the auditorium, there is a professor's table arranged in an arc, and the professors sit in a row. Although he had never met him, Based on his characteristics, Levin recognized at a glance that the white beard and the white robe in the middle and the old wizard cosplaying with Gandalf were Dumbledore. He was much taller than others when he was sitting, and his white beard fell down to the table. He looked very old, but he was in good spirits. Next to him, with greasy hair and a daily scowl, was Snape. Sitting on a special booster stool, Flitwick is suspected of being a fairy hybrid. The one with his head wrapped up like Osan is Quirrell. Characters from novels and movies appeared before my eyes one by one. Even though Levin is an adult, he is also a little excited inside. Professor McGonagall held a piece of parchment and said loudly, "The classmate whose name I called," sat down on the chair and put the hat on his head. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by another voice. The sorting hat on the high-backed stool twisted, and the wrinkles on it turned into eyes and mouth, and then he sang. This is a legend that spans thousands of years, describing 4 wizards with powerful minds and wise minds. A brave Gryffindor from the barren swamps. Beautiful Ravenclaw from a peaceful lake. Merciful Hufflepuff from the wide valley. Shrewd Slytherin from that quagmire. They vowed to impart what they had learned throughout their lives, and wizards came from far and wide to make their ambitions stronger, until this castle stood on the shores of the Black Lake. The little wizards were naturally stunned. It was the first time I saw a singing hat. Levin clapped his hands perfunctorily. Nice singing, don't sing it next time. Professor McGonagall was not surprised by this kind of thing. After listening patiently, he read the list. Hannah Abbott? Yes. The Iron Hat King quickly ran up and nervously put the sorting hat on his head. His little head couldn't hold up the sorting hat at all, and even covered his eyes. Hufflepuff. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the sorting hat said loudly. Hufflepuff's little badgers clapped their hands to welcome her. Before taking her seat, she waved to Levin, who was not far away. They met during the summer vacation. Next are Susan Burns, Terry Boot, all familiar names. Everyone's sorting time is long or short. Some were assigned as soon as they were put on. Some results only come after a minute or 2. Levin felt a little guilty. After all, the sorting hat must have some legitimacy ability. Or the ability to identify a wizard's character. Levin Green. Not long after Hermione Granger was assigned to Gryffindor, it was Levin's turn. He walked towards the 4-corner stool calmly, hoping that he could deceive this self-proclaimed thoughtful hat. Professor McGonagall glanced at Levin and was clearly impressed by him. Among the students in this class, he was the only one from a poor family. Levin nodded to Professor McGonagall, put on his hat, and sat on the chair. When the dirty hat was placed on his soft black hair, Levin held the hat slightly uncomfortably, trying to keep the dirty hat from touching the skin of his face. Well, I feel your talent. This kind of powerful magic is very rare among young wizards of your age. Which academy should I assign you to? It's hard to choose. There seems to be a power it's affecting my understanding of you. Upon hearing this, Levin carefully controlled the shield of hidden thoughts and quietly opened a small corner, revealing the side he designated. At that moment, Levin felt that the hat was confused for a moment. Hey, that's not right. I feel your intelligence. You pursue knowledge and can skillfully handle all the problems you encounter. Then you should be assigned to Dash. Ravenclaw, the sorting hat yelled at the top of his lungs. There was some polite applause in the auditorium. However, the Ravenclaw seniors applauded sincerely. Levin's arrival means that their academy has a handsome boy. Professor McGonagall was still a little regretful that Levin could not be assigned to Gryffindor. After all, she quite admired this little guy who was self-reliant. Levin waved to Harry and the others before sitting on Ravenclaw's table. Along the way, a group of people nodded or greeted me. Ronald was in the crowd and whispered to Harry, "It's a pity that Levin didn't get the Gryffindor." Harry whispered back, "This doesn't affect us being friends, does it?" After Levin sat down, he felt relieved. He successfully deceived the sorting hat and prevented it from detecting the secret of his rebirth. This shows that the shielding effect of hidden thoughts is effective, and he does not need to worry too much about Dumbledore. As for why he chose Ravenclaw, it also has something to do with his pursuit. The literal translation of Ravenclaw is Raven's Claw, and the hidden meaning of the name is Greedy Plunderer, which means the thirst for knowledge. Ravenclaw's motto is, "We come from the lakeside, we are wise and knowledgeable, we love studying, we are different from ordinary people, we are far-sighted, we are Ravenclaw." Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of this college, also has a famous saying, "Extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind." For a mage under the arcane magic system, it is self-evident that knowledge equals power. Therefore, among the 4 major houses of Hogwarts, only Ravenclaw is more in line with Levin's philosophy. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw's presence in the original novel is not strong. To make matters worse, none of the outstanding students mentioned in the original novel attended her college. The 3 protagonists are all from Gryffindor. The most brilliant professors at Hogwarts, Dumbledore and McGonagall, are from Gryffindor. Master of Dark Arts Voldemort from Slytherin. Potions Master Snape from Slytherin. If Grindelwald had studied at Hogwarts, Levin is 100% sure that he would have been sorted into Slytherin. As for the Goblet of Fire's designated Hogwarts' finest student, Cedric Diggory, he's a Hufflepuff. Among the celebrities in Ravenclaw, apart from Luna, is Zhang Qiu, who is also famous as Harry Potter's ex-girlfriend. It can only be said that highlighting one is only superficial. But there is nothing wrong with Ravenclaw. As the saying goes, longing for knowledge, longing for knowledge, longing for knowledge, only the holy raven, don't be trapped. What's more, there are so many beauties in Ravenclaw, at least you don't have to worry about finding a partner here. Until then, a burst of cheers interrupted his thoughts. If Harry Potter studied at Dragon Kingdom University, how would he be sorted into different schools? Harry Potter. Harry walked forward and sat on the triangular stool. Professor McGonagall placed the huge sorting hat on his head. "Well, you are very brave and smart. I think you are suitable for materials science." The voice of the sorting hat appeared in Harry's mind. "No biochemical ring materials. No biochemical ring materials." Harry thought silently in his mind. "Don't you want biochemical environmental materials? You can obviously make great achievements. But since you have made up your mind, then go to the School of Civil Engineering." At the same time, Professor McGonagall announced the result, and Harry collapsed on the floor as if his soul had been sucked out. "We got Potter. We got Potter." When the sorting hat announced Harry's house, the cheers from the Gryffindor table filled the entire auditorium. The little lions rushed to shake Harry's hand and were proud of it. Ronald was sorted into the second-to-last house, and he was also sorted into Gryffindor. His brothers were particularly happy for this and applauded wildly, which softened his blue face. Levin looked towards the long table next door. Harry and Ronald both looked at him with regretful expressions. Regarding this matter, Levin thinks it's okay. The only thing to consider is what Dumbledore thinks. In Levin's view, this greatest white wizard is good at everything, but he is too concerned about the opposition between good and evil so that he will do many things that are not consistent with his status as a principal. For example, his attitude towards black magic. For example, the setting of restricted book areas in libraries. For example, obviously favoring Harry. Such as arranging big adventures for Harry year after year. In Levin's eyes, Dumbledore was worthy of being the greatest white wizard, but he was not a qualified headmaster. It's a pity that people are under the roof. As long as Levin is at Hogwarts, he is inevitably subject to Dumbledore's interference. But there is no way to avoid this. Levin knew very well that what Dumbledore cared about most was the prophecy about Harry and Voldemort. He will not tolerate anyone interfering with the advancement of the prophecies. Although I accidentally came into contact with Harry in elementary school. But as long as she maintains normal communication with Harry in school and doesn't have too much contact with him, Dumbledore probably didn't think he would have any influence on the prophecy. Then he will naturally not interfere with himself more. After all, when he arrived at Hogwarts and the magical world, Levin planned to live his own life, instead of being arranged to be the protagonist's little follower. Levin has no intention of keeping a low profile at school. Hogwarts is a school after all, and teachers always like to give the green light to top students, don't they? Do you know Harry Potter over there? A boy's voice suddenly sounded next to him. Yes. Levin didn't explain too much. He slowly lowered his gaze and turned around to look over. The owner of the voice was a brown-haired boy. His eyes had been attracted to the food on the table, and he was staring at a plate of fish soup in a daze. Are you hungry? The little wizard always saves face and does not want to be treated as a greedy cat. This kind of naked greedy expression is indeed a bit strange. Yes, I forgot to bring my pocket money, so I didn't eat anything on the train, the boy said and swallowed again. My name is Levin Green. Nice to meet you. Levin reached out his hand. My name is Stephen Cornfort. Levin recalled that the name did exist in the original work, but apart from his name, the other party has no role in the original work. But just such a passerby NPC now actually appeared in front of him. For a time, Levin's understanding of the world deepened a lot. You will feel more and more integrated into this world, but the impact of your arrival on this world will gradually appear, and the abnormalities caused by you will gradually be revealed. My arrival has an impact on this world? What impact? Why didn't I notice it? Just when Levin was puzzled by this, Albus Dumbledore stood up. It's time for the principal to speak. In his previous life, Levin had specified that he should eat something first to fill his stomach. But that doesn't have to be the case at Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at the students with a smile on his face, stretched out his arms to them, and said loudly, Welcome everyone to start the new school year at Hogwarts. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it. Thank you everyone. This strange congratulation left everyone confused, but Levin had heard some speculation. By stupid, I mean Ravenclaw, the wizard of this house who is usually the smartest and thinks that students in other houses are stupid fools. Crynose. The word crynose is also usually used to refer to fat. Unfriendly children use this word to insult and look down on their peers who are fatter and less physically fit. Most of those Gryffindor students consider themselves brave and think that other houses none of the students are as brave as them. Scrap. This term also refers to the leftover pieces of cloth that are too small to be used to make useful items. Slytherin students are pure-blood advocates who value integrity and unity. In the eyes of Slytherins, students from other colleges are not pure wizards, but useless scraps. Twist. Hufflepuff students have nothing to do with the previous three. They are not smart or brave, and there are a lot of half-blood muggle-born little wizards, but they can always screw everyone together. If you think about it this way, the intention of this good principle is to remind students from different colleges to avoid stereotypes and unite. But he himself did not do this at all. From this perspective, it is fortunate that Levin was not assigned to Slytherin. Then, Levin noticed that Stephen next to him suddenly widened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty long table was filled with delicious food, so much so that Levin could almost say, There are roast beef, roast chicken, honey-glazed chicken legs, honey-glazed pork ribs, pork chops, lamb chops, steaks, sausages, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, mashed potatoes, fried potatoes with tomato sauce and Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, broth, pumpkin juice, orange juice, pumpkin pie, pork pie, apple pie, and peppermint candies. A large number of delicacies immediately enlivened the atmosphere. Everyone drank and drank together, which was very enjoyable. Stephen almost immediately started cooking like crazy. Levin naturally doesn't give in too much either. Sadly, this was the most sumptuous meal he had eaten since time travel. Halfway through eating, Stephen suddenly stretched out his head. Levin, why do you eat with two wands? The other eaglets around him also looked at him. Levin, this is not a magic wand, it's chopsticks. As a Chinese, it makes sense for me to eat with chopsticks. If you don't believe me, ask the senior sister. Levin pointed in the direction of a beautiful Asian senior, Zhang Qiu. The girl nodded, so you're also Chinese. Levin is right. My mother also taught me to eat with chopsticks when I was at home. The meal lasted about half an hour. Just as Levin was holding his belly with satisfaction, the leftovers on the table disappeared. Then came the dessert. Various flavors of pudding, ice cream, apple pie, syrup pie, chocolate sponge cake, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked jam pudding, strawberry, jelly rice pudding. Levin and Stephen wailed at the same time. These two foodies had stuffed their stomachs full just now, and they did not expect that there would be a wave of desserts. The result is that they see every dessert is so tempting, but they can't eat anything anymore. During dessert time, there was a little chaos on the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, suddenly emerged from the table. The bloody scene scared the little lions so much that they almost vomited on the spot. Finally, dessert time is over. Dumbledore began to make his final speech. Now that everyone has eaten and drank enough, I want to say a few more words to you. At the beginning of the semester, I want to put forward a few things to pay attention to. Attention first-year students. Students are prohibited from entering the woods on campus. Some of our classmates from the old class should also remember this. As he said this, Dumbledore glanced towards the Weasley brothers. Furthermore, the administrator, Mr. Filch, also asked me to remind everyone not to cast magic in the corridors between classes. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in participating in the house team, please contact Mrs. Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer an accident and die in pain should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Levin had a dark look on his face after hearing this. If there's any way to make everyone want to do something, the best way is to ban it. This old bee did it entirely on purpose. If you don't want people to go there, just seal the corridor and that's it. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. After Dumbledore said loudly, the expressions of all the teachers and most of the old students seemed to become stiffer. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and a long golden ribbon flew out of the wand, twisting and coiling like a snake above the high dining table, forming lines of text. Each person chooses a tune he likes, Dumbledore said. Get ready and sing. The Weasley twins are worthy of being the troublemakers that Dumbledore must take care of. Originally, everyone was in a mess. They used the tune of a funeral march to successfully lead everyone further. Everyone finally finished singing the school song and lined up to leave the auditorium under the leadership of the prefect. Just then, Levin saw a face in the crowd. That's a face that shouldn't be here. Gray hair, green eyes, a high forehead, neat eyebrows, and a handsome face. The only thing to worry about is that there is a scar missing from her eye. In shock, Levin couldn't help shouting the other party's name. Sorella. I heard someone calling me. The gray-haired girl turned around and glanced at Levin in surprise. She seemed to be curious as to why this new student, whom she had never met before, knew her. When their eyes met, Levin immediately realized his gaffe. At the same time, he could also observe the girl more carefully. The girl is about 14 or 15 years old and seems to be in the same grade as the prefect Penelope Cravat. The two are walking side by side at the forefront of Ravenclaw and seem to have a good relationship. When he saw Ciriella's face from the front, Levin felt that she was indeed very similar to Ciri in The Witcher 3, but she was much younger. Plus her reaction when she heard Sorella. Levin is basically certain that the person in front of him is the lion cub of Sintra, daughter of the White Wolf, daughter of time and space, possessor of the ancient blood, Sorella Fiona Elin Renluin. But the question is, why did she appear in Hogwarts? This is not Kaer Morhen. Levin had never heard of rumors about sorceresses and demon hunters in the magical world. But thinking about Ciri, that is, Cirilla, the ancient blood gave her the ability to travel through time and space. According to the setting in the Witcher novel, Ciri even traveled to Venice and Poland in the Middle Ages, Britain in the Industrial Age and other places, and met Galahad, King Arthur's Holy Grail Knight. Could it be that she traveled to Hogwarts by herself? Levin couldn't help but frown, sensing something was wrong. With her country and family ruined, if it was because of her ability to travel through time, it would be impossible for her to stay in Otherworld and attend classes with peace of mind. Suddenly, Levin remembered his epiphany. The abnormalities caused by you will gradually be revealed. Is this the impact I have on the world? Thinking of this, Levin felt that the mystery of everything became even greater. After exchanging glances with Ciri, Levin made no further contact with the senior. He doesn't plan to reveal that he knows the other person before he gets to know him well. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained. Amid various thoughts, Levin followed the team towards the lounge. Ravenclaw's lounge is further away than the other 3 houses. It is not built near the main tower courtyard, but on the tower on the other side of the astronomical tower complex. To get there, you need to cross a stone bridge. In front of the tower, Prefect Penelope Cravat introduced, the ever-changing staircases in Hogwarts were suggested and designed by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of the college. Everyone, please be careful when going upstairs. Don't go in the wrong direction. Our common room and dormitories are on the west side of the castle. There is still a way to go, so be careful where you step. She was right, you really had to be very careful walking on the tower stairs. The stairs here are constantly changing. For example, under their feet, the stairs are generated in real time as the team continues to advance. Where no one has set foot, the tower is empty. As he walked, Levin felt troubled. Indeed, both Raven and Eagle must live in high places. But little wizards are still human after all. There's no need to make Ravenclaw's lounge so high, right? Before Levin could grow impatient, they finally climbed up the tall tower and reached the entrance to the common room. The entrance is at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, and you can see an old, smooth wooden board at a glance. There is a huge bronze door knocker in the shape of an eagle. Penelope, who was first, knocked on the door knocker 3 times. The door knocker made a magnetic and mysterious sound. I only work under pressure, only I can hurt myself, who am I? Diamond. Almost immediately, Penelope gave the answer. But she did not enter immediately. Instead, she turned around and explained to the freshmen, in fact, you will find that the lounges in other colleges have fixed passwords, but we do not. As long as you can answer the questions on the door knocker correctly, you can get in. Don't worry, the door knocker will not ask rigid logic questions, but some philosophical questions. These questions do not have a fixed standard answer. As long as there are reasons that can convince it, you can come in. But there is no need to worry about safety, because in nearly 1,000 years, no outsider has been able to pass through this simple barrier except us Ravenclaw ourselves. After hearing this, Levin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although Ravenclaw prefers smart people, there is no guarantee that all smart people will be assigned to Ravenclaw. The intelligence of the Eagles crushes other colleges. For example, Hermione, a true academic master, was assigned to Gryffindor. If no outsiders have entered for 1,000 years, how can the Eagle Ring ensure that only people from Ravenclaw can answer the questions correctly? Maybe the Eagle Ring itself has the ability to identify incoming people. If you meet an outsider, the question will be very difficult. And when it comes to Ravenclaw, the difficulty is very easy. Don't be afraid of the Eagle Ring's questions. We at Ravenclaw are good at learning. You will soon learn to enjoy the challenges set by the Eagle Ring. It is not uncommon for more than 10 or 20 students from different grades to try to answer the questions of the day. This is also a good opportunity for you to meet classmates from other grades. The female prefect continued to introduce. But this challenge can be a little annoying when you forget the books or Quidditch uniforms you're going to use for the day. Therefore, I suggest you double-check your bags before leaving Ravenclaw Tower. She finally opened the door and motioned for the little wizards to enter. Ravenclaw's common room is a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the walls hung with blue and bronze silks. Through the windows, you can see the beautiful scenery outside. The ceiling is a dome, dotted with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also dotted with stars, making it appear profound, mysterious, and unpredictable. There are large tables, chairs, and rows of bookshelves in the room. In the niche opposite the door is a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw, a woman with both beauty and wisdom. A door next to the statue leads to the dormitories above. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, you can see the entire Hogwarts campus, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouse. No other house enjoys this view. Ravenclaw has another cool element. Our guys are very egotistical. Some would even call them eccentric. But genius is often out of step with the norm, and unlike some academies, we think you can wear whatever you want. Clothes you like, believe whatever you want, Say whatever you please. We don't resent people who are different. On the contrary, we appreciate them. Levin suddenly remembered Luna, the crazy girl who will enter school next year. She was often bullied because of her weirdness. So, appreciating the alien is just a one-sided statement? Or is the crazy girl so weird that even Ravenclaw can't stand it? Speaking of outliers, you'll like our dean, Professor Phileas Flitwick. People often underestimate him because he's really short and has a high-pitched voice, but he's the best and most knowledgeable alive in the world. Professor of Charms, many of us also think he is fairy blood, but please don't ask him rudely. His office door is always open to any Ravenclaw with a problem, and if you're unhappy, he'll release those delicious little pocket cakes hidden in the tin can in his desk drawer and let them dance in front of you. It's really worth trying to pretend you're unhappy so you can watch the cakes jive. Ravenclaw has a rich history. Most of the great wizarding inventors and innovators came from our academy, including Perpetua Vancourt, the inventor of the moonscope, Laverne de Montmorency, the great apothecary who invented many love potions, Ignatia Wildsmith, inventor of flow powder. There are also famous ministers of magic who were born in Ravenclaw, including Millicent Bonner. He happened to be in office the night Harry Potter escaped from the Dark Lord's death curse. He used his own words to defend the celebration of wizards across the UK. I insist that the celebration is our inalienable right. And Minister Lorcan MacLeod, he's a pretty clever wizard, but he prefers to communicate with people by breathing smoke from the tip of his wand. Of course, I've said before that we produce weird people. In fact, we also contributed to the wizarding world the weirdo Ulrich who wore a jellyfish as a hat. He is a classic punchline in many wizard jokes. As for our relationship with the other 3 colleges, you've most likely heard of Slytherins. They're not all bad, but you should be wary until you get to know them. Their long-standing house tradition is to win at any cost, so please take note, especially at Quidditch and exams. The Gryffindors aren't bad. If I have any problem with them, it's that Gryffindors like to show off too much. They are also much less tolerant of aliens than we are. In fact, they even laugh at some who are interested in ascension or the magical functions of troll eggs, or omenology, which is the use of eggs for divination. Method: the curious Ravenclaw. Gryffindors don't share our intellectual curiosity, and for us, if you're willing to sit in the corner of the common room all day and night, cracking eggs and recording your predictions based on the different ways the yolks fall, that's totally not the case. A question, and you'll likely find someone willing to help you. As for the Hufflepuffs, no one could say they weren't friendly people. They're arguably the nicest group of people in school. Suffice it to say, when it comes to competition and exams, you don't have to worry too much about them. I think that's all. Oh, by the way, the ghost of our college is Ms. Grey. Others think she never speaks, but she will occasionally be willing to talk to us Ravenclaws. She is the daughter of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Hogwarts. She is a very beautiful lady. It is said that she has something to do with Bloody Barrow. Of course, we will never ask her. She's especially helpful when you're lost or can't find something. Finally, I'll say it again. Congratulations on becoming one of the smartest, sharpest, and funniest Hogwarts houses. The female prefect finished this series of introductions as if she was giving an endorsement and went into the girls' dormitory with Sherry. Levin and the freshmen began to choose their dormitories. Levin casually found a bed of his own, sharing the dormitory with Stephen Cornford from before, and Kevin Entwistle, another Ravenclaw passerby NPC in the original book. They said goodnight to each other and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Levin's biological clock woke him up from a deep sleep. Before leaving the dormitory, Levin checked the class schedule. There are 8 courses in total this term: Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, Herbology, and Flying. Basically, there are 2 classes in the morning and 1 class in the afternoon. Of course, Astronomy is an exception. Its classes are only held at night. After all, it is impossible to ask the little wizard to look at the stars in broad daylight. The best thing is that the first class starts at 9 o'clock every morning, avoiding the rush of breakfast. Lunch is from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. The dinner time is longer, lasting from 4 to 7 o'clock, because there can be at most 2 classes in the afternoon. Moreover, there are no classes on Friday afternoon, and Saturday and Sunday are 2 consecutive days off. Such a generous time arrangement will make Muggle junior high school students cry. Hogwarts implements a 3-term system, and the 3 holidays are Christmas, Easter, and summer vacation. After quietly dressing and washing, Levin left the Ravenclaw Tower with his textbooks. He didn't rush to get breakfast, but set out to find the place he looked forward to most in all of Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement. This is the most mysterious place in Hogwarts, also known as the Coming and Going Room. Legend has it that it comes and goes, and one can only enter when one really needs it. When it appears, it is always arranged to suit the needs of the seeker. At the same time, the Room of Requirement and the people in it cannot be displayed on the Marauder's map, and the names of those who enter will disappear directly from the map. If you can find it, it means that you will have a private enough room where you can safely study some magic beyond this world without worrying too much about the probing eyes of others. I have to say that Hogwarts' legacy restored the school well. At least the main areas and roads are correct, as Levin himself can prove. If not for this, Levin almost got lost. There are a total of 142 stairs in Hogwarts. Some of them are wide and large, others are narrow, small, and wobbly. At certain times, some stairs will lead to different places, which is even more punctual than my aunt's arrival. Halfway up some stairs, a step will suddenly disappear. If you don't react, you will miss the step and fall straight down. The special magic will ensure that the little wizards land safely, but this means that you have to climb back from the first floor again. Plus, there are many doors at Hogwarts that won't open if you ask them to open them rudely or poke them in the right place. There are also doors that are not real doors at all, just solid walls that look like doors. It's hard to remember what is where because everything seems to be constantly moving. The people in the portraits are constantly visiting each other, and even the armor can walk. It is said that it was Ravenclaw herself who came up with this design, and her purpose was to dissuade those students who were not very smart. According to the impression in his memory, he came to the Black Magic Defense Tower and went all the way up to the 8th floor. In the corridor in front of the stairs leading to the planetarium, the tapestry of Troll fighting the silly Barnabas was the Room of Requirement. On the opposite side of it, in front of the tapestry, Levin skillfully mobilized his spiritual power and cleared away the complicated thoughts. He only thought, I need a place to hide things. Then he walked 3 times between the wall in front of the tapestry. At some point, a very smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall. Levin quickly walked in, and after closing the door, he didn't forget to look out through the gap. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. It seemed that after closing the door, the Room of Requirement was disconnected from the corridor. Levin believes that this Room of Requirement is not in the same phase as Hogwarts, but is more likely to be a real alien space. Only through the user's wish can it be connected to Hogwarts. The space knowledge involved is far beyond what Levin can understand. He can only judge that the principle here has nothing to do with the so-called traceless telescopic spell, but is closer to the various demi-lanes created in arcane magic. The place was as big as a church, and the surrounding scenery looked like a city. Those high walls were made of thousands of things hidden by students who were no longer alive: bottles, hats, boxes, chairs, books, weapons, brooms, bats. All the items that have been cleared by the vanishing curse in Hogwarts for thousands of years are placed here. Levin knew that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's diadem, was also hidden here. Legend has it that those who wear the crown can gain access to the Ravenclaw's wisdom. But he did not set out to find the crown. He won't do it until he has enough ability to protect himself. The main purpose of his coming here today is to visit. According to his observation, although the old things here are seriously damaged, most of them can be repaired through the repair spell. Sure enough, my previous idea is feasible. When I have time in the future, I can select some suitable old objects here, repair them with a repair spell, collect them, and sell them in Diagon Alley during the summer vacation. Anyway, so many things are sitting here for nothing. No one will care about them at all. It's better to give me an advantage. This way, I don't need to work for that little money anymore. Although he can learn a lot while working, Levin is not a masochist after all. Since you can learn magic through study and experimentation, there is no need to tire yourself out. The plan was made. Levin got out of the door. There is no way to go here or to the various classrooms and the common rooms of the 4 colleges, so I am not afraid of being seen. He came all the way to the auditorium, where breakfast had already begun. Levin, come here. He saw Harry waving to him, and Levin pointed to the Ravenclaw logo on his robes. He reluctantly rejected him and walked to the long table belonging to the Ravenclaws. Roommates Stephen and Kevin were already there eating and drinking. What's James's first secret lesson? Steve asked as he chewed on a German sausage. The first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. It's a 2-hour class with Gryffindor, Levin said while putting bacon into toast. In the first-year course, there are 3 classes of herbal medicine every week. This is to facilitate the observation of the different growth stages of herbs. Charms, transfiguration, potions, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts are all taught twice a week. Both flying lessons and astronomy only have 1 class period. At this moment, there was a pop, pop, pop sound in the sky above the auditorium. Many owls flew into the auditorium, and it was time to deliver letters. Levin's Hermer also flew in front of him, fanning himself. The brown eagle owl did not bring a letter. No one would send a letter to Levin. It seemed to just follow its peers to join in the fun. Levin waved his wand and caught Homer before it fell into his creamy soup. He then tore off a few pieces of bacon and handed them to his mouth. After eating and drinking, the little guy jumped on Levin's shoulder and used his oily beak to tidy up his hair intimately. At this moment, students screamed from the other side of the auditorium, "Oh my God! Someone is trying to rob Gringotts." What happened? What happened? Immediately, several young wizards gathered around him. It turns out that someone subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and according to reports, Gringotts in Diagon Alley was stolen. A dark wizard has broken into the Gringotts vault, but the goblins claim the thief failed to steal anything and was almost caught. However, they failed to catch the thief in the end, so it caused a lot of discussion. Levin reacted immediately. Isn't that about the Philosopher's Stone? Fairies are indeed unreliable. The farce ended quickly. Levin and his roommates got up and walked towards the Transfiguration classroom. When Levin came to the Transfiguration classroom, there were still a few minutes before class started. Many students were already sitting in the classroom. They were discussing topics related to Transfiguration with great interest. No one paid attention to the tabby cat on the podium. Levin, we can sit a little further back so that the chance of being called on by the professor will be reduced. Uh-huh. Why are you covering my mouth? As soon as Stephen opened his mouth, Levin covered his mouth. He noticed that the cat on the podium glanced at them. Only when Levin pulled him to sit down did Steve realize something was wrong. You have been looking at that cat. Is there something wrong with that cat? That's Professor McGonagall. She is one of only 7 Animagus registered by the Ministry of Magic in the 20th century. Levin explained. Wow, how did you find out? Kevin admired. Pay attention. The lines on the cat's eyes are exactly the same as those of glasses, and Professor McGonagall wears glasses. In addition, the cat has always maintained a sitting position, neither licking its fur, nor grinding its claws, nor wagging its ears or tail. It belongs to she can't do any of the little tricks a cat can do. Levin's calm analysis made his friends look at him with more admiration. Finally, and most importantly, it was Professor McGonagall who was in charge of my enrollment during the summer, and she transformed into a cat right in front of me. Well, after working on it for a long time, it turns out you saw it with your own eyes. The 2 of them were speechless for a moment. Realizing that Professor McGonagall was on the podium, they became uncomfortable, fearing that they would be blamed by the professor for doing something wrong. At the same time, they looked at the little wizards who took advantage of the teacher's absence to cause mischief and misfortune. After a while, another acquaintance came to the classroom. It was Hermione. The little girl was obviously a cat slave. After she came in, she even tried to stroke the cat's head. But as soon as he reached out, Professor McGonagall dodged it nimbly. Poor little girl. How would you react if you found out that you actually wanted to touch the professor's head? Levin was already anticipating the change in the other person's expression. Another 5 minutes passed and class time had begun, but Professor McGonagall still maintained his cat posture. 2 more people rushed into the classroom. Harry, great. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet, Ronald said happily. Harry nodded, smiling in relief. At this moment, the British short-hair cat on the podium jumped forward gracefully and transformed into Professor McGonagall before landing. This sudden change made both Ronald and Harry open their mouths in surprise. It's really amazing. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Weasley. Maybe I should turn Mr. Potter or you into a pocket watch so that one of you can keep time. Transfiguration Professor Minerva McGonagall stared with serious eyes behind her glasses. Talk to them. We're lost. Harry felt a little aggrieved. Then I should turn you into a map? I believe you don't need a map to find your seat, right? The 2 dejectedly obeyed Professor McGonagall's instructions and sat down obediently. As for poor Hermione Granger, she was still too stunned to admit what she had almost done. As the students looked on, Professor McGonagall tapped the table with her wand. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous course for your first year, so I don't want anyone to cause trouble in class. Otherwise, I will ask him to go out and never come back. I hope you can keep it in mind. As he spoke, McGonagall waved his hand. Look at this. A glass cover flew over. Nestled in the cover is a box with 4 toed legs. This is a mistake made by a young wizard in the past. He turned his pet toad into this shape, and it will never change back. For those students who do not understand the complexity and danger of transfiguration, it's a good warning. You don't want something weird growing on your body, right? Everyone nodded quickly and couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. Levin heard Ronald murmuring to Peter the mouse in his pocket, "No, it was Scabbers. Don't worry, I will never turn you into that." That's right, because the cup and the box are 2 different things. On the podium, Professor McGonagall officially started class. Everyone, please turn to the first page of the Elementary Transfiguration Guide. Today we will talk about the basic principles of transfiguration. Levin took out a pen and notebook and cast a scribe on the pen. The pen immediately flew into the air and automatically recorded Professor McGonagall's lecture in the notebook. It was so convenient that Steve on the side frequently looked sideways. The scribe in arcane magic is much more convenient than the shorthand quill in this world. After all, the former is just a 0-level trick, while the latter is an expensive magic item, so they are completely different. Levin suddenly thought that maybe it would be a good business to make a shorthand pen by fixing the scribe technique on the pen. Well, let's record it for now. Out of curiosity about the art of transfiguration, the students were very fascinated by the lecture and wanted to start learning right away, but they soon understood that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. Levin himself naturally realized something. You have listened to the introductory course of Transfiguration and have a deep understanding of Transfiguration, and your expertise in the Transfiguration School has improved. You have understood the power of change from Transfiguration, you have understood the magic, bear's tenacity, ox's power, cat's elegance, eagle's majesty, fox's cunning, and owl's wisdom. The above 6 magics are classic attribute enhancement spells in the magic of the Transfiguration School, which can respectively improve the durability, strength, agility, charm, perception, and intelligence of the recipient. After half an hour of theoretical class, Professor McGonagall began to assign tasks. That is to let the little wizards try to turn matches into needles. She gave everyone a match, and everyone started trying. Everyone is a new wizard, and they have a poor grasp of their own magic power. In this case, even spells with clear spells as guidance are not very easy to use. Not to mention a spell system like Transfiguration that relies entirely on will and imagination. The little wizards waved their wands and pointed at the matches, but most of the matches showed no respect at all and could not even move, let alone transform. Of course, there are also students whose matches are responsive, such as stab it. Levin heard a faint explosion, followed by a strong smell of sulfur. Looking back, Seamus Finnegan's match had been burned into a ball of ashes. He is indeed the explosive genius in the world of Harry Potter. However, this task does not trouble Levin, who has just upgraded his talent in the School of Change. For the first time, Levin turned a match into a wooden needle. The second time, the wooden needle completely transformed into a metal needle, indistinguishable from a real needle. It's really good. Very few little wizards can achieve this level in the first lesson. 5 points for Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised by Levin's performance. Young wizards who successfully completed the challenge in the first class were not too rare in her educational career, but they did exist. But most of those people came from wizarding families and had the conditions to stay at home. Practice ahead of time. But he knew very well that Levin was definitely not one of them. This child had not been exposed to the wizarding world until this summer vacation. From this point of view, his talent is far beyond his imagination. Mr. Green, why don't you demonstrate it to everyone? The freshman stared at Levin with keen eyes. Levin was calm and composed and turned another match into a pin on the spot. The flammable match heads were turned into round white needles. The scene drew a round of applause. Professor McGonagall became increasingly aware of the talent of the little wizard in front of him. By the end of Get Out of Class, apart from Levin, only Hermione Granger and the other 2 Ravenclaws had successfully made some changes in the matches. Before Get Out of Class ended, McGonagall left a 7-inch piece of homework. They are also asked to practice more after class and see everyone's progress in the next class. After waving a wand for a lesson, for young wizards, the transformation skills may not have improved, and their arms may have become thicker. Levin saw Ronald's face drop, and while packing his things, Levin complained, "I suspect there's something wrong with my match. It hasn't changed." Harry also spread his hands helplessly. "My match just turned over." They all turned to Levin and looked at him with resentful eyes. That resentment comes from the resentment of poor students towards top students. "We share a compartment on the train. Why are you the only one so good?" Levin shuddered. He knew very well that there was a sadly thick barrier between him and Harry. "There is Charms class at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so I will take it with Slytherin this time." In fact, all the courses in the curriculum are taken together by the 2 colleges, and the combination of each class is different, ensuring that students from the 4 colleges always have several classes together in a week. Levin believes that this is intended to allow students from the 4 colleges to interact with each other. After all, Hogwarts' method of dividing schools into schools based on personality rather than majors can easily cause young wizards to form groups and become hostile to each other. Hogwarts is the epitome of the entire British wizarding world. Mutual hostility is very detrimental to unity. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the connection between the little wizards by taking classes together. The Charms classroom is in the left-hand corridor on the 4th floor. On the way, they are not surprised to see the school administrator Filch and his cat Mrs. Norris. Because the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is a restricted area, Filch would patrol here every 2 days in order to catch a few trespassing young wizards. No one wanted to be locked up, so everyone turned left obediently. The desks in the classroom are arranged in 2 rows, and the little wizards sit opposite each other. Phileas Flivy, head of Ravenclaw and professor of charms at Hogwarts, was so short that he had to stand on a stack of books to reach the desk during class. Everyone suspected that he had fairy blood. But it is undeniable that this short professor is proficient in all kinds of magic spells, and it is said that he won the duel championship when he was young. Levin fully believes in this. After all, his size has an inherent advantage. It is difficult to aim. Just like what the female prefect introduced her to, Dean Flitwick is a humorous person. When he read Harry's name, he immediately screamed with excitement and fell off the pile of books at his feet. "Okay, students, please turn to the first chapter of Standard Spells, Elementary. Let's briefly talk about the principles of magic." Professor Flitwick's voice was a bit shrill, but it was not easy to ignore. Unlike arcane mages, wizards have a one-sided understanding of magic and are very emotional. Many people have different opinions. But in terms of basic principles, everyone is still the same. The casting of magic requires 2 elements, magic and will. Magic is the raw material, and will is the machinery of production. The raw materials are put into the machine to create the product called magic. The function of the wand is to concentrate magic power. The wand gestures and incantations not only arouse the consciousness of magic to produce specific effects, but also provide spiritual hints to oneself, making it easier for wizards to mobilize magic and concentrate their consciousness. For beginners, wands and spells are very convenient tools. They only need to follow the steps to cast spells. Even if they have no understanding of the spell, they cannot change the effect of the spell. But with continuous practice, wizards' understanding of magic will get better. When a wizard is sufficiently proficient at a spell that the hints brought by gestures and spells become his own instinct, he doesn't even need a magic spell to suggest it. He can focus his consciousness and mobilize his magic power in the corresponding way. This is the so-called wandless casting and silent casting. But if you only explore a certain spell in depth, even if you can play with the spell, you are still just a user of the spell. A typical example is a certain, forgotten curse Jinchuriki. A truly skilled wizard can deeply understand the essence of spells and gestures, and by decomposing and recombining them, the magic can produce other specific effects, which will produce new magic. At this point, Levin admired Snape very much. He is indeed a genius, not only a master of potions, but also a master of occlumency and legilimency. This is why he can act as a double agent in front of the two contemporary masters of legilimency, Dumbledore and Voldemort. But in fact, Snape's accomplishments in spells exceeded others. During his time at school alone, he created several forms of dark magic, each of which was a universal spell. 1991, Surrey, UK. Levin Green is lying on an old wooden bed. The surrounding environment is cramped, dilapidated, and dark. The pitted walls were covered with stains, and the surrounding furniture was even covered in pulp. Obviously, the living environment here is not very good. Levin stretched out his hand, looked at the pair of young palms in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. What a bad luck. Why did God want me to be reborn in this miserable place? Yes, Levin is a hapless reborn. Levin's original name is Yiting. Levin Green is the name he gave himself after time travel. Levin contains the meaning of thunder and lightning. Green corresponds to green leaves. He used to be a newly graduated college student from the Dragon Kingdom. He was born into a middle-class family with both parents and excellent grades. He would not have to worry about repaying the mortgage in the future. No matter how you look at it, he is a winner in life. Unexpectedly, after an accident, he returned to his infancy and traveled to England in 1980, arriving at the Lelk orphanage. Now 11 years have passed, and he has become an 11-year-old child. What bad luck. Levin Green sighed again. However, in this rebirth, it's not like Levin didn't get the gold finger. Since the age of 3, he has discovered that as long as he concentrates, he can use his mind to move objects slightly. However, even with the mind of an adult and a little bit of superpower, he still didn't do well. There is no other way. As for the orphanage, how can the conditions be any better? As a yellow person, even if he has a handsome face, there is no hope of being adopted. He is now 11 years old and is about to enter an age of rapid growth. If he wants to live a better life in the future, get adequate nutrition, and not become a malnourished little man when he grows up, Levin must consider starting his own business. What can an 11-year-old do? Sitting on the memory of more than 30 years later, Levin is confident that he can do well in the future through prophecy, but now he is only 11 years old, and there is too little he can do. If you want to do business and have no capital, if you want to work, this is not Surrey 100 years ago. No one would take in an 11-year-old child. If you want to write songs or something like that, you have always been an amateur player in your past life and have never received professional music education. So what can he do? Looking at the tattered fairy tale book beside the bed, Levin had an idea. Writing. I can be a copywriter. The first choice for copying is a certain Harry Potter series. It's 1991, 6 years before Aunt Rowling publishes her first novel, The Philosopher's Stone. This series was originally positioned as children's fairy tales, and there are no requirements for writing style or depth. It makes sense for me to write a fairy tale for a child. When asked, I just said it was my daily fantasy. And I can definitely write one book a year. A genius child writes a wonderful fairy tale, and the author and the characters grow together. With such a good gimmick, coupled with the potential of the work itself, it will definitely sell out. Speaking of which, there was a boy named Harry Potter in primary school. I can definitely say that he inspired me. If you develop well, maybe you can challenge yourself to gain wealth and freedom before you reach adulthood? Suddenly, a sound interrupted Levin's enjoyment of the future. Dong dong dong. Is this someone knocking on the window? Levin was stunned. This is the second floor. He turned around and saw an owl outside the window. There was an envelope in his pointed mouth, and he was looking at himself. Levin took a deep breath and carefully opened the window. The owl jumped in deftly and dropped the letter on the windowsill. Levin stretched out his hand tremblingly and picked up the letter. The letter is very retro. The envelope is made of thick parchment, and the address is written in emerald green ink. Mr. Levin Green, St. Lurk's Orphanage, Little Whinging, Surrey. No stamps affixed. Turning it over, there was a red wax seal on the opening of the envelope with an emblem inside. The handle is a shield coat of arms with a capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Levin looked at the letter in his hand and sighed deeply. There is no doubt that the arrival of this owl letter means that his dream of becoming a writer who achieved financial freedom by writing The Philosopher's Stone was shattered. But it doesn't matter, because his wizard dream has come. Looking at it this way, his so-called little superpower can be explained clearly. Isn't it a manifestation of the little wizard's magical awakening? And that boy named Harry Potter is probably the wizard savior who survived the catastrophe. The only thing to worry about is, as a blue star person in a world without magic, why can I awaken magic after coming to this world? But that's not important. Because he, Levin Green, will become a wizard from now on. With excitement, Levin carefully opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Order of Merlin, Grand Wizard and Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Green, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will be waiting for you all to bring your reply before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. The second page. Uniform. First year students need 1-3. Sided plain work robe, black. 2A plain pointed hat, black, 4-day use. 3 pairs of protective gloves, made of fire dragon leather or similar materials. For 1 winter cloak, black, silver buckle. Please note, all student clothing must have name tags. Textbook. All students need to prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gorshak. A History of Magic, by Bahilda Bagshot. The Theory of Magic, by Adibi Wolfling. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Miracle Herbs and Mushrooms, by Phillida Spar. Magic Potions and Potions, by Arseny Geiger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense, by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. A magic wand. A crucible, made of pewter, standard size number 2. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass balance. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Although it is just 2 pieces of parchment, holding it in your hands makes people feel excited. From now on, I will also become a member of Hogwarts Vocational and Technical School. Levin's mind seemed to be ringing with an advertisement. To learn magic, find Lao Dang, 800 stainless steel crucibles. The 4 major colleges have good relations, and the dozen or so professors are highly skilled. Hogwarts is huge, with 200,000 students from all over the world. Stable job, high income, and guaranteed lifelong employment. It was certain that the job would be stable and guaranteed. After all, both Aurors and Death Eaters graduated from here. They produced and sold their own products, so Lao Dang was still stable. Thinking of this, Yi Ting felt excited again. The next class was herbology, which they had to take with Hufflepuff. The herbology classroom is in the southeast of the castle and is a large independent greenhouse. It is managed by Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff and Professor of Herbalism. Many magical plants and herbs are planted here. In addition to being used for teaching, it is also considered a product of Hogwarts. It is said that many materials in Snape's medicine cabinet were provided by Professor Sprout. Professor Pomona Sprout is a short witch with flowing gray hair. She usually wears a thick hat full of patches and is covered in dirt because she always stays in the greenhouse playing with flowers and plants and doesn't care about her appearance. Overall, he is an optimistic and compassionate person, a standard Hufflepuff. Not only is she easygoing and friendly, her lectures are also very lively. In his class, Levin performed well as usual. After all, with his absolute memory and scholar's touch, his brain is equivalent to a super database, and all knowledge entered through scanning can be called up at any time. Of course, just using knowledge does not mean that it can be put into practical use. But when it comes to answering class questions according to the script, this ability is overwhelming to ordinary people. Ravenclaw students quickly adapted to this and are proud of it. Indeed, answering questions proactively is not a praiseworthy quality for Ravenclaw. But if you do this to the extreme, you can answer any class question 100% correctly. Even they have to admire such people. After class, Levin quickened his pace and came to the auditorium quickly, which made Steve feel that he had found a kindred spirit. But Levin was different from him. He walked so fast not to finish the meal, but to finish the meal early so that he could go to the library to read quickly. After a hasty dinner, Levin went to the library. Then he discovered that he was actually the first student to arrive here, even before Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger. However, the first thing he did when he came here was not to read a book, but to do his homework. Unlike the Muggle world, Hogwarts does not have any exercise books or workbooks that provide professional exercises. Their homework is basically to write short compositions. For example, summarize the main points of the course, describe the course insights, etc. And the limit on their assignments is not word count, but length. The so-called length is probably about the same as the number of lines. It's just that the professor doesn't count the number of lines written in the assignment, but the length of parchment consumed from beginning to end. I had 3 classes today, and in total I had to write nearly 2 feet of homework. In order to complete their homework more easily, many little wizards will go to the library to do their homework and search for information while writing. After all, copying a book is easier than editing it yourself. But for Levin, simple homework is not a problem at all. He has all kinds of information in his mind for him to call upon, and he himself is proficient in various hydrology techniques to make up the number of words. After all, I had been a student of the Dragon Kingdom for so long in my previous life, and I was always a question writer. But compared to his magical writing skills, the little wizard still envy his automatic writing pen. He just needs to dictate and the pen will automatically complete the assignment. This is the wonderful use of Scribe. In fact, Levin is happy to teach them the little magic he invented. Unfortunately, no one came forward to ask. Everyone thinks of it as an expensive shorthand pen. After completing his homework, Levin's real mission in the library began. This is the place with the largest and most comprehensive collection of books in the entire wizarding world of Great Britain. The collection of books here is not only accumulated by the school over the past 1,000 years, but also donated by outstanding alumni from all walks of life. It can be said that no matter whether it is a pure-blood family, an organization like the Death Eaters, or even the Ministry of Magic, the collection of books cannot compare to this place. To Levin, almost half of the value of Hogwarts is in this library. When Harry and others arrived at the library, they immediately saw Levin fighting with a large pile of books in the corner. Thick books were stacked on top of each other, almost 3 or 4 feet high, almost burying him completely. When Harry saw this, he took a deep breath and said with admiration, "He has read so many books, no wonder he is so good." Hermione snorted, bit her lip, and said to herself, "The semester has just begun. I will catch up with you soon." In their eyes, Levin's reading mode is quite strange. He doesn't carefully flip through the pages of a book like most people do. Not even a quick page turn. Instead, just like flipping playing cards, you go through the pages of the book from beginning to end in front of your eyes. Each book, no matter how thick, consumed no more than a minute in front of him. It's like the legendary quantum wave speed reading. Of course, the little wizards don't know what quantum wave speed reading is. But they knew very well that there was no way to read it. It's just that Levin's expression is too focused and serious. Except for the speed of turning the book, his expression and posture are no different from those of someone who really reads seriously. This strange appearance not only stunned Harry and the others, but even the librarian, Mrs. Pants, frowned. Lady Irma Pants, Hogwarts librarian. According to the young wizards, this woman is extremely difficult to get along with and treats the young wizards in the library very harshly. Under her management, the Hogwarts library looked less like a place of learning and more like a dictatorship. Of course, essentially, she just wants to keep the library quiet and the books tidy. But these descriptions are enough to reflect her harshness. Right now, he is eyeing Levin in quantum wave speed reading. Although Levin's actions did not violate the library's rules, nor did he make too much noise, nor did he damage the collection of books. But Mrs. Pants, who loves books, still couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to teach young people a little experience. "This classmate, this is not how you read books. You won't gain any knowledge this way." She didn't know the ability of scholar's touch, so she couldn't understand that Levin was actually reading. So Levin showed her on the spot what it meant to memorize things backwards and forwards. Soon, Mrs. Pants left with a strange look on her face. Even after returning to her seat, she still peeked at Levin from time to time. Others were even more dumbfounded. Is this the true level of genius? We are all students who came on the same train. Why are there such big differences? With the exception of Hermione, everyone else has completely given up on comparing themselves to Levin in this regard. Especially Ronald. His attention turned to the parchment covered with writing on Levin's desk. Levin, he said, his whole face turning red. Levin glanced at him and immediately understood what he meant. He just wanted to copy his homework. No one wants to copy homework on the first day. He sighed and pushed the homework over. Just don't disturb me reading. Levin's goal this semester is to have the entire library of books in his head. When all the books on the desktop have been scanned using Scholar's Touch, Levin stood up and headed to the bookshelf with a large stack of books. I have to say that this library is quite large, with 2 floors in total. Not counting the hidden areas, the entire library covers an area of several thousand square meters. Countless tall bookshelves extend from the ground to the 7-8 meter high ceiling, and many books can only be accessed by stepping on ladders. Of course, you can also use flying spells, but spellcasting is prohibited here. As he walked, Levin reached the depths of the library. He saw more than a dozen rows of bookshelves, locked up by a screen, with a warning sign, "Forbidden Book Zone." From a distance, Levin could feel the chaotic and huge fluctuations of magic power inside. According to the rules of the magic world, those truly powerful knowledge and magics will contain magic power just by writing them down with a pen. According to Levin's estimation, with the scale of this magic power fluctuation, there are at least thousands of books containing magic power in the forbidden book area. If half the value of Hogwarts is in the library, then half of the library's value is in this restricted area. To him, this is a treasure trove of treasures. But after Levin looked at Mrs. Pants from afar, he turned around and left. Now is not the time to enter the Forbidden Zone. Levin has already figured this out. The White Wizard's attitude towards magic is very obvious. He advocates white magic and opposes black magic. This goes against the philosophy of Hogwarts throughout the ages. Of course, Levin disapproves. But he is the principal after all, and the highest authority of Hogwarts lies in his hands. What can he do? He is not the boy who lived, the savior of the great magical world. If you rashly come into contact with taboo knowledge, you will only be met with suspicion. For a little wizard like him with no background, it is best to be honest in the first year and just learn the knowledge allowed by the school, instead of causing trouble everywhere. Traveling at night, secretly reading forbidden books, breaking into forbidden forests, is that what you should do? The Savior was able to do this because he was protected by Dumbledore, and people pointed him to fight the Dark Lord to save the world, so naturally he could tolerate it no matter what. As for ordinary wizards, do you really think that Hogwarts doesn't expel students? So, if I get into trouble like Harry Potter, I'll be a dog. Levin swore secretly. But for a time traveler who regards everyone as an NPC and remains arrogant in his heart, how long can such a stubborn idea last? After making up his mind to be a good student, Levin actively interacted with the teacher in every class he took. As analyzed before, all Dumbledore cares about is his broken prophecy. As long as it doesn't have too much interaction with Harry Potter and his annual adventure, it will basically not fall into his eyes. Levin naturally does not have to keep a low profile in normal studies. With Levin's activeness, Ravenclaw naturally scores points. The professors all liked this little Muggle-born genius. His only threatening competitor was Hermione Granger. This know-it-all lady seemed to regard Levin as her biggest competitor after meeting him in the library, and she wanted to compete with him no matter what. It wasn't until the history of magic class that Levin's rule over extra points came to an end. It's not that he can't memorize history of magic by heart. He won't have this problem at all with his memory database. Cuthbert Binns, who mainly writes history of magic, is too confusing. The main focus of this ghost teacher's course is on autism. As soon as the class time came, Cuthbert Binns walked through the wall on time. He didn't even call the name, and just started reading the text in a monotonous voice. Read the entire class and call it a day. From beginning to end, there was no interaction, no questions, and naturally no extra points. This also makes history of magic the most boring class in Hogwarts. If Levin could have met such a teacher when he was in college, he would have laughed to death. If the teacher doesn't care about things, then this class will just be watered down as much as you want. But when he was a good student himself, it was embarrassing. Another class standing in the way is potions. The potions classroom is in the basement. It is said that the coldness of the basement is conducive to the storage of materials. But Levin and the young wizards all suspected that this was purely due to Snape's personal preference based on his dark psychology. The first time he set foot here, Levin felt uncomfortable. Even the powerful magic inside Hogwarts cannot dispel this darkness and coldness. Together with the glass jars that take up most of the wall and are filled with various offal. It feels like visiting the herbarium of a medical school. Even Slytherins have to hide away when they come to attend the classes of their dean. If paired with Snape's greasy long hair and gloomy old face, the cooling effect is doubled. The little wizards fully felt this in the first potions class. When Snape slid silently into the classroom like a giant bat, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Like Flitwick, he picked up the register as soon as class started, and like Flitwick, he always paused when Harry's name was called. "Oh yes," he whispered. "Harry Potter, this is our new arrival, a famous person." He opened his mouth slightly, and his voice was full of disdain. "You're here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of preparing potions. Since there's no silly waving of wands here, many of you won't believe this is magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of the slowly simmering cauldron emitting white smoke and bursting with fragrance. You won't truly understand the liquid flowing into people's blood vessels, the kind that makes people's hearts wander and their wills blur. Wonderful magic. I can teach you how to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you must not be the stupid fools I often encounter." Next is Snape's question session. Like Professor McGonagall, he likes to give new students a hard time by randomly selecting an unlucky person to make things difficult for them. It's actually not random. It mainly depends on who Snape is unhappy with. Originally, Levin thought he would target Harry as in the original novel, and was prepared to see the joke. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, he realized that Snape was looking at him with evil eyes. I sat up in shock when I was dying of illness. I was the unlucky one? This is also normal. It can be seen from Snape's attitude towards Hermione in the original book. He really doesn't like students who are flamboyant and like to be in the limelight. Maybe it's the hatred towards James Potter and others? In short, Levin has been targeted by Snape because of his previous outstanding performance. In addition, Levin speculated that this was also related to his relationship with Harry. Levin was the only Ravenclaw freshman who had a good relationship with Harry. Green. Stand up. What will I get if I add Narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? Snape suddenly asked. But this head-sucking was of no use to him. Not to mention that the potions textbook has already been included in the database in the brain. Just based on the memory of his previous life, he knew exactly what kind of axe Snape would wield. A bottle of water of life and death, Professor. If I asked you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you look for it? In the cow's stomach. What's the difference between Aconitum scaphoides and Aconitum wolfsbane? There is no difference, they are both Aconitum. Snape came up with a right kick, a right leg kick, and a left jab. In the end, Levin was on guard against everything. But Snape didn't give up. The one-click triple combo in the original work didn't work, so he immediately increased the difficulty. Bezoars are the feces of what animal? Bezoars are not feces, but stones taken from the stomachs of goats. When does the sapweed need to be picked? When the moon is full. After 6 or 7 questions in a row, no matter how hard Snape tried to make things difficult, Levin could give the answers without thinking. This series of quick questions and answers made the other little wizards look stupid. Until Snape asked, "What does the water ghost brain do?" Water brain? Is there such a material in Harry Potter's world? Upon hearing this question, Levin was instantly confused. Isn't this a specialty in the wizarding world? Why would Snape ask this question? Has he also traveled through time? No, think about it carefully. Since Cyrilla is also in this world, it means that all this is not a coincidence. Unknown changes have taken place in this world. Considering that the main plot has not changed much, the impact of this change will not be big for the time being. I will have to study it carefully when I have time. At that moment, Levin's inner thoughts were racing rapidly. It really surprised Levin that Snape could raise this extra-category question. But it's not like he never played The Witcher 3 in his previous life. Water ghost brain can be used to make healing potions. Levin thought for a while and added in a low voice, "It has a strong aphrodisiac effect on men." After listening to Levin's answer, the old bat fell into a brief silence. He really didn't expect that this Ravenclaw top student would actually be so outstanding. You know, the water ghost is a new monster that only appeared in the past 10 years. And water ghost brain is a new potion material that was only discovered in the past 5 years. Most of the research results on water ghost brain are limited to the circle of pharmacists and cutting-edge papers. This first-year freshman knows even this, which is indeed considered to be knowledgeable. Especially the aphrodisiac effect of water ghost brain, which was a new result discovered only last year. It originated from an accident that occurred after a male pharmacist accidentally took raw water ghost extract. At that time, he only had his swallowtail dog by his side. Snape looked at Levin deeply, and then he shouted to the other young wizards, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you write down this knowledge?" Levin smiled slightly and watched Snape's incompetent rage. But soon he stopped laughing. Because after failing to make things difficult for him, Snape was so shameless that he started explaining the content of the first lesson directly. He didn't give Ravenclaw any points. It is really shameless to be partial to this extent. But finally, through the scene, Levin managed to show off in front of the little wizards of the same grade. In addition to basic theory and the use of equipment, this class also teaches the method of brewing potion to treat scabies. The so-called scabies potion is simply a medicine for treating skin diseases. Can treat pustules, measles, boils, and other symptoms of tuberculosis. But the cooking process needs to be very careful. Improper preparation can cause the potion to cause boils rather than cure them. Unlike various spells courses, the potions course pays more attention to practice and does not teach too much theoretical content. After explaining the process and precautions, Snape divided the little wizards into 2 groups and started working directly. Crucible, grinding bowl, scale, stirring rod, knife. Except for not using alcohol lamps, the experimental facilities in the potions class are the same as Levin's previous chemistry experimental classes. According to Snape's explanation, the little wizard skillfully handled the medicinal materials, weighed them, coated them in egg liquid, covered them with bread crumbs, heated a pan with oil, deep-fried them until golden brown. And the children at the next table were so greedy that they cried. To make a pot of qualified scabies medicine, you first need to take a few snake fangs, put them in a mortar, and grind them into powder. Then weigh a small amount of dried nettles and cut into sections for later use. At the same time, add water to the crucible and bring it to a boil, then put the slugs with tentacles in them for steaming. Add cold water repeatedly and boil it 3 times. Then drain the water in the crucible, take out the slugs, put them in a grinding bowl, and grind them into a paste. Add water to the crucible again, bring to a boil over low heat, then add fong powder, dried nettles, and slug puree in sequence. Be careful to stir while adding. Finally, remove the cauldron from the fire and add the porcupine quills. Let the potion sit for a while. If the potion turns blue and pink smoke rises from the crucible, it means the potion has been brewed successfully. Levin's partner is roommate Steve. But the entire cooking process is completely dominated by Levin. This is not surprising. Levin worked in a pharmacy in Diagon Alley during his summer vacation and was quite skilled in handling medicinal materials. Steve watched with admiration the whole time as Levin showed off his skills. It was only now that he discovered that Levin was an all-around academic master. Not only was he proficient in spells and knew the textbooks well, but he was also quite good at practical courses such as potions. But only Levin himself knew that, having taken chemistry and biology experimental classes, he was quite critical of the wizard's potion system. In his previous chemistry experiment class, all the experimental materials were accurate to milliliters and milligrams, and the heating and resting times were accurate to seconds, highlighting the professionalism and precision. As long as the process was followed exactly, the results would be almost the same. Only by pursuing precise, standardized experimental processes at every step can we have standardized output and then develop large-scale industrial production. On the other hand, when a wizard makes a potion, it is full of words such as a little and a moment that all rely on feelings. Rather than saying it is a pharmaceutical process, it is more like cooking a recipe. Just one sentence is missing. Wrap it in egg wash and stick it with breadcrumbs, and the kids next door will be crying. Producing potions relies entirely on the pharmacist's sense. Once the sense is wrong, it can easily lead to a big mistake. This means that potions will always be products of small workshops and cannot be mass-produced. With such insects, how can we successfully industrialize magic? Just like now, Levin watched helplessly as Neville tried to throw the porcupine quill directly into the crucible. With quick eyesight and quick hands, he immediately waved his wand. Porcupine quills are flying. The porcupine quill immediately flew out of Neville's hand and fell into Levin's hand. Porcupine quills can't be released until the crucible is out of the fire, he reminded. If Levin didn't stop him, the pot of potion would explode just like in the original novel. The wrong potion would fly everywhere, giving him red and swollen scabies all over his body. When Neville heard this, he suddenly realized what he said and muttered, thank you, Levin." Before Levin could respond, Snape's hiss sounded in his ears. Our Mr. Green thinks that he can teach others just because he has the title of Genius of Ravenclaw? For interfering with other people's brewing of potions, Ravenclaw will deduct 5 points. In the original book, the old bat was sarcastic and deducted points for Harry not reminding Neville. Now Levin took the initiative to remind him, but he was still ridiculed and deducted points. The old bat is indeed difficult to maintain. However, Levin's lesson was not without its benefits. You prepared a potion for the first time and mastered the skills of potion in practice. You gained the expertise, potion proficiency. Potion proficiency. Your stable technique increases the success rate of your spontaneous potion refining and reduces your chance of accidents. In the process of refining the scabies potion, you had a flash of inspiration and realized the true meaning of using potions to change yourself. You combine the spells you mastered to create a new potion formula, the elixir of toughness of the eternal bear and the power of the eternal bull. Elixir of eternal cat's elegance, eternal fox's cunning elixir, eternal owl's wisdom elixir, eternal eagle's majestic elixir. It's actually a permanent elixir. Levin was greatly satisfied with the results of this epiphany. For wizards, the ability to cast spells is of course the most important, but physical fitness must not fall behind either. Unfortunately, throughout the Harry Potter world, there are no potions that can improve the physical and mental qualities of wizards. If you want to become stronger, you can only work hard on your own. Levin also thought about when to start exercising. Even if you want to be a wizard, you must develop your moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and physical skills at the same time and go hand in hand. Now that there is a shortcut, there is no need to work hard on yourself. The only concern is that the materials required for these potions are relatively precious and require time to collect. For example, Eternal Ox Power Elixir, the main material is the blood of ream cattle. Since the supply of this blood is very small, it is rarely sold on the open market, and it is not easy to get it. Another example is Eternal Cat's Elegant Elixir, which requires Ocelot's Claw Powder, Eternal Fox's Cunning Elixir, which requires the tail-tip hair of a nine-tailed fox, Eternal Eagle's Majestic Elixir, which requires Griffin's Beak Powder. The Eternal Bear's Fortitude Elixir requires Bear's Paw. These are extremely rare materials from all over the world. If you want to buy them all, you have to spend a lot of money. The most deceptive thing is Eternal Owl's Wisdom Elixir. The main material is the head feathers of the owl beast, but in Levin's impression, there are no owl beasts in the Harry Potter world. On the contrary, auxiliary materials are easier to obtain. For example, Hopla Juice, Moonstone, Mud Monster Tongue, Unicorn Hair, etc. You can get them all in the Forbidden Forest. Damn it. I just swore not to go to the Forbidden Forest, but within a few days I'm going to go back on my word. I really can't keep up with the changes in my plans. Levin was also quite helpless about this. What else could he do? As long as you can become stronger, it doesn't matter if you woof a few more times. Anyway, he only swore to himself and no one else could hear him. In short, inventing a formula does not mean that attributes can be strengthened immediately. But it's still a good start. This also strengthened Levin's determination to make more money. Potions class is usually held in 2 consecutive periods, which is considered the longest single period. This is also due to the characteristics of the potions class. The process of processing medicinal materials is very cumbersome, and the boiling time of many medicines can easily take 1 or 2 hours. Therefore, even 2 consecutive potions classes are considered short. When it comes to potions that need to be boiled for a long time, the little wizards have no chance of trial and error. As long as you cook one pot wrongly, you won't be able to cook the second pot before get out of class ends. In addition to potions, there was another annoying class that day, astronomy. In order to observe the stars more clearly, astronomy class does not start until midnight. This seriously affected Levin's sleep. The astronomy class takes place on the astronomy tower, which is the highest place in the entire castle. The astronomy class is taught by Professor Aurora Sinistra, a black witch who looks to be only in her 30s. Like her astronomy class, Professor Sinistra has little presence in the original novel. It sounds like astronomy isn't important to wizards. Not really. After taking this class, Levin realized that celestial bodies contain huge magical powers. Every celestial object that can be observed by the naked eyes of people on Earth is a star shining from light years away. Their power, along with starlight, radiates across light years to the Earth for the wizards to use. Of course, the magic power radiated together with the starlight is very weak and can only be felt to the extent that it can be used to cast spells to the extent of lighting a candle. But it doesn't matter, because the magic power that comes with the starlight serves to connect the stars and the wizard. Once the connection is achieved through appropriate rituals, the powerful magic power belonging to the stars can truly be invoked. Of course, this ritual magic is powerful and ancient and is not taught in Hogwarts classes. Through ritual magic, wizards can accomplish many miracles with a small, relatively speaking, amount of magic. If you want to use the stars as a source of ritual power, you naturally have to study astronomy carefully. Many ritual magics include conditions such as solar eclipse, full moon, 9 stars in a row, comet coming, meteor shower, planet moving to the right position. The most typical of these is astrology. Therefore, for Levin, who aspires to become a powerful mage and magic researcher, learning astronomy is a must. In the process of observing the starry sky, Levin naturally also realized something. You have listened to the introductory course on stargazing and have a deep understanding of the starry sky and destiny, and your expertise in the prophecy school has improved. You have understood the power of stars and destiny from the starry sky. You have understood the magic, identification technique, micrometeor. Identification technique. Identify all magical properties of a magic item, including how to activate its function if required, and how many charges of spell power the item has left, if any. For wizards who run pawn shops and secondhand shops, this is a very practical ability. After all, the magic items created by wizards are all kinds of strange. Who knows what hidden energy they contain or what terrible curse they contain? Even Dumbledore was smitten by the cursed opal necklace. With this skill, Levin can open a stall in Diagon Alley and make a fortune. Micrometeors. The caster creates microbolides in his hands, and this energy creation is regarded as an extraordinary weapon. Micrometeor also has a name in other planes, Ma-Yofu Micrometeor, which is a famous low-level god-slaying spell. It's just that there is no Ma-Yofu in the Harry Potter world. It was him, Levin Green, who understood this spell. Therefore, even if you add a prefix to this magic, it still has to be called Levin's Micrometeor. This is a 3rd-level spell that looks very inconspicuous. In terms of damage alone, this spell is not as good as arcane magic, fireball, or black magic, explosion spell. But there is a very special thing about Micrometeor, that is, it is a magical creation and is regarded as an extraordinary weapon. This also means that even the incarnation of a god is not completely immune to the damage caused by it. You know, in high-level battles, the most important thing is not how much damage is caused. It's about how to carry out special attacks against the enemy's defense and how to cause damage. After all, there are many spells like Magic Immunity, Designated Element Immunity, and Designated Camp Immunity. Both sides need to battle wits and courage at this level of rules. At this time, the benefit of Micrometeor's forced damage characteristic is revealed. And as long as it can cause damage, even if 1 point of blood is deducted once, the cumulative effect of killing the god can be achieved. Overall, this evening was quite fruitful. Levin's resentment for staying up late gradually disappeared. But then again, it's not impossible to sleep in today. Because the next morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Just hearing this name makes him admired by little wizards. Looking at the main courses taken in the first week, the art of transfiguration is too obscure and difficult, which is most frustrating for young wizards. The charms class only taught a simple lighting spell, which was not interesting at all. Herbalism was interesting, but it was too tiring, and I always made myself dirty. History of Magic is purely a course for catching up on sleep. No one likes potions except Slytherin. As of now, only Defense Against the Dark Arts classes and Flying classes can still be looked forward to. Flying lessons are almost equivalent to Muggle physical education classes, so it's normal for them to be popular. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course is very popular and is divided into 2 parts, Dark Arts and Defense. Black magic, although scary, also means powerful power. Defense means confrontation. It is a normal emotion for children to desire power and to defeat others in battle. But Levin knows very well that this semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts class may be disappointing. It's better not to have high expectations. Steve whispered on the way to class, I learned from Hufflepuff that Professor Quirrell's teaching level is only slightly better than Cuthbert Binns. Generally speaking, the proud Ravenclaws rarely make friends with young wizards from other houses. The only exception is Hufflepuff. The relationship between the two colleges is surprisingly good. Ravenclaw, who has several lion cubs as friends like Levin, is a special case. After hearing his words, the little wizards around him couldn't help but take a breath. If an ordinary person goes to class, the effect will be better than Cuthbert Binns. Professor Quirrell was actually evaluated by the least picky little badger as, he is only slightly better than the hypnotist Cuthbert Binns, so how bad is he? When it comes to classroom knowledge, most of the little wizards are drowsy. But when it comes to gossip, everyone is no longer sleepy. Ronald also added excitedly, George and Freddie told me that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts is unlucky. Ravenclaw took this class with Gryffindor, so he got together with Levin and others. This kind of mysterious things are the easiest to attract people's appetite. Steve immediately asked. Even the naive Neville came over to listen. Seeing that his news was so popular, Ronald became proud. I've also heard that this position is very evil. In the past 30 years, every defense against the dark arts professor has had an accident within a year, and no one can teach for more than a year. Some people even died in office, and people were confused. Said that this position was cursed by a mysterious person. When Ronald was talking, the surrounding area immediately became quiet, and the little wizards who were chatting nearby all shut their mouths. Levin looked around. Good guy, everyone is listening with their ears stretched out. As soon as I heard the keywords, mysterious man, death, and curse, a big discussion immediately arose. Some people have already started betting on whether Quirrell can teach until next year. Hermione obviously had different opinions. This matter was not mentioned in Hogwarts, a school history. Levin smiled. Books can only be used as reference. The contents in the books may not be true. Even Newton's 3 laws of physics were later overturned. He paused and analyzed. But I think this is true, because in the past 30 years, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has indeed changed every year. You only need to ask any senior to know this kind of thing. Levin was so confident that Hermione believed it and asked curiously, can't even Dumbledore lift this curse? I'm afraid that's the case, otherwise Dumbledore would have solved this problem long ago. New professors are recruited every year. For those who don't know, Hogwarts would have to hire a professor every year. In fact, as far as Levin knows, this curse is more terrifying than imagined. Those former defense against the dark arts professors didn't end well. Those who resigned due to unexpected events are fine. Some unlucky ones are unable to teach due to various accidents, and there are also many who are directly admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital. This directly caused the reputation of this position to become bad, making it difficult to recruit people. But this is not the most terrifying thing. After Harry Potter entered school, the horror of this curse reached its peak. Looking at the defense against the dark arts professors who taught Harry Potter, in addition to Quirrell and Lockhart who died and went crazy during their tenure as teachers, Lupin, Moody and Snape, the 3 teachers who safely survived their teaching tenure, also died in the 7th part. Even Voldemort himself died. Voldemort, I curse people to the point of being afraid. The only one who was slightly better was the Pink Toad Umbridge. She didn't die, but went to Azkaban. After class, Professor Quirrell really disappointed the little wizards. As the professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirinus Quirrell lacks the majesty of a professor at all. He is described as wretched, with a ridiculous purple turban on his head, and his whole body is filled with the smell of garlic. Even when he spoke, he stuttered. Hello everyone, I am the defense against the dark arts professor, Q Quirrell. From what Levin knew about him, Quirrell wasn't actually teaching on his first day at Hogwarts. He was also a good Ravenclaw graduate and taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts. But his dream is to become a defense against the dark arts professor. His theoretical knowledge is very solid, but the defense against the dark arts course pays more attention to practical combat, so he applied to go out to gain experience in defense against the dark arts. To put it bluntly, just find some evil creatures and practice with dark wizards. Unexpectedly, This training would lead him to the dark forest of Albania, where he met the leader of the Dark Wizards, Voldemort. Speaking of which, Voldemort failed to apply to be the defense against the dark arts professor, so he placed a curse on this position. Now he possesses Quirrell and sneaks into Hogwarts to become the defense against the dark arts professor, which can be regarded as a dream come true. In the first class, Professor Quirrell will teach how to deal with ghouls. Speaking of which, compared to their counterparts in the world of Harry Potter, the ghouls in the Harry Potter world simply stretch their hips to the extreme. They neither paralyze the enemy through their attacks, nor can he cut down trees or eat corpses to restore blood. Not to mention how much 1,000 to 7 equals. These poor creatures, who look vicious, actually live in the wizard's attic or barn, feeding on spiders and moths. Because of this, many wizards even keep ghouls as pets. Ronald's family has one. Whenever it feels that the house is too quiet, it will start tapping on the pipes. Levin also didn't understand why this extremely low-risk creature appeared in the defense against the dark arts class. In other words, Levin fundamentally questioned the concept of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The so-called defense against dark magic is actually about how to resist dark creatures. There was no mention of the truly dangerous dark wizards and black magic. What kind of dark magic can this protect against? In fact, Levin even has doubts about the definition of black magic. The definition of black magic in the Harry Potter world is very vague. It seems that all spells that can cause harm to others are black magic. But that's not right either. As long as it is used properly, Flying Curse can kill people, Lighting Curse can also blind people. The famous anal digging curse in black magic was actually invented to facilitate anorectal surgery. A portrait of its inventor still hangs on the wall of St. Mungo's Hospital. Some people say that using black magic requires evil intentions. But human character itself contains good and evil. Asking a person to only use white magic and not black magic is equivalent to asking a person to have only good and no evil in his heart. This is completely unrealistic. In Levin's view, black magic is just a type of power and its existence is reasonable. As long as it is suitable, it is worth studying. Like Dumbledore, hoping to turn everyone in the wizarding world into saints by banning dark magic is simply wishful thinking by a moral freak. If this development continues, it will only lead to stagnation and backwardness in the magic world. In fact, the wizarding world in the Harry Potter world has been stagnant for a long time. Their so-called International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy protects not muggles, but wizards themselves. Levin, who has memories of past lives, knows exactly how far muggle technology will develop in the next few decades. As a wizard who can cast spells, his butt naturally sits on the wizard's side. After taking this class, he understood that Hogwarts was so evasive even in teaching a defense against the dark arts class, not even daring to teach any real black magic. If the wizarding world continued to develop like this, sooner or later something would happen. Big problem. Soon Levin also understood why Hufflepuff said Professor Quirrell was worse than Cuthbert Binns. In terms of teaching methods, Professor Quirrell is exactly the same as Cuthbert Binns. Read the text according to the text. Although Binns, an old ghost, spoke in a dull tone, he could read it very fluently, almost to the point of memorizing it backwards and forwards. Occasionally, when he is in a good mood, he will tell the little wizard some interesting expansion topics, such as some unofficial history. And what about Professor Quirrell? He couldn't even read the text fluently. Coupled with the problem of stuttering, listening to him lecture was a disaster. Levin seriously suspected that Dumbledore was willing to invite Professor Quirrell simply because no one else signed up except him. Because of this, Professor Quirrell was laughed at by the little wizards. Everyone said that the garlic smell on Quirrell's body was to drive away a vampire he met in Romania. Even when he arrived at Hogwarts, he was afraid that the vampire would come back to catch him. Quirrell tried to explain that his scarf was a gift from an African prince as a thank you for helping him escape from the zombies, but no one believed his story. Seamus. When Finnegan impatiently asked Professor Quirrell how he defeated the resurrected zombies, the professor's face turned red and he was vague. Even Hermione, who respects teachers the most, couldn't help but start complaining. Professor Quirrell doesn't seem to be very good at teaching. Is it because I am nervous about being a professor for the first time? She didn't believe this herself, but she just didn't want to speak ill of the professor. Levin broke his fantasy. This is not the first time Quirrell has been a professor. He taught Muggle studies in school before. Hermione's face fell, becoming increasingly disappointed with the future of this course. Her eyes darkened when she thought that the next 7 years of defense against the dark arts would be like this. Levin is quite optimistic. His level is at least higher than Gilderoy Lockhart. In just 1 week, Levin has fully proved his talent. The young wizards and professors at Hogwarts already know that there is a very outstanding new student in Ravenclaw's first year. Although he was born as a Muggle, his magical talent and learning ability surpassed those of purebloods. He excelled in any subject, whether it was transfiguration, charms, or potions. Nothing was too hard for him. Even in flying lessons, Levin is one of the best flyers among the first-year wizards. Although Levin's physical fitness is only average before class, he did not forget to cast a set of Bear's Tenacity, Ox's Strength, and Cat's Elegance on himself. Bear's Tenacity gives him inexhaustible physical strength. Bull Power gives him powerful explosive power. Cat's Elegance allows him to be as agile as a cat. I have to say that the duration of the attribute enhancement spell is quite long. It's no big deal to stick to 1 or 2 classes. The best thing is that these 3 are Levin's own magic, and their principles are very different from most spells and transformations. There is basically no possibility of being detected. With the 3-pronged approach, Levin instantly transformed into a broomstick genius and showed his face during Ms. Hooch's flying lesson. But after Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's flying lessons, there was a big problem in the class of the Little Lion and the Little Snake, and it almost turned into a group fight. That night, in the corner of the library, Levin met Harry again. In other words, Harry and Ronald came to him specially. During this period, Levin's life rhythm was extremely regular. He usually only appeared in 3 places: classroom, library, and auditorium. Levin, I knew you were here. Levin put down the crazy magic of the strange wizard in his hand and looked up at a few old friends he had known before entering school. Hey, why did you come to see me all the time? We are not in the same house. Except for a few classes, we have never been together. Our classes always overlap with the annoying Slytherin. Harry complained. You stay in the library every day. We Gryffindors probably only have that domineering Miss Know-it-all who can often encounter you. I have heard about your deeds today. During today's flying lesson, Harry did a good thing and helped Longbottom get the memory ball from Malfoy. Levin described the rumors he heard today. Even in the library, he could hear many young wizards talking about this matter. Mrs. Pants got angry more than once. Yeah, you have no idea how thrilling the situation was today. Harry dived 50 feet and grabbed the memory ball. Ronald said it with excitement, as if he was the one who did it. I heard that Neville glowed as soon as he received the memory ball. What did he forget? Levin was quite curious about this matter. He forgot to wear the magic robe of Hogwarts, Ronald said with some gloating. But he got a little carried away and his voice was too loud. Hey, be quiet. This is the library. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, waved a feather duster and warned them. For this reason, Malfoy proposed a wizard's duel to us. Harry lowered his voice and asked Levin for help, looking embarrassed. Levin, you know, I know very little magic. Levin's performance in class this week impressed everyone, so he immediately thought of asking him for help. Malfoy's assistant is Crabbe, and I am Harry's assistant, but he thinks you have a better chance of winning if you come to help. Ronald added, looking at them with somewhat dissatisfied looks. He didn't have a problem with Levin. He admitted that Levin's results were very good, but they didn't represent how good his actual combat ability was. Thinking of the plot in the original work, Levin asked, have you never thought that Malfoy might be playing tricks on you? But it's impossible for a wizard to escape from a duel that has been initiated. How embarrassing that would be. Ronald said hurriedly. He really wanted to give Malfoy some color. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Ronald is right. After all, Malfoy is a member of the ancient Holy 28 families. These pureblood wizards uphold their own honor and will certainly not avoid a duel. They care about this very much. In the original book, Malfoy was able to successfully trick Harry simply because he was only a first-year wizard, and no one would take this kind of duel as a child's house seriously. As long as they were adults, Malfoy would only bring shame to the family. Therefore, he could not convince them on this basis. Levin, will you agree? Harry looked at him expectantly. Okay, Harry. At this point, Levin was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, they were considered friends in the Muggle world. We're definitely going to win. Ronald and Harry high-fived excitedly. But this time they forgot to lower their loud voices. Don't make noise in the library. Get out of here. Mrs. Pinksy finally couldn't help it and trotted over waving a feather duster. Well, Levin, see you in the prize display room at 11:30 p.m. The two of them saw that the situation was not going well and left the library. Are you really going to duel with Malfoy? Opposite Levin, Steve, who was immersed in his homework, suddenly raised his head. Don't worry, there will be no problem, Levin said confidently. He happened to be studying invisibility technique today. This magic was mentioned in the book, the crazy magic of weird wizards, and during this period, he suddenly realized the invisibility technique. Compared with the illusion, in the Harry Potter world, the invisibility effect in arcane magic is much better. The former is not only difficult to learn, but the effect is just a color change, making the person or object being disguised become like a chameleon, with the color and texture consistent with the environment behind and around it. Invisibility really makes people invisible, and this spell is only level 2, so it is much easier to learn than illusion. After listening to Levin's words, Steve nodded. Indeed, for young wizards of our age, a duel is just a matter of spraying sparks at each other. What can happen? And the result of being caught is a deduction of points, and you can get them back in a few days. At 11:30 p.m., it's already curfew time. Levin tiptoed out of bed, cast his invisibility spell on himself, and arrived at the prize display room on the 4th floor with ease. The trophy room contains all past honors. Awards, statues, trophies, plates, shields, and medals, all displayed in crystal display cases. There is also a list of all male and female student council presidents. Levin found that he was the first to arrive. He wandered between the display cabinets boredly. When Harry and others appeared, Levin was admiring a Tri-Wizard Tournament trophy. Levin? Levin? Are you there? Harry couldn't find Levin here, so he called out softly. I'm here. Levin released the invisibility technique behind them, and the sudden sound almost made them jump. Levin, when did you come? Ronald patted his chest and said with lingering fear. When Levin spoke, he almost thought he had been discovered by a professor. It's been 10 minutes. Why are you so late? Aren't you looking forward to tonight's duel? Levin glanced at the two figures behind them. One of them has thick curly hair, the other is very stocky. It's all because of Hermione Granger. She must follow. There is nothing we can do. Speaking of her, Ronald immediately felt resentful. What you did was against school rules. I almost told your brother. Hermione was also furious. I really didn't expect you, Mr. Green, to be fooling around with them. But, Miss Granger, you are actually enjoying this. Levin revealed Hermione's inner feelings without mercy. Aren't you also violating the school rules now? Professor McGonagall's character will not listen to your excuse. That's because the fat lady who looked after the door went to visit someone in some portrait. I can't go back. Mr. Longbottom can testify. Hermione pulled Neville aside a little aggrievedly. But Levin only gave him a look that said, I'll take it seriously if you say that. This drove her a little crazy. Mr. Green, you are different from them. You are a top student and the professors like you. You don't think this ridiculous duel is right, do you? Hermione suppressed her anger and tried to explain to Levin that she had always been very patient with people who were better than her. We should stop them together. You're right, I do think this duel is ridiculous. Levin nodded in agreement. But before Harry could refute, he added, but since you agreed to the duel, you should fulfill your promise. This is a matter of personal credibility and dignity. If you have read A Guide to Medieval Witchcraft, you will know that this tradition arose together with Muggle chivalry and was passed down to this day. It is already part of wizard culture. As Muggle-born wizards, we should follow the local customs. After listening to Levin's words, Hermione fell into silence. Ronald, on the other hand, became proud and said to Harry, "I have never seen her so obedient." Harry thought thoughtfully. As expected, top students only listen to those who are better. He seems to have figured out the trick on how to deal with Miss Know-It-All. Go to Levin. Seeing that Hermione had been convinced, Levin turned to Harry and asked, "Don't think that I am supporting you. I still stick to my previous opinion. Think about what time you and Malfoy agreed. It's so late and he is nowhere to be seen. He is probably, I'm kidding you. It's past midnight. Malfoy and the others should have arrived. Maybe they were caught by Filch." Harry guessed. Maybe it was Crabbe who was caught. You remember his size. Ronald also analyzed. As a pureblood, he still didn't believe that Malfoy would defeat them after initiating a duel. The crystal glass cabinet displaying the prizes sparkled in the moonlight. Trophies, shields, medals, and statues glowed silver and gold in the darkness. The 5 people moved forward against the wall, staring at the doors at both ends of the room. Harry took out his wand in case Malfoy burst in and challenged him to a duel. Time passed by minute. Maybe he didn't dare to come because he was afraid. Ronald whispered, impatiently waiting. At this time, a voice came from the next room, which made them jump. Harry had just raised his wand when he heard someone speak. It wasn't Malfoy. "Sniff around, my dear, wherever they may be hiding." The 5 people immediately prepared to leave quietly, but the clumsy Neville got into trouble again. He stumbled and quickly grabbed Ronald's waist, and the two fell onto a suit of armor together. Boom, bang, bang. Crash. The sound of metal clashing was enough to wake the entire castle. "Run!" Harry shouted, and the 5 people immediately ran at full speed down the corridor. They skirted doorposts and ran down corridors until they emerged near the Charms classroom. "I told you," Hermione gasped, grabbing the seam of her chest with her hands. "I told you." "I think we've gotten rid of him," Harry gasped. He leaned against the cold wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Green is right," Hermione said to Harry. "You understand, right? Malfoy didn't even plan to go there to meet you. Filch knew that someone was going to the trophy room. Malfoy must have revealed the information to him, and you shouldn't have come to the appointment." Harry had to admit her accusation at this time. But other than that, he didn't want to say anything more to Miss Know-It-All. Despicable Malfoy. I want to make him look good tomorrow. Ronald's face turned red. He had been urging Harry to come to the duel. Who would have thought that Malfoy had no honor, and that he was also embarrassed? Levin patted his shoulder and advised, "Don't be so angry. In fact, you can let him shoot him in the foot. Tomorrow morning, you can spread this rumor. Malfoy is a coward. He is afraid of the Savior and does not dare to go to the appointment at all. The duel has tarnished the honor of Slytherin and the pureblood family. I believe your twin brother is also happy to help you with this favor. It's really yours." After hearing Levin's words, Ronald immediately became excited. "You're right. George and Fred will definitely be willing to help me. I want to make Malfoy a joke. That's it." Levin smiled mischievously. Although he didn't dislike Slytherin as much as the Little Lions, he didn't mind giving Malfoy a little surprise. "But now, we have to be careful. I feel something is coming." Levin seemed to feel something due to his talent in the prophecy school. As soon as he finished speaking, a clown-like guy appeared in front of them. He has a broad face, big mouth, and round eyes. He is wearing brightly colored clothes, a tie, a hat, and long slippers with long slits showing his toes. He is the famous Peeves of Hogwarts. Young wizards all think that Peeves is the same kind as the ghosts of Hogwarts. Actually, this is not the case. Levin remembers a book in the library describing a magical creature called a poltergeist. They look like ghosts but are not ghosts. They are between illusion and reality. They can move objects in physical form with physical power. They sometimes haunt specific locations, usually populated by large numbers of teenagers, and are usually attached to buildings, appear with them, or decide to move in at some point. In fact, Peeves has been living in Hogwarts Castle since the founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Poltergeists have never been alive either. They have never died and cannot die because they have also never lived. But because of this, poltergeists are not immune to most spells like ghosts are. Certain poisonous spells, such as the tongue spell and the launching spell, the Psittaci, can be effective against them. Levin believes that Peeves is the poltergeist of Hogwarts. A few freshmen dare to wander around in the middle of the night. TSK, 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 naughty, naughty, you will be arrested. Peeves screamed happily and giggled. It's really difficult to deal with something like this that can go through walls. Hermione didn't know what was going on and wanted to plead with Peeves. But Levin thought about the nature of the mischievous elves speculated in the book, some kind of indestructible collection of mental chaos. Since Peeves comes from spiritual power, he will most likely be affected by the power of the mind. Just in time, as my spiritual power gradually increased. Levin has just developed an application for psychic abilities. Mind stab. With a thought, Levin's spiritual energy turned into a sharp needle and hit Peeves directly. The shrill screams echoed in the corridor. The little wizards swore that they had never heard Peeves make such a miserable sound. Everyone, let's go. Levin seized the opportunity and led them to run forward until they came to a closed door. Attracted by Peeves' screams, Filch's footsteps got closer and closer. The door is locked. Ronald whimpered desperately and pushed the door with all his strength, hoping to knock it open with great force. Let me. Hermione showed her decisive side at this time. She took out her wand, knocked on the door lock, and whispered. The Alejo hole opens. The lock clicked, and the door suddenly opened. The little wizards rushed in, quickly closed the door, and put their ears to it to listen to what was going on behind the door. We should be safe. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, slid off the door, and sat down. What's the matter, Neville? Neville kept tugging at the sleeves of his robes. He turned his head and looked around, and immediately felt something strangled his throat, and he could only exhale with a ho-ho sound. It turned out that they did not break into an ordinary house, but came to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Now he knew why it was off limits. The condition of the other 3 people was not much better. Levin was the only one who looked interesting and seemed to really appreciate the rare birds in the exhibition hall. But it was no ordinary rare bird, but a monster-like big dog. This dog was so big that it filled everything from the ceiling to the floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of vicious eyes that rolled around, 3 noses that were twitching and trembling in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths that were like sticky ropes and emitted suspicious yellow smoke. Hanging from the yellow dog's teeth, there would be a crack sound every time it landed. Levin knew that this was Hagrid's 3-headed dog, Louis, but the big guy in front of him was obviously different from the one in the original work. From its body, Levin could smell a strong smell of sulfur, which is the sign of infernal creatures. In addition, the 3-headed dog has a strong aura of fire element. Levin dared to assert that the Louis in front of him was not the ordinary 3-headed dog in the original work, but a real purgatory creature, the 3-headed dog of hell. But in the original Harry Potter world, there is only a world after death, but there is no hell. This anomaly reminded Levin of senior sister Cyrilla and the previous water ghost brain. Sure enough, this world is different from the original work. However, the main line of this world has not mutated at present. The wooden board under the 3-headed dog is the secret passage leading to the magic stone. But Levin believed that this was a test deliberately given to Harry by Dumbledore. If Dumbledore really didn't want Voldemort to get the Philosopher's Stone, then he could just discuss it directly with its real owner, Nico Flamel, and destroy it. Why bother protecting it? Moreover, in the original plot, after Voldemort failed and before Harry Potter woke up, Dumbledore completed the destruction of the Sorcerer's Stone. Destroying the Philosopher's Stone in such a short period of time shows that Dumbledore and Nico Flamel had already discussed it. Levin has no intention of destroying Dumbledore's arrangement. He doesn't have the strength to challenge them yet, and there is no need. Although tonight there is a main storyline with Harry, whom he has not seen for a long time, but with his relationship with Harry in the Muggle world, it is normal for him to participate. Lau Petting would not rashly pay unnecessary attention and suspicion to him just because of this matter. If you deliberately reason with Harry, it will give people the feeling that there is something wrong in your heart. Let this happen naturally. Turning to look at the 4 people who were stunned, Levin sighed. Lue had a thick iron chain tied around his neck. With the length of the iron chain, it could not threaten them at all. But it's normal for little wizards to be afraid of it. Levin had to wave his magic wand. Dancing light technique. In an instant, a shining point of light lit up between his wand, then swayed like a firefly and flew towards Lue. The light spots were flying around in front of Lue. It was really beautiful. Lue was immediately attracted by the light spot. It left the little wizards behind, its 3 heads staring at the light spots spinning around it, and its limbs ready to go, as if they wanted to catch the light. At this moment, Lue is no different from a puppy trying to catch a butterfly. Get out while I've attracted its attention. Levin reminded quietly. Hermione reacted first, opened the door with a click, and several people quickly fled from here. At this time, Filch had run away to nowhere. The 5 of them separated at the top of the stairs and then went back to their respective homes. Before leaving, everyone else left, except Hermione, who suddenly grabbed Levin. What's wrong? Miss Granger. Levin looked at her curiously, his eyes full of sleepiness. Just call me Hermione, Mr. Green. Hermione looked a little embarrassed, but her desire for knowledge soon overcame her shyness. Mr. Green, please, what magic did you use to hide it in the trophy room? I thought it was the disillusionment curse at first, but that seems to be a magic that only senior students can learn, and the effect when you hide it is much different from the disguise curse. Levin nodded. Yes, the phantom body curse is indeed a magic that is only allowed to be learned by senior students. The one I used was not the phantom body curse, because my magic is much more effective than the disillusionment curse. Looking at the girl in front of him breathing a sigh of relief, Levin showed a smirk. Stronger than the disillusionment curse? How's that possible? Hermione opened her mouth. Of course it's possible, because I used my own magic, invisibility. Invisibility? That means this magic can. Hermione couldn't believe it. You're right, invisibility technique can achieve true invisibility, just like wearing an invisibility cloak. So, you created a magic that completely replaces the disguise curse, and its effect can replace the invisibility cloak? The invisibility cloak is an expensive magical garment made from the hair of an invisible beast, which can make the wearer completely invisible. Since the effect is stronger than the phantom body curse, and it is not affected by the appearance curse like the phantom body curse, therefore it is very popular with wizards with special needs. However, the invisibility cloak is very expensive and cannot be permanently effective. It will lose its magical effect over time, making it a valuable consumable. By the way, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak is special. As one of the 3 holy artifacts of death, it not only has a permanent invisibility effect, but also blocks the positioning of prophecy spells, so it can escape the gaze of death. Because of this, many mages in history have studied how to use magic to achieve the effect of invisibility cloaks. It's a pity that they all failed. Invisibility cloaks have always been a luxury item in the wizarding world. Now Levin claims that he has invented the magic that can crush the disillusionment curse and replace the invisibility cloak, which means that his achievements in magic have surpassed many geniuses in history. Of course, Hermione found it difficult to believe it. So Levin used invisibility once in front of her. Watching Levin become transparent in front of her without any flaws, and then showing up behind her, Hermione had to believe it even if she didn't believe it. If you know how to cast the revealing spell, you will find that ordinary revealing spells cannot affect invisibility. Looking at the stunned little witch, Levin added with a smile. Invisibility is derived from the arcane magic system after all, so it is normal for the revealing spell to be ineffective in the Harry Potter world. The only ones that can target invisibility are the second level, see invisibility, in arcane magic, and the more advanced 6th level, true knowledge. As if he wanted to continue to appreciate the other person's surprise, Levin continued to add, "If you have learned Illusion Curse, you will find that invisibility is easier to learn than Illusion Curse. According to the classification of the 9-level magic system, Illusion Charm is approximately between the 3rd and 4th level spells, while invisibility is only a 2nd level spell." When Hermione heard this, she couldn't help it anymore. She stepped forward and grabbed Levin's hand. "Coach, I want to learn magic." "What?" The little witch blushed, suppressing her embarrassment, and said to the boy of the same age in front of her, I mean, I want to learn magic spells from you, okay? Not just invisibility, but also the magic of illumination flying." "You mean dancing lights?" Yes, please teach me, can you?" She looked at Levin expectantly, and the dissatisfaction in her heart had dissipated a lot. If in the first week of school, she still thinks Levin is her competitor. So from now on, Levin becomes the target she wants to pursue. Now all that is left in her heart is admiration and apprehension. After all, invisibility technique is so powerful, not everyone is willing to reveal their unique skills. But Levin's warm smile dispelled his anxiety. "Of course, I'm happy that someone is willing to learn my magic. You know where to find me." Yes, I know. Thank you, Mr. Green." Upon hearing this, Hermione was so happy that she could hardly form words. "Just call me Levin." The boy waved his hand. "It's already very late. Girls who stay up late are prone to acne." "Yes, it is. So Hermione, see you tomorrow?" "See you tomorrow, Levin." The girl jumped happily and disappeared from his sight. Sure enough, little girls are cuter, and just a few words of commitment and concern can bring them the most genuine emotions. If it were a mature adult, if he wanted to achieve the same effect, he would probably have to rely on real money. Levin gained a little fangirl and finally returned to Ravenclaw Tower with heavy steps. Even late at night, he still had to face the problem of the magic door knocker. What can be owned but not shared? Levin was already very tired, but such a question didn't bother him. A little thought gave me the answer. Lonely. That makes sense. The door opened and Levin couldn't wait to get in. After running around all night and seeing the 3-headed hell dog, he missed the soft bed in the dormitory more than ever. Suddenly, he stopped. He felt as if someone was staring at him. However, after looking around, Levin didn't find anyone. Not even a ghost. But Levin believes that his intuition is not wrong. After learning about the prophecy school's specialization in a stargazing class, Levin discovered that he had received some strange inspiration. It appears from time to time and gives Levin intuitive hints that are correct most of the time. For example, the time he noticed Peeves ahead of time. This is the power of the magic of the prophecy school. So he drew his wand. In order to provide convenience for students who like to read, the magic candles in the Ravenclaw common room are kept on all night long. Levin can therefore see his surroundings very clearly. In the direction of the windowsill, the blue curtains were blowing in the wind, and it was obvious that there was no one behind them. The ceiling and carpet decorated with stars are also clearly visible. Bookshelves, chairs, fireplaces. Levin glanced around and found no trace of anyone. The night was very quiet, with the occasional sound of wind coming from the window. The tranquility of the night was so beautiful, but Levin could only feel chills standing on end. Even though everything has been checked, the feeling of being stared at hasn't gone away. Eventually, Levin's attention came to the white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. Judging from the statue, it is indeed a beautiful witch. Young wizards always find her tense expression intimidating, but Levin can feel her seriousness for knowledge. The best thing is that this statue was created with ingenuity. No matter which direction you look at the statue, Rowena Ravenclaw's penetrating eyes seem to be staring at you. This is similar to the Mona Lisa. After walking around the statue, Levin was finally convinced that the guy staring at him was in this direction. "I know you are hiding in the statue. Come out quickly." Levin pointed his wand at the statue of his college's founder. However, there was no response. Unfortunately, today's Levin has not learned any magic for reconnaissance. But he immediately thought that he was not only a magician, but also a psychic. What better way to detect such intangibles than psychic energy? You try to use psychic tentacles to detect the surroundings. You have a flash of inspiration and understand the technique of psychic detection. You have learned the second level, psychic sight. Due to your continuous training, your spiritual power has exceeded the limit, your psychic level +1, and you have learned psychic communication. Psychic vision. Create a sophisticated telepathic force field based on spiritual contact, allowing you to still see through feeling in complete darkness or when your vision is obscured by the material environment. Psychic communication. Ability to communicate psychically with non-hostile intelligent creatures. Feeling the sudden increase in psychic power, Levin was overjoyed and immediately used the newly learned psychic sight. At that moment, he discovered that his spirit seemed to be separated from his body and spread to the surroundings. No entity could stop the penetration of spiritual power, and everything within the range was under control. As the telekinesis field spread forward, he felt the presence hidden within Ravenclaw's bust. It was a spirit body and an unknown magical force. "Ms. Grey," Levin asked using the power of teleportation. "Is that you? Levin Green? What magic are you using to communicate with me?" Even though Ms. Grey was already a ghost, she was still shocked by Levin's hand. "That's the power of the mind, Ms. Grey." After explaining, Levin asked again, "Now that I have discovered you, Ms. Grey, can you tell me why you are hiding in the statue and spying on me?" "Sorry, I'm just curious about you." Seeing that she had been exposed, the female ghost quickly floated out of the statue. Ms. Grey is Ravenclaw's college ghost. Like her mother Ravenclaw, she is tall and beautiful. But unlike her mother's serious and wise temperament, Ms. Grey is slightly arrogant. She almost never spoke to wizards from other houses, only occasionally answering questions from the eaglets. "Levin Green, I know you. You are the best student of our Ravenclaw in the past few years. Many professors praise you. But I know that you are more talented than they imagined. In this statue, I have seen you use magic that I have never seen before more than once. I am very curious about you." As she said this, Ms. Grey clung to the statue, as if she would hide in if something went wrong. After hearing this, Levin could somewhat understand her attitude. Ms. Grey seemed to take him for that person. Decades ago, this female ghost had a bad experience, which made her wary of talented students like Levin. "I understand. It turns out you have been spying on me in the statue." Levin's words made the female ghost blush with embarrassment. The ghost's body was actually gray. "In fact, the magic I used was all created by myself. Everyone has their own secrets. No one stipulates that little wizards can't create magic, right? But what I'm curious about is, how did you end up inhabiting the statue of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw?" Levin's rhetorical question hit the nail on the head. Through his psychic ability, he could feel the panic in the other person's heart after hearing this question. I just wanted to pay my respects to Ms. Ravenclaw. I admire her very much." Ms. Grey's words were no longer as strong as before. Levin revealed her thoughts straight away. "No, you don't just admire Ms. Ravenclaw. It's impossible for a ghost to live in a statue just because of admiration. You are not the real Ms. Grey. Your true identity is Ms. Ravenclaw's daughter, Helena Ravenclaw." "How do you know?" Grey, or rather, Miss Helena asked in surprise. "Of course it's because I've read the original work." Of course, Levin couldn't really say that. "I actually guessed it." "Guessed it? I know Muggle history." Levin explained. Ms. Jane Grey was the grandniece of Henry VIII and the Queen of England, who only reigned for 13 days. The date of her death was February 12, 1554, but according to Hogwarts, a school history, you appeared in the castle much earlier than that era. You can never be the real Ms. Grey. Thinking of your similar appearance to Ms. Ravenclaw and your strange relationship with Bloody Barrow, I make a bold guess that you are Ms. Ravenclaw's daughter." Listening to the 11-year-old wizard's methodical analysis, Helena Ravenclaw thought of the boy more than 40 years ago. They're equally smart, equally handsome, and equally eloquent. After a moment of confusion, Helena regained her composure. "Your analysis is very reasonable. As you said, Rowena Ravenclaw is my biological mother. As her only descendant, it makes sense that I can inhabit her statue. Helena's tone was natural, but Levin immediately discovered the flaw in her words. In other words, it was a trap deliberately left in his previous words. Levin said that he guessed that Helena was Ravenclaw's daughter, so she could inhabit Ravenclaw's statue. In order to get rid of Levin as soon as possible, Helena directly admitted her identity and followed the trend. But in reality, Levin knew that ghosts cannot remain in entities for long. Ghosts are not moving pictures of Hogwarts. Although they can let themselves pass through the wall for a short time, they cannot hide inside it for a long time, even if it is a statue of her mother. Moaning Myrtle seems to be an exception, but the reason why she can stay in the toilet is because the toilet has pipes and there is space in it to stay. So, Helena was lying. So, why did she lie? What is she hiding? According to Levin's psychic reconnaissance, the statue is not hollow. Therefore, there is only one possibility for Helena to hide in the statue. That statue was cast with special magic. What is this magic? Levin immediately became interested. Slytherin can leave a secret room in the castle. There's no reason why Ravenclaw can't leave something behind. The entire castle was designed by her. If you want to get a glimpse of Ravenclaw's secret, Helena in front of you is the biggest obstacle. Of course, she is also the best helper. So, Levin decided to express his feelings directly. Ms. Helena, please don't hide it from me. I already know the secrets in this statue. Levin's speech made the female ghost panic. How did you know? No, you're overthinking. This is just an ordinary statue. There is no secret. Seeing that the other party would not shed tears without touching the coffin, Levin sighed, took out the magic spell, and pointed lightly at the statue. Identification technique. Unfortunately, because the level of magic hidden in the statue was too high and Levin's level was not high enough, the identification technique was not successful this time. However, even the failed appraisal technique still exerted its most basic effect. A faint blue magic aura emerged from the statue, proving that it was indeed a magic item. This is the detected magic reaction. Levin looked at her calmly. Seeing that Levin had already produced evidence, Helena sighed and had no choice but to admit. Well, you're right, I can stay in this statue because of the magic. But I didn't lie. I can enter this statue precisely because I am her daughter. Oh? Where did this start? Levin's curiosity was aroused. Actually, this statue was not like this from the beginning. Helena spoke in a very sad tone. After my mother's death for thousands of years, this statue has been placed here to serve as a reminder of my longing for my mother. But since 10 years ago, I seem to be able to vaguely hear the statue exchanging me. I tried asking the little wizard and even other ghosts, but I am the only one who can hear this call, and only I can answer the call and enter the statue, etc. Levin suddenly interrupted her statement. You just said that it started like this 10 years ago? It was 10 years ago again. Levin noticed something was wrong. It is said that the water ghost appeared 10 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? What exactly happened 10 years ago? Levin hid this doubt in his heart and asked Helena again, how do you feel in the statue? I felt a strong longing. Helena closed her eyes gently, seeming to be reminiscing. The emotion of longing was so strong that it made people feel like they were missing her, just like a mother missing her. Child. I think this feeling comes from my mother. No wonder she stayed in there all day. Levin suddenly realized. Female ghosts also need love and warmth. Then do you know where this power comes from? Levin asked. I don't know. Helena shook her head, her eyes blank. It's like it appeared overnight. I'm just a ghost. With my ability. I have no clue. But I want to figure it all out. There may be something hidden here that my mother left for me. After hearing this, Levin made a decision. He looked at Helena and gave her the gentlest smile. At the same time, turn on the aura of charming humanity to the maximum. You seem to need help. His tone was gentle and considerate, and I am a Ravenclaw, and I am proud of my house. If a descendant of the college's founder needs help with anything, I would be happy to help. Maybe you are right. You are indeed an excellent Ravenclaw, a student selected according to my mother's standards, but there once was a young man who was very similar to you. He was just as good and as graceful. He tried to persuade me the same way, but in the end, he lied to me. Speaking of this, Helena's expression became angry, and the expression on her transparent face was a little distorted. Of course, Levin knew he was talking about Voldemort during his student days. By tricking Helena, Voldemort found Ravenclaw's diadem and made it into a Horcrux. But Levin needs to pretend not to know. So, what is his name? Which college is he a student from? There is a mystery behind his words, hinting at the differences between Helena herself and the other person. As if awakened by Levin's words, Helena's expression softened. The female ghost glanced at the boy's charming face and decided to continue. I can't say that name. No one dares to say it, but I can tell you that there is his trophy in the trophy room. Levin understands her fear and caution. It was Voldemort after all, and the entire wizarding world was afraid to speak his name. He had cast a spell on his name, and if anyone read it, he would know it. Even though he has disappeared for so long now, his residual poison still deeply affects the current magical world, even if it is a ghost. But since Helena is willing to speak, it means that she is still willing to trust him. So Levin continued to hint, but I am very honest with you. I didn't cheat on you, right? This is also Tom Riddle's flaw. He always likes to use intrigues and rely on violence and fraud to achieve his goals. Levin prefers to rely on conspiracy and manipulate people's hearts through concealment rather than lies. You are right, but no. You are different from him. The expression on Helena's face changed several times and finally softened, and her eyes, when looking at Levin, were no longer resistant. Okay, you are right. I am willing to believe you. Levin can sense the other person's expectations, as well as the pitiful uneasiness and prayers like a small animal. She hoped that Levin could really help her, and prayed that she would not be betrayed by her new friends again. Levin nodded and responded to her uneasiness. Don't worry, Helena, I won't be like that person. You are the student chosen by your mother. I believe in you. Helena nodded. Then, let me tell you my guess. I felt that it would take something important to inspire the secret of the statue. It was my mother's treasure. Generations of students have forced me to reveal its whereabouts. No one can resist its attraction. She said in an aria-like tone. It was my mother's crown, containing all her knowledge and wisdom, but that man cheated it from me. I see. I have a clue after hearing what you said. Levin nodded. It turned out that if he wanted to discover the secret, he had to find Ravenclaw's crown. He knew very well where Ravenclaw's crown was. He entered it there the second day after arriving at Hogwarts, the storage room in the Room of Requirement. He can get it anytime he wants. But the crown at this time was Voldemort's Horcrux, with all kinds of terrible black magic applied to it. If it was just to destroy the Horcrux, Levin wouldn't be able to do it. No matter how strong the defense of a Horcrux is, it is just a magic item. It can be destroyed by weapons with magic-breaking properties. Although Levin has neither the fangs of the basilisk nor the sword of Gryffindor. But he has the low-level god-killing spell, Micrometeor. Relying on the forced penetration damage of Micrometeor, even if it is an artifact, he can wear it down bit by bit. However, for the crown to be useful in solving the mystery of the statue, it is likely that the crown would need to be kept intact. This is a bit troublesome. Levin currently does not have such means. But it doesn't matter, he has understanding. If we can have soul-related research as a reference, it is not impossible to understand how to deal with souls. But if you want to find this kind of book in the library, you have to at least enter the restricted book area. Thinking of this, Levin had a plan. The first step is to find a way to enter the forbidden book area. So, he looked at Helena. Thank you for your suggestion. I have a clue now, but further research is needed. Please wait for me for a while. Of course, Mr. Green. Helena smiled when she learned that there was hope. There is always enough time for ghosts. After the two of them reached an agreement, it was time to go to bed. Before leaving, Helena suddenly reminded, I remember you were exploring the power of the mind. The human mind is the most fragile and uncontrollable place. Rash exploration can easily cause irreparable consequences. I think you should wait for years. Try this a little longer. Thank you for the reminder. Levin accepted her kindness. In fact, his exploration of psychic abilities is based on his own understanding and the profession of psychic. Without a career framework, Levin would not dare to attack his own spirit casually. Saying goodbye to this new friend, Levin returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. The next morning, Levin got up as usual and went to the auditorium on time for breakfast. Staying up late one night did not affect his normal routine. As the owls flew into the auditorium as usual, everyone's attention was drawn to the slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Who would have thought that the owl flew to Gryffindor's long table, and several owls circled down and landed right in front of Harry Potter? Levin could see the joy on Harry's face as he received a broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. He understood that this was Harry Potter's first step on the road to Quidditch. But Levin soon discovered that he also had letters. As usual, Hermer dropped by to ask for breakfast and play with him. But when the eagle owl landed in front of him, Levin discovered that there was an unexpected note on the little guy's paw. The note came from Professor Flitwick, asking Levin to find him after dinner. Why does Professor Flitwick want me? Levin was a little confused, but he quickly finished the last fries. In Phileas Flivvy's office. The short professor was smiling as usual. Mr. Green, I'm glad you can come. Everyone sees your performance after the start of school. I'm very happy that another talented wizard has come to Ravenclaw. No matter what subject you perform very well. Even Mrs. Pants from the library praised you highly. But I want to say that besides studying, there are many interesting things waiting for little wizards like you to try. If your only media is studying, you will get bored in the long run, which is not good for you. Professor Flitwick spoke carefully and thoughtfully. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, I will pay attention. But I want to say that reading is the best enjoyment for me. Levin replied. Levin understands that humans prefer immediate gratification and hate delayed gratification. Public learning is a typical form of delayed gratification, which is why there are so many people who are tired of learning. But for a genius like Levin, reading and learning is essentially instant gratification. As long as you see it, you can remember it, and as long as you get started, you can learn it. When you have such a talent, the immediate sense of gain and accomplishment brought by learning is irresistible. But he also has to admit that Professor Flitwick is a responsible dean. He not only pays attention to students' academic studies, but also pays attention to their ideological lives. He is indeed a rare and good teacher. After hearing Levin's answer, Flitwick looked at him with more admiration. You are so studious at such a young age. You were much better than me back then. No wonder you performed so well in just 1 week. He paused and suddenly asked, but you also need to pay attention to things other than studying. For example, are you interested in Quidditch? At this point, Professor Flitwick finally came to an end. Quidditch? Levin rolled his eyes and immediately made a guess. This is probably related to Harry being taken through the back door by Professor McGonagall. However, he still said deliberately, I have to remind you, Professor, first years are not allowed to bring broomsticks or join the Quidditch team. Yes, that's the rule, Professor Flitwick said, showing an intriguing smile. But I heard yesterday that Harry Potter of Gryffindor was specially recruited to become the youngest child in a century, seeker. And you, Mr. Green, you're as good at flying lessons as he is. The most important thing is that Miss Lionlun strongly recommended you to me. Lionlun? Levin started searching for this last name in his mind. Cyrilla Fiona Leanne? Sheely actually recommended him? Flitwick continued, Miss Ray Allen is the chaser of the Ravenclaw team. Ravenclaw's Quidditch performance has improved a lot since her arrival. I have always been happy to refer to her opinions. Speaking of Quidditch, Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up. But Miss Leanne alone can't save Ravenclaw. We haven't won the Quidditch championship trophy for a long time. After learning about your performance in flying lessons, Miss Leanne believes that you are the last chance to win the Ravenclaw championship. It's a piece of the puzzle, and I couldn't agree more. Sure enough, Levin was specially recruited to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. To be honest, although Levin likes flying, he has never touched Quidditch. Being a Muggle, he didn't have much interest in Quidditch either. But considering that this was recommended by Siri, he felt that he should agree. On the one hand, he just wanted to get to know Cyrilla, this girl who should not appear in the world of Harry Potter, and figure out why she appeared. Originally, since the two of them were strangers, Levin did not contact him rashly. Joining a Quidditch team is an obvious way to go. On the other hand, Quidditch is indeed very popular among wizards. If you want to increase your influence, being a Quidditch star is more effective than being a top student. Krum of Durmstrang has a group of fanatical admirers wherever he goes. As he masters more and more arcane magic, Levin can no longer restrain himself and wants to show off his edge and bring some small changes to the magical world. Agreeing to teach Hermione magic is a start. Becoming a recognized academic leader and joining the Quidditch team will help achieve this goal. After careful analysis, Levin nodded vigorously. Of course, Professor Flitwick, I'd like to join the team. Great. Come on then, kid, I'll take you to the Quidditch team. I remember they requested training this morning. Professor Flitwick took Levin out of the office and encountered a little lion quarreling with a little snake on the way. This isn't some old broomstick. It's a Nimbus 2000. What did you say you had at home, Malfoy? Comet 260. Levin heard Ronald Weasley's proud voice. Comets are quite dazzling, just right for a coward like you who has no glory. But they're not on the same level as light wheels. Malfoy's retort came next, and his voice was just as sharp. It's you, Weasley, who spread the rumor. You pureblood shame. You are just jealous of our family's glory, so you want to discredit it. You poor guy who can't even get a broom handle. I guess you and your brothers have to save it branch by branch. Sure enough, Levin's suggestion came into effect. Malfoy's words were indeed sharp, but Levin could hear the impotent rage in them. Originally, Levin wanted to enjoy this wonderful mutual exchange for a while longer. But the conscientious Professor Flitwick had already stepped forward to stop both parties. I hope it's not a quarrel, kids. Someone brought Potter a broomstick, Professor. Draco Malfoy complained hurriedly. Yes, that's right. Professor Flitwick said, smiling broadly at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all the special circumstances of the situation. Mr. Potter, what model did you get? Nimbus 2000, sir, Harry said. Seeing the horrified expression on Malfoy's face, he tried desperately not to laugh. I got it thanks to Malfoy, he added. If Malfoy hadn't stolen Neville's memory ball, Harry wouldn't have had the chance to become a Gryffindor. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said, turning to Levin. Mr. Green, you will receive the same gift soon. In this regard, he did not wish to let Professor McGonagall take precedence. After hearing this, Levin felt surprised. Do you actually have a share in it? He smiled slightly and said to Professor Flitwick, Thank you, Professor. Then he turned to Malfoy. It seems that I have to thank you too. Then, he left with Professor Flitwick under Malfoy's confused eyes. When Levin arrived on the field, it was not Roger Davis, captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, waiting for him, but his recommender. Cyrilla Leanne. This gray-haired girl is tall, with soft and tight lines. Levin had to admit that, even in the flower-like Ravenclaw, she was still a rare and beautiful girl. But in terms of temperament, she is different from most Ravenclaw girls Levin has met. Her shawl gray hair was pulled back casually, and the tight-fitting clothes she wore for exercise made her even more heroic. She was holding a broomstick and stepping on a big box, like a graceful and vigorous cheetah, ready to go. She is indeed Geralt's adopted daughter, the female Witcher in the original novel. Even though he is now a wizard, he can still see a trace of his former demon hunter style. Hey, Professor Flitwick, Mr. Levin Green here. Almost at the same time, Siri also spotted them and waved to them in the sunshine. The rest is up to you, Mr. Green. Behave well. Professor Flitwick patted Levin's shoulder encouragingly and walked toward the castle. Levin took 3 steps at a time and came to Cyrilla's side. The girl patted her shoulder enthusiastically. Hi, Mr. Green. This isn't the first time we've met, huh? Levin understood that she was referring to the first day of school. At that time, I accidentally called her name out of shock. But Levin was not embarrassed at all and said openly, You are right, senior sister Leon Lewin. It is also the first time for me to see a senior sister with gray hair and such a beautiful girl. I was a little surprised for a moment. Call me Cyrilla or Siri, Mr. Green, so I can call you Levin. Siri covered her mouth happily after being praised by the handsome boy. By the way, I thought you'll be stronger. That's because I didn't have time to cast the attribute enhancement spell. Levin pouted. Of course, Siri, nice to meet you. Just a simple greeting made the distance between the two of them much closer. Then, Shilly kicked the edge of the wooden box with a cool kick. The lid of the box popped open, revealing the Quidditch props inside. Mr. Green, do you know about Quidditch? Siri asked. It's not the level of understanding that fans have. I'm a muggle, Shirley. I only got rid of the magic this summer. Levin replied with a wry smile. I only know that the red ball is the quaffle. The chasers pass the quaffle around and try to thread it through. Each time you pass the opponent's ring, you will get 10 points and the goalkeeper is responsible for guarding your team's ring. Sherry soon discovered that the boy in front of her was not simple. Although he claims to have never touched Quidditch, he knows the rules of Quidditch very well. He described the basic rules, the purpose of each golf equipment, the responsibilities of each position, the specifications of the golf course, and even some basic tactics. Although his understanding of them still remains in words. These are all things I learned from books. Finally, Levin added. The books Levin stored in the database happened to contain Quidditch-related knowledge. I've always heard that Ravenclaw has a genius this year, but it's only after I experienced it myself that I realized that you really deserve it. Shilly sighed. It seems that you don't need to make up for the theoretical lessons. To be honest, we most players at Ravenclaw may not know more about Quidditch than you do. Then, let's start the practical test directly. Professor Flitwick said that he will buy you a new broom personally. Before that, you can use mine first. With that said, she handed the broom in her hand to Levin and winked at him. Sweeping 7 stars, Professor Flitwick gave it to me when I joined the team. You must treat it well. After hearing this, Levin immediately grasped the message contained in it. Professor Flitwick will give himself a broomstick, but this is by no means the norm. Most of the people on the team bought their own brooms. Mostly because he was born in a Muggle orphanage and there was no wizarding family behind him to provide the funds to buy a broom. Plus, he does have Quidditch talent, so it's worth spending some money on it. Harry probably had the same reason. The fact that Siri received this gift in the first place probably means that she was in a similar situation to him when she came to Hogwarts. This further illustrates that Siri, like him, is an outsider to the world of Harry Potter. Levin nodded, turned around, waved his wand to himself under Siri's curious gaze, and then got on the broom. A set of 3 consecutive sets of Bear's Tenacity, Ox's Power, and Cat's Elegance have been cast. Immediately afterwards, Siri released a shiny black bludger. It had been struggling in the box before. As soon as the bludger was free, it quickly hit Levin in the face. Levin picked up a bat from the box and swung it hard. With the blessing of bull power, Levin's 7 points of strength were increased to 12 points, completely surpassing that of an adult. The bludger was instantly knocked away, whizzing towards the goalpost, and then accurately passed through the hoop, as if it was not a heavy bludger, but a deft quaffle. Well done, Levin, you're stronger than I thought. I was wrong before. Before Siri could finish speaking, the unwilling bludger hit her from the sky again, but this time it was aimed at her head. Naturally, Siri didn't show any fear. She rushed over, grabbed the bludger, and forced it into the box regardless of its struggle. This skill is almost comparable to that of myself with buffs. No wonder she became a witcher. You have the potential to be a hitter, Shiri said, but let's see what you have at other positions. So next, Shiri asked Levin to fly around the court twice and try some difficult flying moves, and Levin completed them perfectly. Then comes the chaser test. Shiri asked Levin to cooperate with him in a series of complex passes and tactical moves. For example, reverse pass, Pokoff's baiting technique, etc. This kind of technique that requires the cooperation of companions cannot be accomplished by physical fitness alone. This is where Levin's psion abilities come into play. Although he has not yet mastered the ability to detect thoughts, he can already read some simple emotions. Levin knows exactly when Shiri is ready to pass the ball and when it is inconvenient to catch the ball. This directly makes the two people cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding. on the Quidditch pitch. When Shirley saw this boy catch his legend again without looking back, a subtle feeling arose inside her. This boy not only has excellent reflexes, keen observation, and agility, but he can also connect with her for the first time. Maybe he is the teammate God gave him. They were born to play Quidditch together. When the two finished the test, Shirley could no longer hold back her excitement and held Levin's hand. "Come on, Levin, how about becoming a chaser with me? Although with your talent, you are good at any position, but I think you are most suitable as a chaser. If you were here, this year's Quidditch Cup would be Ravenclaw." As if she was afraid of something unexpected, she added, "In addition to you, we also recruited a very talented player this year. Roger wants her to be a seeker because she is very cute." In order to be his teammate, Siri directly gave away the most attractive seeker position and also brought Roger in as an excuse. But Levin believes that if Shirley really wants to decide something, even Captain Roger Davis has to listen. After all, it is the Sintra Young Lions. Levin was not surprised by Siri's reaction. In other words, this is what he did intentionally. With his psychic abilities, he can still have a tacit understanding even if he has an idiot as his teammate. However, this tacit understanding will only be given to Shiri by Levin. His calculation is very clear. One of the 4 pillars of life is carrying the gun together. The strongest friendship is when we fight side by side. Playing side by side on the court has a similar effect. And if there is still a tacit understanding between comrades in arms, then the friendship will be twice as strong. And when his relationship with Shirley is close enough, some secrets involving his life and origin can be asked. Not to mention, Shirley's appearance potential alone is indeed worthy of Levin's friendship. Therefore, Levin readily agreed to Siri and officially became the chaser of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. In the next period of time, Levin also became busy. As the course progresses, normal schoolwork naturally becomes more and more arduous. He still spends most of his spare time in the library. But in addition, Levin also has to participate in Quidditch training 3 times a week, as well as one-on-one tutoring sessions with Hermione on the weekends. Except for finding no chance to enter the Forbidden Book area, my life was very fulfilling. Levin, you fly really well. I think they should make you a seeker. After a training match, the little wizards returned to the castle together, and Anthony Goldstein, who had been watching before, was indignant. "You discovered that the golden snitch is much faster than Xiuzhang, just because she is beautiful?" Terry, but on the other side, also said. "Indeed, Zhang Qiu is very beautiful, but how does she compare with senior sister Cirilla?" Levin asked, shrugging. "Of course, senior sister Cirilla is better. In terms of appearance, no one in the entire Ravenclaw can compare to Cirilla." Terry, but didn't think twice. "Yeah, I think so too." Levin crossed his shoulders and said quietly, "So you see where I am and where Cirilla is. You, like Cirilla, are both chasers." "Oh, I get it." Terry, but suddenly understood, and looked at Levin with surprise. "The first to get the moon is the one closest to the water. You are worthy of it, Levin." Anthony patted Levin hard on the shoulder. Not only is he good at studying and playing Quidditch, but he is also so good at picking up girls. "He is really Alexander as your roommate," Steve said in a funny tone. Levin shook his head, unwilling to pay attention to these classmates who were full of dirty things. However, after 2 months of practice, Levin's flying level and Quidditch skills continued to improve. The cooperation with Sheely on the court is even more perfect. The young wizards who have watched their training all feel that with their presence, Ravenclaw will definitely win the Quidditch Cup this year. In the process, the relationship between Levin and Shirley became closer. If things continue at this pace, maybe it won't be long before they can be honest with each other. Suddenly, Levin seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, is Halloween tomorrow?" Steve nodded slightly. "Yes, today is Halloween. I heard that the school has a very rich dinner." Tyrexing on the side answered hurriedly, "I heard reliable news that Dumbledore invited a famous skeleton dance troupe to perform this year." "Halloween?" Levin nodded. Halloween is a traditional festival in the Western world. Celebrations usually take place at night. Children will put on costumes and masks and go from house to house collecting candies. That is the Western Ghost Festival. In the world of Harry Potter, Halloween is an important day every year. It's not because of the Halloween dinner, but because something is going to happen at Hogwarts before this time. For example, this year, will the troll from the original work appear? Levin got a little excited thinking about it. He hasn't seen the troll yet. It is said that this is a large humanoid creature with strong magic resistance. They have amazing strength but very low intelligence. It is difficult for ordinary magic spells to harm it. The troll is very violent and often attacks for no reason. Coupled with its strong magic resistance, it is a dangerous creature for wizards. But Levin wanted to know it. For this, he was somewhat prepared. Since magic is difficult to take effect on trolls, why not try using indirect damage caused by magic? For example, elemental power is generated through magic, and then the elemental power is used to harm the troll. To put it bluntly, it is elemental magic. This kind of magic is not developed in the world of Harry Potter. Except for the most basic, fire-making curse, flame-blazing, and freezing curse, there is no achievement. The only more powerful, fire curse, relies on the ability of black magic to burn everything, rather than the power of elemental magic itself. It just so happened that during the past 2 months, Flitwick taught the fire-making spell. Levin quickly understood burning hands. After learning, and based on this, he began to study elemental spells. So far, he has been quite effective. After burning hands, in order to master the templates of attack and defense spells, Levin also learned armor charm and disarming charm, and based on these, combined with burning hands, he created the 2-ring scorching heat, ray, 3-level, fireball, and other fire element spells. Then he followed the same pattern, based on freezing curse, and studied 0-level freeze ray, 1-level ice arrow, 2-level frost armor, 3-level frost nova, etc. In the process of research, he understood the specialization of the evocation school. Now his properties panel is as follows. Name, Levin Green. Race, human. Level, LV4 wizard/LV2 psion. Attributes, strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 16. Perception, 12. Charisma, 14. Expertise, heaven-defying comprehension, psychic power LV2, magic power LV4, magic resistance LV2, magic potion proficiency, transformation school specialization, prophecy school specialization, evocation school specialization. Spells, level 0, reading magic, constant, cleansing charm, whirlwind sweeping charm, levitation charm, dancing lights, scribe, flying charm, freeze ray. First level, hide thoughts, cutting charm, charm person, constant, speak with animals, constant, know languages, scholar's touch, identify, mind stab, fire charm, freeze charm, burning hands, ice bolt, armor curse. Level 2, restoration charm, bear's fortitude, ox's strength, cat's grace, eagle's majesty, fox's cunning, owl's wisdom, invisibility, psychic detection, telepathy, searing ray, frost armor, disarming charm. Level 3, daylight, micrometeor, fireball, frost nova. Ring 4, dimensional anchor. In 2 months, Levin's strength, durability, and agility attributes increased by 1. Although it does not reach the 10 points of the human average, it is still higher than that of its peers. According to his analysis, this is probably because his body is already in the growth stage. And he repeatedly used attribute strengthening spells on himself, causing his body to adapt to the post-growth state in advance, so he grew ahead of schedule. Levin knows that what he gains from this growth is the power he would gain when he grows up normally. You can only grow to your adult level at most, and then your attributes will no longer improve. If you want to break through the limit, you have to rely on permanent elixirs. Additionally, Levin's intelligence attribute is increased by 2. This is the result of reaching level 4 in the wizard profession. Before advancing to level 20 legend, for every 4 levels of professional level improvement, the relevant attributes will increase by 2 points. Based on Levin's observations during this time, he speculated that there are two ways to improve a wizard's level. The first is the natural growth of age. Unlike mages in the arcane magic system, the wizards in the world of Harry Potter should be a combination of algorithmists and warlocks. Like warlocks, their spellcasting ability comes entirely from the power of their blood, and they do not need additional preparation before casting. Like a mage, you can master more spells through learning. It can be said that he has the strengths of both a mage and a warlock. If a spellcaster from the WoW or D&D world saw it, he would be so jealous that he would turn purple with envy. Since they have the best of both worlds, wizards can naturally grow stronger and stronger like warlocks. According to Levin's observation, all new students are basically level 1 wizards. But after joining Hogwarts, level growth depends entirely on personal talent and hard work. It is possible that some young wizards can reach LV3 wizards in their second year. But there are also wizards who are in their 5th year and still lingering at LV3. Compared with grades, the 5th year Ordinary Wizarding Level Examination, OWL, and the 7th grade Ultimate Wizarding Test, NEWT, are more representative of professional levels. Young wizards need to reach LV4 to barely pass the OWL, and excellent candidates can even reach LV6. If you want to pass the NWT, you must be at least a LV5 wizard. Candidates who can get 7 or 8.0, that is excellent, in the NEWT can usually reach a wizard level of LV8. Of course, this is just a general reference and does not include those outside the rules, guys. For example, the actual combat effectiveness of the trio in the original work far exceeds their test scores. Another example is Snape and Voldemort. One of them opened the Chamber of Secrets and made Horcruxes in the 5th grade, and the other invented a series of black magic in the 5th grade. Their magic level exceeded that of some professors. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are probably between LV11 and LV15. As for the professors at Hogwarts, the gap between them is relatively large. Similar to Trelawney in divination, Mrs. Hooch in flying lessons, the wizard level is not even LV10. Experts like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Snape are well above LV15. Based on Levin's current ability, it is not possible to determine the specific level. As for Dumbledore, no need to think about it. He is a complete LV20 legend. Levin estimates that in today's wizarding world, not counting the mysterious East, only Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort have reached LV20. As for the second way to upgrade, that is to learn to develop more spells and tap your own magic potential like a mage. After all, reality is not about playing games, so how can you defeat monsters and upgrade? Even his so-called attribute panel is just a numerical summary of his own situation. A mage's strength comes from the growth of knowledge and the exploration of the magic network. Naturally, the more knowledge, the more powerful he is. Learning new spells is easier to level up than refining a single spell, and creating new spells is easier to level up than learning new spells. Levin also has an advantage in this regard. That is, his knowledge and insights will not be limited to the world of Harry Potter. This means that new spells can be created with a little insight. Even though these spells already existed in all the worlds, to him, to the world of Harry Potter, these were new spells he created. According to his estimation, as long as he learns 20 more 1-level spells, or creates 10 1-level spells, or creates 5 2-level spells, he can rise to Wizard LV5. In short, the more he learns, the more he comprehends, and the more he innovates, the faster he becomes stronger. Before the Halloween dinner, Levin had to take a spell lesson. This class teaches the levitation spell, which Levin already knows. But this does not prevent him from gaining something in class. Okay, don't forget that subtle wrist movement we've been training. Professor Flitwick stood on his pile of books as usual and said sharply, "1 wave and 1 shake, remember, 1 wave and 1 shake." It's also very important to say the spell correctly. Don't forget the wizard Barufio, who said the F instead of an S and found himself lying on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. The little wizards burst into laughter, and the classroom was filled with joy. Boom! Before their laughter ended, A loud noise came from the center of the classroom. A huge bison appeared out of thin air in the classroom and blocked the corridor in the center of the professor. Regardless of their surprise, the little wizards all came forward to watch. "Oh, who did this?" Professor Flitwick asked loudly, but his tone was not angry. "It's me, Professor." Among the crowd, Levin raised his hand. "I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect." He pointed at the bison. "I didn't expect this to be true." He waved his magic wand to cancel the summons of the bison, and then used a repair spell to restore the messy tables and chairs around him to their original state. Beautiful spell. Professor Flitwick nodded to him appreciatively and commented, "I think you just invented a buffalo spell, but now is not the time to talk about it." He clapped his hands and called the little wizard's attention back to the levitation spell. But obviously, the influence of Bison Curse has not been eliminated. The little wizards all think that Levin's skills are really cool. Many people are looking at Levin with interest, trying to find opportunities to learn this skill from him. But they didn't know that Levin had invented more than just the buffalo curse. When he summoned the bison, Levin felt something in his heart. "You have learned the buffalo summoning spell, you are proficient in arcane magic, you have understood the core concept of summoning, and you have made upgrades. Your buffalo summoning spell is upgraded to monster summoning, and your school of conjuration has reached the professional level. Monster summoning technique. You can summon monsters across planes to fight for you. The plane here usually refers to the attached plane, such as heaven, hell, etc., and cannot really cross the heavens and the world. What the School of Conjuration studies is the spell of summoning and creating matter, and monster summoning technique is the most basic summoning technique. The monster summoning spell can summon various monsters, and bison is just one of them. Although the spell itself is level 1, as the caster level increases, this spell can also be used in a higher level way. The higher the ring skill, the stronger the monsters summoned. Additionally, there are many variations of this spell. For example, Summon Undead can summon undead creatures from the underworld, Celestial Covenant, can summon angels and other celestial creatures, and Dragon Covenant can summon dragon beasts and giant dragons. In short, because of an accident, Levin actually started the conjuration school route, and Levin was very happy. All goes well for the next course. Apart from Levin, only Hermione successfully used the levitating spell, and Gryffindor's Seamus caused another explosion. Unfortunately, the little girl got into a conflict with Ronald while trying to teach him and left the get-out-of-class in tears. Levin shook his head. "Is this the end of fate? It seems that you have to pay attention to protecting others when practicing today." As soon as the charms class ended, the little wizards quickly went downstairs to the auditorium. After attending classes all afternoon, everyone was hungry. Especially on this Halloween night, the sweet smell of pumpkin is still wafting through the hallways. When everyone walked into the restaurant, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the restaurant was decorated with colorful Halloween decorations that made it weird and dazzling. On the ceiling of the auditorium, there was a large group of bats flying around the wall. From time to time, a lone one would hit the wall and disappear. They are all conjured by magic. A large number of pumpkins carved with grimaces were piled against the wall, and some pumpkins were turned into lamps and floated in midair together with bats. The delicious food suddenly appeared on the golden plate, just like at the banquet at the beginning of school. "Levin, you look hungry today?" At the dinner table, Steve looked at Levin, who was eating, and asked in surprise. Except for the first day of school, the other party was not usually like this. He was used to seeing Levin chew his food slowly, so why did the other party look like him today? Levin glanced at him and said while chewing, "Occasionally, I feel that the sun is shining in the sky. I have a feeling that something will happen today." Then he continued to work on the mutton pie in front of him. "Then you can't eat so fast." Steve couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the other person stuffing another mouthful of salad into his mouth. "It's simply more exaggerated than me." In less than 20 minutes, Levin was already full of wine and food. He wiped his mouth and looked at the Gryffindor table. Harry and his good friend Ronald were enjoying a meal, but Hermione was not there. Looking at the teacher's table again, Professor Quirrell was not there either. So he stood up and whispered to Steve, I'm going to use the bathroom." Steve was stunned. "Did you digest it so quickly today?" Levin didn't care what he was thinking. He left his seat and walked straight towards the classroom below. When he came to the stairs, Levin did not rush down. Instead, he hid himself behind a statue, cast invisibility on himself, and then hid quietly until he saw Professor Quirinus Quirrell running up from downstairs, passing in front of him and running straight towards the auditorium. After confirming that Professor Quirrell disappeared from sight, Levin emerged from behind the statue and walked down the stairs to look for the troll. The auditorium at this time, in full view of teachers and students, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed in. His big scarf was worn crookedly on his head, and his face was full of horror. Everyone stared at him. He walked to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned on the table, and gasped, "The troll, in the underground classroom, thought you should know." After saying that, he fell to the floor and passed out. Updated today, May 4th. Additional update, February 5th. You guys are really good at voting. Yesterday, I only owed 1 update. In the blink of an eye, I owed 3 updates. But it doesn't matter. The more you vote, the more I will add, and I will never go back on it. I heard that there was a troll hiding in Hogwarts, and there was chaos in the auditorium. Dumbledore had to make several piercing pyrotechnic explosions of his wand over his head before everyone fell silent. Prefect, the headmaster of Hogwarts, said in a low voice, "Take the students from your house to the dormitories immediately." On Ravenclaw's side, female prefect Penelope Cravat immediately stood up and announced loudly, "Ravenclaw students, follow me." Steve immediately grabbed a piece of pumpkin pie and followed obediently. When the team was about to start moving, he suddenly thought of Levin, who was going to the toilet. Looking around to see that the other party hadn't come back yet, he immediately found the female prefect. "It's broken." "Miss Cravat, Levin just went to the toilet." He must not have heard the warning about the troll. Penelope was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly sent someone to find the professor. At this time, Levin had already entered the underground classroom. As soon as he came out of the corridor and turned in a different direction, a stench penetrated his nostrils. It was the smell of smelly socks mixed with public toilets that were never cleaned. Then he heard a low grunt and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. Levin looked up and saw a huge creature slowly approaching. This giant monster is 12 feet tall, with dull skin as gray as granite. Its huge and stupid body is like a pile of huge gravel, with a small head like a cocoa bean on top. Its short legs are as thick as tree stumps, and beneath them are large, flat, thick, calloused feet. The smell emanating from it was disgusting, and it was holding a thick wooden stick in its hand, which was dragging on the ground because of its long arms. At this time, the troll was stopping by a door and peering inside. Levin saw at a glance that the sign at the door read, "Women's Restroom." If nothing else, Hermione stayed inside. Without any pause, Levin strode forward and got into the toilet one step ahead of the troll. The troll did not notice the invisible little wizard, but snorted in confusion when Levin passed by him. Entering the bathroom, Levin immediately saw Miss Granger huddled in the corner. Don't blame her for being so miserable. At this time, she is not the future witch who will lead 2 useless men to fight Death Eaters head-on. She is just an 11-year-old girl. Levin stepped forward, covered her mouth directly, and then whispered in the frightened girl's ear. "It's me." Now, the nervous Hermione felt relieved a little. She whispered in a trembling voice, Is it you? "Levin, you came to save me." "It's me." Levin held her hand comfortingly and asked, "How are you now?" "Can you stand up?" "Yes, but my feet are a little weak." Hermione grabbed Levin's arm and finally stood up. "So, can you cast spells?" Levin continued to ask, "You learned invisibility last week. Now is the time to practice it. Give it a try." Hermione nodded, pulled her wand out of her pocket with a trembling hand, and pointed it at herself. Invisibility technique. Magic swept through the body. In Levin's eyes, the girl instantly became completely transparent. But before the girl could get happy, the invisibility effect began to disappear. First the feet, then the body. Less than a second later, Hermione reappeared in front of Levin. "I'm sorry," the little witch said with a cry in her voice. "I'm too nervous and can't maintain the magic." "You still haven't practiced enough. Remember to practice more when you go back." Levin sighed and pointed his wand at the other person. Invisibility technique. Hermione became transparent again without further incident, and Levin reappeared. The Level 2 invisibility technique has a shortcoming, that is, you cannot actively cast spells or make other drastic actions during the duration, otherwise the invisibility state will be cancelled. This shortcoming was not made up for until Level 4, advanced invisibility. The sound of continuous chanting in the women's restroom made the troll completely discover that there was someone hiding inside. It started to lower its head, trying to get in. Seeing that the situation became urgent, Hermione hurriedly said, "You left the invisibility skill to me. What are you going to do?" "Don't worry," Levin said calmly. "I have magic to protect myself, and the troll can't hurt me. You hide aside for now, and I will take the opportunity to run out when I fight the troll later." Levin asked her out because he thought she was in the way. But in Hermione's case, Levin had to sacrifice himself to attract the troll's attention, giving her a chance to escape. Even Levin's confident voice became tragic in her ears. "No, I won't leave you alone." The little witch cried and took out her wand again. "What are you doing?" "Don't waste my magic," Levin said helplessly. "Your magic can't hurt it." With that said, Levin took the initiative to give a demonstration. Expelliarmus. Red light emerged from the tip of the wand and accurately hit the troll's shoulder. But nothing happened. The troll blinked stupidly and turned its ugly nose toward Levin. Ordinary wizard spells cannot harm this giant monster at all. Originally, Levin wanted to demonstrate this to Hermione. But who would have expected that the little witch had wrong ideas from the beginning, and now she even gets the wrong idea. Even if you can't hurt the troll, you still have to stay and attract attention. Are you such a great person? Don't worry, I won't let you down. I know. I will definitely find the professors as soon as possible to support you. You must hold on. After Hermione finished speaking, she hid in a side compartment shivering. At this moment, the troll finally realized that the little guy in front of him had just attacked him. So it raised the stick in its hand, roared, and approached Levin. Frost armor. Levin did not launch an attack immediately, but instead put up a layer of defense for himself. This is also the arcane mage's fighting routine. First protect yourself, then seek control, and finally kill the enemy. Suddenly, Levin was surrounded by invisible armor. Hermione felt chilly in the cubicle. He's using his own spells again, she thought. He always has a bunch of his own spells. Regarding this coolness, the troll felt it even more than the little witch. The closer it gets to the little thing in front of it, the slower it moves due to the cold air. This is the deceleration effect caused by frost armor while improving defense. Of course, Levin would not waste this opportunity. He raised his wand again and pointed it at the troll in front of him. Beam after beam of blue rays shot from the tip of the wand towards the troll. It is a 0-level spell, Freezing Ray. Although the damage of this magic is not high, it is only a 0-level magic. It can be cast without much preparation, which is suitable for emergency use. The rays all hit the same spot, the shoulder of the troll's club-holding arm. Suddenly, a thin layer of frost appeared on the troll's right shoulder. It grew thicker and thicker under the constant attack, and finally froze into a single piece. The giant monster came to Levin recklessly, twisting its waist, shaking its shoulders, and swinging its arms. All the muscles in its body worked together with magic to exert all its strength. In one go, it was ready to crush this little thing into pulp with a stick. But the imagined scene did not happen. The stupid troll was stunned for several seconds, and then he realized that his set of moves actually only included the twisting of the waist. None of the subsequent actions were successful. Because my shoulders have been frozen. In the eyes of Levin and Hermione, this troll just ran up to them and bent down awkwardly towards them. The arm holding the stick was still raised high on his shoulder. The funny look almost made Hermione laugh out loud. However, the calm Levin did not do this. He seized the opportunity and prepared a second spell. Ice Arrow, Ice Blade Technique. When casting Frostbolt, Levin spent his energy reshaping the magic. The originally sharp ice arrows were turned into sharp ice blades and shot towards the troll's frozen shoulder. Although the troll has strong magic resistance, it has little resistance to cold damage. The rough and flexible outer skin also becomes very fragile under the action of freezing ray. I saw the ice blade hit, and the giant monster's arm was broken at the shoulder level, as if it had been chopped by a sharp knife. But under the influence of ice, it couldn't even feel pain. "Okay, Levin, you're awesome," Hermione praised. Levin is also satisfied with this. This is the outcome of the battle he imagined. Without its arms and weapons, the giant monster immediately lost most of its combat power. With just a few small spells, this big guy can be easily subdued, and today's spell experiment was declared a success. Just when Hermione was excited and Levin was about to pursue the victory, the troll picked up his arm and attached the broken part to the wound on his shoulder. Next, something unbelievable happened to the two of them. As soon as the flesh and blood of the monster's wound came into contact, it immediately began to grow crazily, and the sprouts of flesh sprouting one after another were horrifying to see. In less than 2 seconds, the giant monster's broken arm was reattached intact. No, this broken arm cannot be said to be intact. It can even be said that the recovery was very rough. Levin clearly found that the connected arm was a little crooked. The texture of the interface skin did not exactly match up, and it was also a little longer, resulting in 2 arms that were longer and shorter, looking extremely uncoordinated. But this is the scariest part. Even with this rough technique, the giant monster still successfully reattached the severed arm, and the reattached arm can still be used flexibly. This shows that the giant monster relies entirely on its incredible recovery ability. But how is this possible? I have never heard that the trolls in the world of Harry Potter have such resilience. This is how the same thing. Levin's brain is working rapidly. A vast database of magic books is no help. Instead, it was the memory of his previous life that gave him clues. Could this troll have merged the characteristics of trolls from other worlds? Thinking of this, Levin was suddenly enlightened. Yes! Surprisingly, Ciri from the wizarding world can appear in this world. Water ghosts can appear in this world. So why can't the trolls of this world merge with the trolls of other world? After all, they are all the same species. Unlike the trolls in the Harry Potter world, whether in World of Warcraft, D&D, or the wizarding world, trolls are a race known for their regenerative abilities. The troll's wounds heal very quickly. If the monster loses its limbs or even its head, the dismembered parts will still maintain life and activity. Some trolls will even reattach severed limbs directly to their original places. What's even more exaggerated is that if the troll doesn't reattach the severed limbs to their original places, the severed limbs will even automatically fight like living creatures. You will see a crawling hand, a jumping leg, or a biting head on the battlefield until the troll reattach the broken limb or grow a new limb. Obviously, the giant monster in front of me is able to reattach its limbs because it has absorbed the abilities of its kind from Otherworld. If the original giant monster's combat power is equivalent to level 5 to 6, so now this guy who is both the magic resistance of the troll and the regeneration ability of the troll is completely equivalent to a level 7 to 8 wizard. But the troll's super recovery ability is not unsolvable. Levin's otherworldly knowledge told him that only acid and fire could prevent the regeneration of the troll's body. Isn't it time to catch up? Levin sneered proudly. The fireball technique I just developed. As he spoke, he waved his wand and read out the magic he just learned today. Monster summoning technique. In an instant, a huge bison appeared and stood in front of the giant monster. The bison is just an ordinary beast. Of course, it can't take a few blows from the troll. But until the bison falls, the troll cannot threaten its summoner. Seeing the troll being choked by the bison and screaming, Hermione's eyes lit up. So the buffalo curse can still be used like this? It's really powerful. Levin's spell is not over yet. While the troll was helpless after being gored by the bison, Levin began to recite the second spell. Hot Ray. An orange-red beam so intense that it turned white was emitted from the tip of the wand, shining directly on the giant monster. The irradiated area instantly became blackened and carbonized, and bursts of white smoke emitted. Ho ho! The giant monster itself was restrained by the fire element, and the scorching heat brought intense pain, making it roar in pain. The high-temperature rays streaked across the giant monster's chest, leaving a deep one scar. The troll was in so much pain that even the bison couldn't care about it and could only cover its wounds and roll on the ground. But that wasn't the painful end of it. Hot ray! Another blazing light shot out. This time Levin aimed at the troll's newly attached arm. Under his careful control, the ray shined directly on the joint of the troll's shoulder and slowly passed through it. The newly reattached limb joint was already fragile, but the heat ray now exerted the effect of Superman's heat ray, burning the newly attached arm off again. The poor giant turned into the Condor hero again. After losing his right arm again, the troll wailed and picked up his right arm with his only remaining left hand and connected it to the wound, trying to stage the scene of reconnecting the severed limb again. But this time, its regenerative power has been suppressed by the fire element, and no matter how it is connected, it cannot produce an effect. The stupid troll didn't know what was going on, so he could only try again and again, and became incompetently furious over and over again. And Levin finally prepared the last spell. Fireball technique. Normally, he would not use such a mass destruction spell in such a small room. But the troll is a guy with strong vitality after all. In Levin's spell list, this is the only spell that can make the final decision. After casting, Levin stood in front of Hermione and used frost armor to protect himself and the little witch. Boom! The moment the blazing fire element touched the giant monster, a violent explosion occurred. The entire women's restroom was suddenly ablaze. Even though the center of the explosion was a full 7 or 8 meters away from Levin, the aftermath of the flames still destroyed most of the frost armor. When Levin turned around to look, the giant monster was already scorched black and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. If Levin hadn't canceled the summoning of Monster Summoning before casting the fireball, even the bison is going to be roasted whole. Phew, finally done. Looking at the small mountain of charred corpses in front of him, Levin couldn't help but wipe away the non-existent sweat. Frost armor not only protects him, but also provides an air conditioning effect. In this case, it is quite difficult to sweat. Hermione also exited the invisibility state, standing next to Levin and looking at the dead monster in fear. If Levin hadn't arrived in time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. About a few seconds later, there were footsteps outside the toilet door, and a familiar shout came from outside the door. "Hermione, are you there?" It was Harry and Ronald, and they were also looking for Hermione. "I'm here," Hermione responded. Harry and Ronald actually remembered to come to her, which moved Hermione a little. These two friends were indeed loyal. Of course, what moved her the most was Levin, who came to her for the first time. No one can bring a sense of security better than him. "Hermione, be careful, there's a troll nearby." "Ah, what is this?" Harry and Ronald followed the sound and broke into the toilet. They were not frightened by the corpse of the troll immediately. Before Levin could explain anything, there were footsteps again. After a moment, Ravenclaw's headmaster Flitwick and McGonagall rushed over at the head, followed closely by Snape, and Quirrell, who had already woken up, was at the end. Quirrell only glanced at the charred corpse of the giant monster, then let out a weak sob, clutched his chest tightly, and slumped to the ground with another exaggerated wail. Snape bent down to look at the troll, while Flitwick and McGonagall looked at the 4 young wizards. "Levin Green, what the hell are you students playing?" McGonagall said, with cold anger in his voice. "You're lucky. You weren't killed by it. Why didn't you heed the warning and stay in the dormitory?" "I didn't hear any warning at all." Professor McGonagall's questioning made Harry and Ronald panic, but it didn't make Levin nervous at all. Before looking for the troll, he had already laid the groundwork. "I just ate too fast at the dinner, and my stomach felt a little uncomfortable. I went to the toilet, but I didn't hear any warning." After that, he went a step further and asked the other party in turn, "I never expected that I would encounter a troll in Hogwarts, which is known as the safest place in the world. I also want to ask, what kind of tricks is the school doing? Snape glanced at Levin suspiciously, as if judging the truth of his words. Flitwick asked with concern, Levin, you are not injured, are you? After getting a negative answer, he turned to Professor McGonagall and explained to Levin, You did misunderstand, Minerva. Miss Cravat just mentioned Levin to me, and he did go to the toilet in the middle of the banquet. It's normal not to hear the warning. Oh, if that's the case. I'm sorry, kid, this is indeed Hogwarts' mistake. Professor McGonagall became embarrassed. In fact, her anger was entirely out of concern for her students, so she turned to the three little lions and waited for their explanation. Miss Granger has been staying here because she is sad, Levin explained for Hermione. She has not attended the Halloween dinner from the beginning. As for Harry and Ronald, he glanced at the two of them, and they both defended themselves. We are here to find Hermione. We want to remind her about the troll. In fact, we only arrived a little earlier than you, Professor. After hearing everyone's reasons, Professor McGonagall's eyes softened. I finally understand the matter. She coughed a few times, and first looked at Levin apologetically. Mr. Green, you solved the troll alone. For this, I will give Ravenclaw 20 points. I have to say, there are not many for a first-year student to be able to compete with an adult troll. You have indeed proven your talent. Flitwick looked at the burnt corpse and praised, although I don't know how you used the fire spell to kill a troll, I have to say, it was a great job. As for you, Professor McGonagall looked at the remaining three young wizards. Miss Granger, since you have extenuating circumstances, I will not deduct points for Gryffindor for this. But Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, each of you will deduct points for Gryffindor. It's been 5 minutes. Next time something like this happens, you should take the initiative to find the professor instead of making fun of your own life, if Mr. Green hadn't been here this time. Professor McGonagall did not continue. She did not want Levin to think that this was an encouragement to him. Now then, you'd better go back to the common room. The students are all having Halloween dinner in their own houses. On the way back to the lounge, Levin kept dealing with Harry's entanglement with Ronald. They couldn't imagine that a little wizard of their own age could actually defeat a giant monster head-on. As for Hermione, the girl was smiling the whole time, not at all like she was trembling with fear before. The three people in front of her made her feel friendship for the first time at Hogwarts. Especially Levin. It wasn't until today that Hermione felt like she had made a friend. Levin and others have returned to the lounge to enjoy the rest of the festival. The professors are still discussing the accident. This giant monster, accidentally, escaped from Professor Quirrell's laboratory. Although a first-year student had dealt with it, Dumbledore certainly could not allow Quirrell to leave something like a troll in Hogwarts, even if it was used as a teaching aid. In the principal's office, a gloomy-looking Snape was talking to Dumbledore. I don't understand why you allowed him to become the defense against the dark arts professor, Snape said resentfully. The position he had dreamed of for many years was now occupied by such a guy. You can imagine his frustration. If compared with the scene when he watched Lily marry James Potter, it's about 1% of that feeling. Dumbledore was non-committal. I have a last resort, Severus. Facing this calm old face, Snape was filled with anger, but also helpless. In fact, he was dissatisfied with Dumbledore. When he betrayed Voldemort and took refuge with the White Wizard, the root of everything was Lily. As a result, Lily was actually killed under Dumbledore's protection. Even if this was an accident that Dumbledore couldn't have foreseen, Snape still had a grudge against the White Wizard. If it weren't for the sake of Lily's child, Harry Potter, he really wouldn't want to obey this old bee's orders. Seeing that Dumbledore was unwilling to express his opinion, Snape went further. I just checked the corridor on the 4th floor. The door was opened and the three-headed dog attacked the intruder. In addition, I insisted on the corpse of the troll. The burn marks on the dead troll were not simple, and some of the wounds were not like those that could be caused by the ordinary, fire-making curse. You have to pay attention to the new life of the Ravenclaw. Dumbledore still just nodded. I understand, Severus. You have to give the young wizard a little more trust. Seeing that his words fell on deaf ears, Snape turned away and left. As he was about to leave the headmaster's office, Dumbledore said softly, "Please pay more attention to Professor Quirrell for me. You already doubted him, and yet you allowed him to be a professor in the castle? Snape became even more angry. Severus, I have a last resort, Dumbledore said softly. Fuck your damn reasons. Snape was furious and slammed the door. In the following period, Levin almost became a star at Hogwarts. Almost everyone who meets him asks about how he defeated the troll. Even his roommate Steve came to him and asked, Hey Levin, I heard that you had a battle with a troll that night. Because of this, the toilet was blown to pieces, and there were broken limbs and limbs all over the floor. Is this true? Levin was stunned after hearing this. Good guy, are you sure you're not talking about Stalingrad, but the Hogwarts basement? Only when he asked Hermione did he find out that after returning to the common room that day, Ronald couldn't help but be excited and spent most of the night talking with the little lions in the common room. That's so exciting. In order to attract more attention, Ronald made a little exaggeration of the facts. Who would have thought that if it was passed down to 10, it would become like this? Ronald is indeed a big talker who loves to be in the limelight. Until a week later, Levin could still see him bragging about it to others at breakfast in the auditorium. After entering November, the weather becomes very cold. The mountains surrounding the school were gray and covered with ice and snow, and the lake surface was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Every morning, with frost on the ground, the young wizards noticed Rubeus Hagrid, Hogwarts keykeeper and gamekeeper, decked out in thick furs, defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. Quidditch season is about to begin. During these days, Ravenclaw's captain, Roger Davis, was busy training with Levin and the others whenever he had time. Quidditch training increased from 3 times a week to 5 times a week. But the professors at Hogwarts are not letting up on their studies just because of the exciting Quidditch season. Therefore, Levin is busier than other students. Naturally, Quidditch training cannot be left behind. In addition to completing the coursework assigned by the professor, he also has to go to the library to read and scan books, and also looks for opportunities to go to the Room of Requirement to find valuable items to repair. He came to Hogwarts. The first holiday after that is coming. Harry Potter serves as the main seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and he will play today. On Saturday morning, Roger Davis ran breathlessly to the Ravenclaw common room to break the news. Although Ravenclaw will face Hufflepuff in tomorrow's game, Ravenclaw's biggest opponents in the Quidditch Cup have always been Slytherin and Gryffindor. Therefore, Roger has been concerned about the situation of these two teams. He's only in the 1st grade, and he actually became the main force. Didn't you say he was a substitute before? What's the point? Don't we also have a first-year main player? Is it because he is famous? Of course not. Levin actively popularizes science. Do you know the trophy display room on the 4th floor? The crystal glass cabinets inside display trophies, shields, medals, and statues. Every Quidditch cup is placed there. I remember the last time I passed by there, an AA name was found on the trophy, James Potter. James Potter. Cirilla was a little surprised, another Potter, than his relationship with Harry is. They have a father-son relationship, Levin confirmed. That is to say, Harry's father, as a seeker, once helped Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup. Levin's words caused an uproar. It is not surprising that Quidditch talent can be inherited. There are many Quidditch families in the wizarding world. Seeing that the scene was a bit chaotic, Cirilla coughed dryly and said loudly, It's just a Potter, are you afraid? No matter who the opponent is, victory belongs to Ravenclaw. At this time, her eyes were firm, showing her desire for victory. That's right, against Hufflepuff tomorrow, the victory will only be ours. Levin also echoed. Thinking of the ace pairing of Levin and Cirilla, the eaglets finally let go of their fear of Harry. But after watching the afternoon game, the Harry threat theory started making noise again. As the first game of the season, Slytherin played very dirty. It almost looked like they were playing rugby rather than Quidditch. Throughout the game, they kept committing flagrant fouls, which made Gryffindor extremely uncomfortable, and the score kept falling behind. In the end, it was Harry Potter who saved the world. He risked losing control of his broom to catch the golden snitch first, ending the game in one fell swoop. After the game, there was a little farce where Snape was suspected of framing Potter. But no matter what, Everyone has seen what Harry Potter is capable of. Now Ravenclaw can only hope that their new player has Harry's skills. The next morning it was clear and cold. The restaurant is filled with the enticing smell of grilled sausages, and everyone is looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch game. Answer readers' questions. Some readers asked why the protagonist wanted to share his own magic. Because these magics are simple and basic enough, there is no big threat if they are shared. Magic such as invisibility, dancing lights, ice arrows, and fireball are just basic spells in other worlds, and their upper limit is just that. What if others know about it? If the protagonist really wants to learn advanced spells such as prayer, finger of death, meteor explosion, and stop time, of course, it is impossible to teach it to others casually. In addition, the main plot of this novel is to build power, not to become stronger alone. The protagonist is an orphan and has no family. To establish his power, he naturally needs to find opportunities to win over talented people. Even if you think outsiders are unreliable and want to take the route of having many children and many blessings, you must have the cooperation of the opposite sex, and you can't let the protagonist have mitosis. If you really can't bear to fall in love and think about licking or something, you can just treat Hermione as a future subordinate. Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Comments Chapter 35 Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff. The time soon reached 11 o'clock. There were huge crowds of people around the Quidditch pitch. It seemed like all the teachers and students in the school came to the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students even brought telescopes. The stands were literally lifted into the air to get a clear view of the action, but it was still difficult to see clearly at times. Roger and other players gathered around Levin and Shirley and walked to the locker room. Hey guys, our Ravenclaw glory is coming. We are the best team Ravenclaw has ever seen. Roger enthusiastically launched into his pre-match speech. The year before last, after our best chaser, Miss Leanne, joined Ravenclaw, our performance surpassed that of Gryffindor and was only second to Slytherin. And this year, we have welcomed a young talented chaser, Levin Green. Neither Slytherin nor Hufflepuff is our opponent. Wish us luck. Tell me, what are we? Champion. The Ravenclaw Quidditch players walked out of the locker room with high spirits and then walked to the cheering stadium. The one who takes the first place is not Roger, but Cyrilla, because she is the biggest star. Levin walked behind, without any fear and even a little enthusiastic. Even he would be affected by such a fanatical atmosphere. The scene was very much like a popular football or basketball game in previous lives. Levin saw Ravenclaw's auditorium at a glance. There was a huge banner above the seats that read Ravenclaw must win. Surrounding the big banner were small banners with the names of the 7 team members written on them. The banners were enchanted with a levitating spell, allowing them to float above the Ravenclaw stand without the need for human hands to hold them. The blue banner floats with the wind, and the eagle emblem in the banner that keeps flapping its wings is like a real eagle soaring in the 9 heavens. The referee of the game is Mrs. Hooch, who stands in the middle of the court with her broomstick in her hand. Attention everyone, I want everyone to compete fairly and honestly, she said when the players from both teams came to her side. Everyone, please ride on your broomsticks. Levin stepped onto Nimbus 2000. This was a gift from Professor Flitwick. The head of Ravenclaw did not want his students to lose to the Gryffindor Seekers. Beep. Mrs. Hooch blew her silver whistle as hard as she could. 15 flying broomsticks rose from the ground and rose high into the sky. The game begins. Good morning, everyone. I'm the commentator for this game, Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan's enthusiastic voice rang out, igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. He is a black boy from Gryffindor with traditional black dreadlocks. He seems to speak with rhythm and has an amazing talent in explanation. This match is Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. The quaffle was immediately grabbed by Ravenclaw's chaser Cyrilla Leanne. That girl is an excellent chaser. After she joined Ravenclaw, the Quidditch team has undergone a qualitative change. I dare say she is the real captain of Ravenclaw, not Roger, and she is very charming. Jordan. I'm sorry, Professor. She was really running all the way up there, and she made a beautiful pass, and Levin Green caught the ball without even looking back. What a terrible understanding. Levin Green is a new player discovered by Cyrilla Leanne this year. If Gryffindor's Harry Potter is the youngest Seeker in a century, then Green is the youngest Chaser in a century. Lee Jordan introduced Levin without forgetting to mention Gryffindor Harry Potter. Beautiful. He just dodged and escaped Zacharias' deliberate steal. He lived up to Cyrilla's expectations. Although he is young, he is agile enough. He was soaring all the way in the middle, and Zacharias couldn't catch up with him. This speed was amazingly fast. It turned out that he was riding the same Nimbus 2000 as Harry. It seems that Ravenclaw didn't want Gryffindor to dominate the front. Lee Jordan mentions Harry again. Hufflepuff's other chaser, Cadverdetti, suddenly stepped in and blocked Levin in front of him. Faced with this inevitable steal, Levin casually threw the quaffle to the upper left and at the same time turned the broom to the lower right. This action almost stunned Cadwallader. He didn't know for a moment whether he was blocking the ball or someone, but Levin smoothly moved him behind him, and the quaffle fell into the hands of Cyrilla on the upper right. A beautiful one, too. Lee Jordan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Levin cleverly played a trick on Cadwallader. Cyrilla was already waiting above. I have never seen such a tacit understanding. They didn't even look at each other the whole time. Cyrilla kept going, heading straight into the scoring area without slowing down at all. Is it about to appear? Cyrilla's classic solo quick breakthrough. She relied on this to help Ravenclaw become a strong contender for the Quidditch Cup. Oh, goalkeeper Stebbins came forward. He wants to challenge Cyrilla's breakthrough head-on. Can he succeed? With Lee Jordan's passionate commentary, all attention was focused on Hufflepuff's goal. Immediately afterwards, they heard Lee Jordan scream. Oh, no, she didn't shoot the ball herself. Cyrilla didn't break through alone. She actually passed the ball the moment she entered the scoring area. Everyone forgot that she had teammates. It was Levin. Levin Green received the ball. He has been waiting there for a long time. Hufflepuff's defense has been attracted by Cyrilla, and now he is facing an empty goal. Levin drove the Nimbus 2000 and threw the quaffle towards the ring in front of him. The ball went in. Exquisite coordination. The talented chaser Cyrilla used herself to attract all the attention and handed the ball to her teammates before breaking through. The youngest chaser in a century, Levin Green, he lived up to the expectations of his seniors and scored the first goal of the game. And this was less than a minute before the game started. Along with Jordan's excited explanation, huge cheers rang out from the Ravenclaw stands. After losing a goal at the beginning, the morale of the Hufflepuffs was greatly reduced, but they were not discouraged. They quickly passed the ball to the chaser Zacharias and quickly launched an attack before Levin returned to the half-court gap. The three chasers formed a triangle, protected the ball aggressively, and launched a direct attack on Ravenclaw's position. Captain Roger quickly organized an interception. However, the Eagles are afraid of physical confrontation, so Ravenclaw's playing style is generally soft. Although he can do a lot of technical tricks, he is not good at strong breakthroughs and defense. This is why the addition of Cyrilla can bring about a qualitative change in the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The future Witcher is like a freak in Ravenclaw. Not only is he skilled in playing skills, but he is also not afraid of close combat and physical confrontation. Even Slytherin's Marcus Flint had to give up in this regard. The addition of Cyrilla fills Ravenclaw's gap very well, making many tactics that were just a chore become full of threats. Now that Levin has arrived, there are two such freaks. It's Cyrilla again. Facing Hufflepuff's group breakthrough, it's Cyrilla who steps forward again. She is not only a powerful breakthrough player, but also an iron wall for Ravenclaw. But can she stop the triangle attack of 3 people by herself? With the explanation, all the Ravenclaws felt their hearts tightening. Wait, it's Levin. Levin returned with incredible speed, a beautiful Parkins clamp tactic. He stole the quaffle from Chaser Summers. What a terrifying tacit understanding. Jordan sighed loudly. I have to repeat it again. The tacit understanding between Cyrilla and Levin is the most terrifying I have ever seen among ball chasers. They don't even need words, just a glance. They both focus on Sarah holding the ball. Muse. Poor Summers, he has no chance between these two vicious chasers. Wait, what is he going to do? Merlin's beard. Levin didn't wait for his teammates and immediately started a fast break. Hufflepuff can't make it back. Where's the beater? Beater, please save him. Hufflepuff's hitters are certainly working hard. Just as Levin was about to enter the scoring area, a black bludger quickly hit his back. But Levin didn't even turn his head, as if he had eyes behind his back. Psychic detection is much easier to use than eyes. He turned slightly sideways, dodged lightly, and listened to the huge iron ball whistling past his ears. Unfortunately, the batsman couldn't save Hufflepuff. Levin allowed himself a one-on-one opportunity with the goalie. What would he do? He would just go for it. Just like Sorella always did, he would be second. Sorella? Yes! The ball went in. He proved that he is no less than Sorella, and Hufflepuff's goalkeeper couldn't stop his attack. In Ravenclaw's seat, the cheers rang louder again, less than a minute since the last time. The next game almost turned into a dance party between Levin and Sorella. They took turns to attack, either using their incomparable personal skills and impact to break through directly, or using superhuman tacit understanding and exquisite skills to cooperate with each other to play with Hufflepuff's chasers. If it were in the past, Hufflepuff could have used a multi-person defense to block Sorella, while the remaining people would drag Ravenclaw, who was not good at melee combat, into a close fight to gain a fighting chance. This is a common tactic used by other teams to deal with Ravenclaw after Sorella joined Ravenclaw. But now, even this trick is no longer easy to use. Because Levin is no less a threat than Sorella. Whenever their zone defense pinned one of them, the other one could take advantage of Hufflepuff's defense to break through and score like crazy. But if they don't play zone defense and man marking, then these two guys can start at the same time and rely on their superhuman tacit understanding to exert a stronger effect. In this way, Hufflepuff was kept flying around by Ravenclaw, but he never knew how to resist Ravenclaw's attack. As Jordan concluded, the addition of Levin gives Ravenclaw two Sorellas. No, in Hufflepuff's eyes, Levin is the pro plus Ultramax version of Sorella. Not only does he possess Sorella's general speed, technique, and impact, but he also possesses super intuition and perception that Sorella does not have. Bludgers can't do any damage to him at all, no matter which direction the batter attacks from. Whether it is a frontal attack or a sneak attack, none of them could cause him any harm. He never had to pay special attention or be wary of his surroundings to dodge the bludgers with the smallest of movements. When have the little badgers ever encountered such an opponent? He is not as fast as him, his skills are not as good as his, he can't hit or hit, he is as helpless as a hedgehog. Hufflepuff's goalkeeper may be able to block one shot, two shots, but Ravenclaw always shoots. Jordan sighed. Ravenclaw has two powerful breakthrough players, and Hufflepuff has nothing to do about it. In only 10 minutes of the game, Ravenclaw scored 90 points, scoring almost a goal every minute. Now Hufflepuff may have to rely on their seeker, Cedric Diggory. As long as he can catch the snitch within 10 minutes, victory will belong to Hufflepuff. Why within 10 minutes? Because in 10 minutes at most, the score difference between the two teams would be over 150 points. At that time, even if the golden snitch flew to Cedric's hands, he would not be able to save Hufflepuff. Haven't they discovered the golden snitch yet? Jordan turned back and continued to observe the progress of the game, his eyes sweeping around the field, wishing he could become a seeker himself. But even the seeker on the field found nothing, let alone him. When the score between the two sides reached 120-20, the situation changed. Levin, who was originally cooperating with Sorella in the attack, suddenly stopped flying, turned around and flew towards the seeker Zhang Qiu, leaving Sorella alone to face the pursuit and interception of the little badgers. But none of the Ravenclaw players seemed surprised. Under the confused gazes of the audience, the two little Chinese wizards just whispered in the air. Then Levin pointed to the Hufflepuff stand. Zhang Qiu immediately activated his broomstick and swooped over first, with Levin following closely behind. Cedric, who was not far away, only stayed for a moment before following him as if he suddenly understood. Although he could not immediately determine the location of the golden snitch, after flying closer, the truth became clear. He followed the direction of his opponent and discovered the small golden ball, which was the size of a walnut and was constantly flapping its wings like a wasp. Jordan's commentary revealed the truth to the audience. It's incredible. In this game, the first person to discover the golden snitch was not the seekers of both sides, but the chaser of Ravenclaw, who contributed an amazing performance. It's really amazing. Levin Green was not only scoring consecutive goals, he was also looking for the golden snitch part-time and was the first to find it. He stared closely at the chase in front of him and explained excitedly. Now the situation is obvious. Ravenclaw has changed its tactics. The youngest chaser directly transformed into the second seeker, helping the real seeker Zhang Qiu to catch the golden snitch, while Ravenclaw's chasers and beaters then they turn to the defensive and adopt delaying tactics. Anyway, they have the score advantage and are not afraid of losing the ball. As long as Ravenclaw catches the golden snitch first, they will win. As Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory had been watching the boy in front of him crush his teammates. The opponent was so strong that he had to take on the important task of turning the team from defeat into victory. But now he finally experienced firsthand how difficult this boy was. Seeing that Ravenclaw discovered the golden snitch before him, Diggory ignored the danger and forced himself to increase his speed to the maximum, trying to surpass Zhang Qiu. But Levin is like an escort fighter plane next to a bomber. Once Diggory tries to get closer, he will take the initiative to meet him, as if he will stop him even if they die together. Diggory tried many overtaking methods, including emergency acceleration, emergency changes of direction, forced collision. But no matter how he tried, the young chaser would accurately block his path, preventing him from making any progress. He originally thought that he could forcefully break through with his elder physical advantage. But he was wrong. The opponent was much stronger than he looked. When the two collided, Diggory felt that he had bumped into not a wizard but a troll. Finally, Digorian couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Zhang Qiu was just a few centimeters away from catching the golden snitch, he immediately ignored it and forced a breakthrough. Of course, Levin didn't tolerate him and blocked him directly. The two are wrestling. Zhang Qiu suddenly slowed down, and the three of them formed a ball and rolled into Hufflepuff's banner. Seeing that the situation was not good, Diggory reluctantly turned his broom and escaped smoothly. With Levin's skills, there was a chance to break free, but Zhang Qiu was too weak to hold the broom with one hand, and lost his hand when the banner rolled up. Seeing this, Levin had no choice but to rush forward and at the same time urgently cast Frost Armor, trying to use it as a buffer. You are in crisis and need to quickly cast magic to deal with the current trouble. At this critical moment, you suddenly realize the metamagic feat, Spell Instant. Spell Prompt. You can consume extra mana to cast spells instantly. The higher the spell level, the greater the extra mana consumed. Generally, spells above level 5 cannot be cast instantly. You are in deep crisis, and you instinctively burst out with spiritual power to try to prevent yourself from falling. You suddenly realize the psychic power, Psychic Explosion. Instant cast, Frost Armor. Psychic Explosion. In an instant, invisible ice armor gathered around Levin, protecting him and Zhang Qiu in his arms. And the invisible power of thought exploded, greatly slowing down their fall. In the eyes of the audience, the two were involved in the banner and fell directly from a height of more than 10 meters. Everyone in the stands exclaimed. Professor Flitwick quickly drew out his wand and quickly cast a shock-absorbing spell, which together with Levin's telekinesis slowed down the falling momentum. The two fell to the grass along with the banner, where it rolled for weeks. Mrs. Hooch stopped the game. Ravenclaw's team members flew down to help the two of them escape from the tightly entangled banner. Even Diggory came to check on himself. When they broke free from the shackles of the banner and stood up surrounded by the team members, the whole venue seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and then immediately started again. Deafening cheers filled the stadium. Zhang Qiu stood up from Levin's arms and raised the hand holding the golden snitch high. It was because of this little guy that she unexpectedly let go. but the risk was worth it. 270-20 Ravenclaw won with a big score. You know, the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup is not about wins, but the total score of all games combined. Such a huge score gap gave Ravenclaw a huge lead over other teams in an instant. The scene has become a sea of joy. The Ravenclaw players were extremely happy. Roger kept cheering with Levin in his arms, not caring that he was only doing odd jobs throughout the game. Zhang Qiu held up the golden snitch and kept holding Levin's wrist tightly with his other hand. Levin could only smile awkwardly as he was hugged and grabbed. Cyrilla was very happy to win this time, but she, who had always been carefree, always felt a little uncomfortable at this moment, especially the scene where Junior Zhang Qiu grabbed Junior Levin's wrist, which made her roll her eyes. In short, amid laughter and tears, Ravenclaw's first round of Quidditch came to an end. Today's update, May 4th, additional update, March 10th. You guys are so awesome. 3.5k spent, 58 monthly tickets, 100 plus comments. In total, I have to add 11 updates. I have only made up 3 additional updates now. I will have to write more Braille in the future and try to add a few more updates in one day. Don't think that I'm asking for less, and the conditions are harsh. I'm not someone who gets stuck updating at 2,000 words. I did the math and found that each chapter has an average of 2,700 words, which is half a big chapter. Anyway, thank you all for your support. If you have flowers, monthly votes, comments, etc., please vote for me. Time flies. More than a month has passed since the exciting first round of Quidditch. It was mid to late December, and Hogwarts had entered winter, with several feet of snow covering everything. Levin has already made plans to go to Diagon Alley during the Christmas vacation to sell the debris he repaired during this period, and at the same time find a way to buy the main ingredient for the permanent elixir. At least he has to find and obtain it. Because of this incident, he has recently become interested in the subject of potions. He has recently been trying to combine Muggle chemistry and potions, and has gained a lot. Unlike him, as Christmas is approaching, most of the little wizards are not focusing on their studies, and are eagerly looking forward to the long holiday. The lake was covered with solid ice, and although there were roaring fires in the common room and auditorium, the drafty corridors were bitingly cold, and the classroom windows rattled in the biting wind. The worst thing for students is that Professor Snape's classes are all held in underground classrooms. The cold air in the basement combined with the cold air in winter naturally makes it twice as cold. During class, as soon as they took a breath, a cloud of white mist formed in front of them, so they had to get as close to the hot crucible as possible. Because he studied potions, Levin was quite active in the potions class, but this did not win the old bat's good attitude. Even though he was the first to complete the potion required by his coursework, Snape was still very picky about him. Being the first to complete the potion does not mean that you have done a good job. Mr. Green, you took too long to brew the uplifting potion. What do I think? If you had finished it later, other people's wounds would have been healed. He took a sip of the potion with a sullen face and complained loudly. The potion tastes too strong, which means your Baixian liquid has too many impurities. Maybe you should crush it first when squeezing the Baixian juice, and then squeeze it through gauze. As for now, I can only suggest that you put some licorice in it. And taste, otherwise even the trolls won't be willing to drink your potion. Seeing Levin being trained so badly, Steve on the side felt sorry for him. Old Bat must be targeting you. He didn't even think about it. Who would brew a potion when he was injured? Please call him Professor Snape, Steve. Although he speaks harshly, he is really teaching us some skills that are not in the textbooks. Levin, on the other hand, was emotionally stable and told the truth in one sentence. But you were the first to finish it, and you did it so well, but you didn't give Ravenclaw any extra points. Steve was still a little uncomfortable. We come to Hogwarts just to learn more knowledge. Extra points are just a byproduct. As Levin spoke, he waved his wand to chop up a portion of white fresh leaves and then squeezed them through gauze. The juice obtained is indeed much clearer. In addition to having less impurities and scum than before, it also doesn't have as much pungent smell. Levin immediately thought of the original book, the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook. The so-called Half-Blood Prince is actually Snape's pseudonym. He wrote a lot of notes and annotations in his potion textbook, which mentioned many potion-making techniques that were different from those in the textbook. Harry picked up the notes and followed them, and sure enough, his grades in potions class improved by leaps and bounds. This shows that Snape has been a master of potions since his student days, and many of his unique medicinal techniques are indeed very effective. And that's what he was trying to teach Levin just now, but the teaching process was mixed with cynicism. There is no way. This old bat is indeed an old arrogant person. Just like how he treated Harry, on the one hand, he stayed in Hogwarts as a professor specifically for Lily, and would rather be misunderstood by Harry again and again, just to protect him. On the other hand, he was always unhappy with Harry because of James Potter. Even if he knew it would deepen the misunderstanding, he would still mock Harry from time to time. This directly resulted in Snape being an absolute bad guy in Harry's eyes until he died. He had to wait until he died in front of Harry before he could realize his tenderness. It can only be said that Thundera has already withdrawn from the environment. Because he knew Snape, Levin was able to take his bad breath lightly. Come to think of it, although Snape is stubborn and extreme, he still likes good students. I didn't see him being rude with his words, but he was still very honest with Levin and revealed some of his own secrets from time to time. In fact, even though Steve has been complaining about Levin, but in the eyes of the little snakes who really knew Snape, their dean treated the Ravenclaw incredibly well. The Slytherins have discovered that although the old bat often has a bad mouth about Levin, he has never really found fault with him and has never deducted points from him. They could hear that Snape's criticism of Levin Green was fundamentally different from his criticism of Harry Potter. And both the preferential treatment and the smile are conserved. Snape's preferential treatment of Levin meant that poor students like Harry were treated even worse. That's a good saying. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. With Levin in front of him, those poor students are even more unbearable in the eyes of the old bat. Whether it is Harry, Ronald, Neville, or the demolition wizard Seamus Finnegan, they hate potions class even more than before. Especially I hated being left by Snape to refine potions over and over again until he successfully completed those complicated potions. Of course, except for potions, Levin still performed extremely well in other classes. The school year is not even halfway through, and everyone already thinks that the top grader in the final exam must be Levin. The second place is naturally the know-it-all Miss Hermione. Although she has become Levin's little apprentice, this does not prevent her from trying to catch up with the first place in class performance and academics. Since the troll incident, the relationship between the two has become closer. In addition to after-school magic tutoring, Miss Know-It-All occasionally asks Levin for advice on other things, including but not limited to the unfair treatment she encountered in Gryffindor because of her academic ability and how stupid her two stupid men were. Even certain physiological issues have to be consulted by Levin. This makes Levin feel that he has a great responsibility. Not only did he have to be Hermione's best friend of the opposite sex, but he also had to be her best friend of the same sex. Levin completely believes that in a few years when a girl grows up and starts to have feelings for her, she will want to strangle her past self. It was before the Christmas party, and Levin was stopped by Hermione again on his way to the auditorium. Levin. Here. Next to the pine trees in the corridor, Levin heard Hermione's voice. Levin turned around and saw Hermione, Ronald, Harry, and Hagrid arguing under a holly tree. The emotional line won't unfold so quickly, at least not Hermione's line. She's only 11 years old. I wrote my last book too early, and I will never make the same mistake with this book. Of course, older female characters will start the ambiguous line earlier. But don't expect to achieve success in one fell swoop. The protagonist is only 11 years old. Dear readers, you don't want your favorite female character to be involved in a crime, right? Diagon has the crime of strong women fucking men. Good afternoon, everyone. What are you doing here? Levin walked up and waved to them. Seeing another person coming, Hagrid's reaction was not happy, but annoyed. Hermione opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Ronald held her back. We promised Hagrid, Hermione. Ronald said righteously, we shouldn't tell more people about this. But that's Levin Green. Hermione looked at him blankly. Isn't he our friend? Seeing the attitude of his two friends, Harry was very embarrassed. What Hermione wanted to say was a secret between him, Ronald, Hermione, and Hagrid. Harry didn't know whether he should tell Levin what happened without the other person's consent. Seeing their mysterious looks, Levin immediately guessed what was going on. It was something about Nico Flamel and his little invention. But their attitude made Levin a little annoyed. Well, originally I was very willing to use my knowledge to help you. Since you don't want to say it, I can only wish you a happy holiday. With that said, he turned his head and walked directly towards Ravenclaw Tower. How could you treat him like this? Seeing her friend leave, Hermione also became angry. Levin is recognized as the best student in the first grade and is also a frequent visitor to the library. It is said that he has read most of the books there, and maybe there is one about Nico Flamel. And he has helped you many times since the beginning of school. Why do you have to hide it from him? Ronald was immediately speechless after being slapped by Hermione. Harry also felt very annoyed and frustrated. He should have told Levin the truth earlier, but he was worried about Ronald's attitude and kept silent. Ronald always felt that the thing about that corridor and Nico Flamel should be their adventure. If Levin were told, he would probably be able to solve the problem by himself, and then they would have nothing to worry about. At this point, Hermione bit her lip. No, I have to find him. After saying that, without waiting for Harry and Ronald to react, she chased after Levin in the direction he left. But in the end, she was blocked by the eagle ring outside the lounge door. That's right, Hermione didn't answer the riddle of the eagle ring. Sure enough, the rumors about the eagle ring were not grounded. For thousands of years, no one other than Ravenclaw has entered the Ravenclaw lounge. Thinking about it, this is why Hermione has the qualifications of both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but the Sorting Hat sorted her into Gryffindor. Hermione is indeed a smart girl who meets the requirements of Ravenclaw, but most of her intelligence lies in memory, logical thinking, and rationality. She still lacks one trait before she is a real Ravenclaw. That's the creativity that allows you to let yourself go. Throughout the entire Harry Potter plot, the person who best fits the characteristics of Ravenclaw is the crazy girl Luna Lovegood in everyone's mouth. Although this girl is always crazy in the eyes of outsiders, and her mind is filled with fantasies that only she can see, her madness is more likely to be wise and foolish. If Hermione's intelligence allows her to cope with all possible situations, then Luna's intelligence allows her to have a flash of inspiration when facing unexpected situations. As the saying goes, genius is 99% hard work and 1% inspiration. But few people know the follow-up to that sentence. The 1% of inspiration is the most important. Hermione was a little frustrated at not being able to enter the Ravenclaw lounge. But she had another idea. Maybe I can go to the library tomorrow and wait. He will always be there. However, Levin did not go to the library or even go to the auditorium the next day. After packing up his gifts, he went to the room of requirement and then directly boarded the train back to London, leaving Hermione completely disappointed. After getting off the bus at the station, Levin skillfully transferred to the leaky cauldron. At this moment, he desperately hoped that he could learn to apparate. Otherwise, as a wizard, he would actually have to squeeze into the bus with muggles, which is quite abstract. Opening the door to the bar, it was still dark inside as usual. Good morning, old Tom, I'm back again. Levin walked straight to the counter and greeted Tom Abbott, who was wiping his glass. Levin, it's your boy who's back. Old Tom flashed a hint of surprise when he saw him. He knew that today was the holiday day at Hogwarts, but he didn't expect that he would come here. What? Are you addicted to living in cubicles? Tom joked. Levin shook his head, showed an arrogant smile, and spent 9 cents. No, give me a room this time. I have money now, and I want to stay there forever. I haven't seen him for a few months. I'm really impressed. Tom looked Levin up and down and commented. In these months of correspondence with Hannah, he had learned about the boy's performance at Hogwarts. He became a recognized genius as soon as he entered school. With his intelligence, it is not surprising that he has changed like this in a few months. Okay, this time it's old Tom who will serve you. Tom took out a key from the drawer, put it in Levin's hand, and returned the 9 galleons to 2, a house for a week. This is old friendship discount. Levin took the key, went up to the 2nd floor, and found room 9 based on the numbers above. Opening the door, there was a comfortable-looking bed in the room, several pieces of bright oak furniture, and a crackling fire in the fireplace. Levin put it down and bowed, placed the cage containing Helmer on the top of the closet, and then went downstairs carrying a box. Arriving in the backyard of the leaky cauldron, he took out his wand and tapped on the bricks on the wall, and Diagon Alley appeared. Because it was Christmas, Diagon Alley was still very lively, with Christmas decorations hanging everywhere, bells jingling, merchants launching Christmas special products, and the wizards wandering around were overwhelmed. This made Levin very confused. Obviously, these wizards did not believe in any religion. Others opened their mouths to talk about Jesus, but closed their mouths to God. They were full of Merlin's bitter tea seeds. Why would a group of people like this celebrate Christmas? Of course, Levin doesn't expect to get answers in Diagon Alley either. He picked up a box and walked straight to the junk shop. It was a shop filled with tattered wands, rickety copper scales, and old potion-stained cloaks. It sold not only secondhand magic items, but also used books. Levin purchased a lot of equipment here at the time. But today, this is where he makes his fortune. Strucky, come out to pick up customers. Levin shouted when he arrived at the door of the store. I'm coming. Soon, a skinny old man walked out of the junk shop with a cigarette under his arm. Strachey, full name Abraham Strachey, Jewish. He looks very old, but his movements are quite agile. It is said that he himself said that he was a vampire hunter in his youth. With the continuous and strict implementation of the secrecy law, today's vampires are all hiding under the supervision of wizards, and this profession has disappeared over time. During the 2 months he worked in Diagon Alley, due to lack of funds, Levin got to know each other very well. This old man usually likes to stay alone in the store and smoke, and he is not afraid of the things outside being taken away. Now when he looked at Levin, he grinned an ugly smile. Hey, it's you again, Brother Green. Are you here to buy second-hand goods? No, quite the opposite. Levin pushed the box in his hand. I'm here to sell something this time. Sell things. After listening to Levin's words, the old man's face immediately showed an expression of interest. Aren't you a muggle? Where did you sell these things? Don't tell me there are muggle things in them. I won't accept them. Don't worry about who I am. Levin patted his chest carelessly. I can be considered an old customer. I know your rules. They're all products of the magical world. As for where it comes from, we follow the rules, and you must follow the rules too. I know, don't ask where it came from. Strachey waved the hand holding the cigarette and muttered in a low voice, Forget it if you don't tell me, I can see it myself. Having said that, he stepped forward and opened the box. But he immediately stopped moving. Oh, I didn't realize it. This box is also a good product. The old man looked at the box and carefully stroked the lines on it with his fingers. This style, this processing technique, this old leather, these traces of time. Wait a minute, you made these traces today. A handmade leather suitcase from the Victorian era. You actually let you bump it like this. Halfway through touching it, Strachey became annoyed with Levin's carelessness with the antique and glared at the boy angrily. But the boy was obviously not afraid of him and just said in a casual tone, Since you cherish the antique so much, then buy it quickly, lest it fall into the hands of an ignorant person like me. Of course I will buy it, the old man snorted, but before that, I want to see what good stuff you have, and you actually want to put it in an antique box. As he spoke, the old man carefully opened the buckle of the box and opened the lid. There was a whole box of old books neatly stacked inside. Cow and sheep leather covers, pages bound with glue and thread, paper full of gaps, and classic printed and handwritten letters. Strachey read them one by one and was surprised to find that most of these books were more than 100 years old. Toadstool stories, Oops, I deformed my feet, Why didn't I die when the oracle wailed, The Magic of Chadwick, Volume 1-7, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Jiggly Bockley and Hawk's Pokes, Hogwarts, A School History. They're all wizarding books, and more than half of them are Hogwarts textbooks from 100 years ago. For example, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and Hogwarts, A School History, are revised versions 100 years ago, with students written on them. Notes: these books, including the Victorian chest, were carefully selected by Levin from the Room of Requirement using the appraisal technique. The box is naturally for the convenience of loading things. As for why I chose a box of books, that's because Levin believes that selling books is the safest and most cost-effective way. Looking at the large garbage dump in the Room of Requirement, there are all kinds of waste products in it. Without making it known to everyone, what Levin has to do is to transport the highest value goods through the smallest space and weight. There is an explanation for this. First, of course, magic items are worth more than normal items. However, repair spell can usually only repair ordinary items. If you want to repair magic items, you must be proficient in magic patterns and alchemy. This is currently something Levin can't do. In this case, Levin can only settle for the next best thing and choose the more expensive ordinary items. In this way, things like furniture, bottles, and cans are eliminated. They are large and difficult to sell. Apart from jewelry and luxury goods, the best-selling items are books. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to give luxury goods like jewelry to the Room of Requirement. Even if you insist on picking some out, it's difficult to sell them. It's easy to be regarded as stolen goods. But antique books are different. First of all, antique books are widely available, so they are not stolen by thieves and are easy to sell. Secondly, in the world of Harry Potter, books are not cheap and are much more cost-effective than furniture. Thirdly, Levin has a massive database and copywriting skills, so even if these books have missing pages, they can be easily repaired. The Door of the Junk Shop. Strachey read these old books from beginning to end, and from end to end. He looked at it several times until Levin became impatient, then raised his head and looked at the boy with admiration. "Oh, I didn't see it. Your repair technique is really good." After a pause, he continued, "We are all acquaintances, so let me tell you straight away, your books are well restored, but most of them are old textbooks, so the market is a bit narrow. Therefore, a book can only give you a purchase price of 8 galleons, and the box will count you 50 galleons. What do you think? 8 galleons? After hearing the price, Levin thought secretly. The price is actually similar to that of new books. For example, a 5th grade potions textbook costs 9 galleons. If these books are sold as used books, then the price is very high. And if these books are regarded as antiques, the price is lower. But considering that these books are shipped in batches, it is difficult to find buyers, and the sources are somewhat. It is not unacceptable to lower the price a little." Levin thought for a while and counteroffered, "I don't think so. There are 67 books in total. Each book is worth 10 galleons. If you add the box, you can give me 700 galleons. A copy actually sells for 10 galleons. Why don't you go and grab it?" Strachey suddenly became angry. "A copy only costs 8 galleons. You are trying to steal it." Levin said tit for tat, and he was not false at all. After the two of them blew their beards and stared at each other for a while, Levin finally said, "Hey, Mr. Abraham, you can think about it. If this deal is completed, I will come to you again when I have new business in the future." "And there's new business." Strachey's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded after silently calculating. "Okay, deal, you kid. You've got a big advantage this time. Just say so." Levin took the dragonhide bag containing 700 galleons and turned to leave. Now that the deal has been concluded, he doesn't mind letting the other party gain some leverage. See you next time, Strachey, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Grim. After leaving the junk shop for 100 steps, Levin's face burst into a satisfied smile. "This time I am really rich. Whether in the Muggle world or the wizarding world. Money couldn't be more important." He didn't want to experience the tight life during the summer vacation again. Even if he doesn't care about external objects, studying magic is the most expensive thing. Having some money on hand is good for both life and research. With the money, the first thing Levin did was to change his entire outfit. The wizard robes, crucibles, experimental equipment, all were replaced with new ones. He even went so far as to buy Hemmer a brand new cage and a pack of delicious, for a Scottish round-faced chicken, rat jerky. Then came Christmas, and he was rich again. This means that Hemer, who has been idle for half a semester, will have to work hard for a few days. He spent the next time wandering around Diagon Alley, trying to find out information that was always the key ingredient in the elixir. The blood of Ryam cattle, the claw powder of ocelot, the tailed tip hair of nine-tailed fox, the beak powder of griffin, the bear paw of bear, and the head feathers of all beast. In the end, several old acquaintances, Miss Hayden, the female clerk at the magical creatures shop, and the two owners of Slugjig's pharmacy came to help him. As the largest magical animal shop in Diagon Alley, Miss Hayden's shop is inevitably associated with poachers. Miss Hayden revealed that there are indeed several groups of poachers in the East trying to find mysterious creatures like the nine-tailed fox, and they claim to have clear information. Hayden didn't think the other party could really catch the nine-tailed fox. This magical creature has the ability to use its tail to cast mysterious spells. No matter what kind of desperate situation, as long as one tail is sacrificed, the nine-tailed fox can escape. The sacrificed tail will take decades to grow. But as long as that group of poachers can push the nine-tailed fox to this point, it will be easy to get some tail hairs. So Levin left Miss Hayden 50 galleons and asked her to pay attention to the news in this regard. As for the shopkeepers of Slugjig's pharmacy, they brought news of Ream ox blood. Although the annual output of this kind of blood is very small, they do have suitable channels. After all, they also have backgrounds. Magic Potions and Potions, written by Arsene Geiger, is the potions textbook at Hogwarts. Horace Slughorn was the potions professor at Hogwarts for 50 years. His successor was Snape. So Levin left 100 galleons as a deposit, and he would be able to get a copy of the Blood of the Ream cow during the summer vacation. Levin was very happy to receive the news of 2 rare materials in one go. But the remaining 4 are relatively slim. Among them, the head feathers of the moonkin are not considered for the moment. This thing has never been a native creature in the Harry Potter world. Levin can't expect the moonkin to suddenly cross the world and come here like the water ghost. The ocelot is a famous magical creature in America. It can walk upright, run faster than an arrow, and its eyes are said to have hypnotic and legilimency powers. A school at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is named after it, and its hair is also the material for the core of American wands. The claws of ocelots are not a mainstream potion material. But since wizards in America can get hair, they may not be able to get claws. I will consider this when I have time to go to the United States. The bear is a magical creature from the East, also known as the bear. It is a terrifying creature that looks like a giant bear. This thing comes from the Far East, so Levin can't get his hands on it yet. The only one that seems slightly easier to deal with is the griffin. The griffin, also known as the griffin, is a magical animal native to Greece. This is an ancient magical creature. They have the forelimbs, wings, and head of a giant eagle, while the body, hind legs, and tail are like a lion. They mainly feed on raw meat and have a ferocious temperament, but skilled wizards can also fight with them. It makes friends. Griffins once spread all over Europe and were widely found in the records of wizards at that time. But today few people have heard of them. Instead, their descendants from horses, hippogriffs, also called hippogriffs, were widely bred by wizards as their substitutes. But magic materials are another matter. The hippogriff can replace the griffin as a mount, but it cannot replace the griffin as the medicinal ingredient for elixirs. Compared with ocelots, bears, and all beasts, griffins are rare, but at least they are a native animal. So next, Levin decided to start looking for griffins first. Levin spent the afternoon wandering around Diagon Alley, but did not get any more information about the griffin. After all, this animal has been missing for too long. The last time it had clear contact with humans was Newt Scamander in 1927. Since you can't find it in other people's mouths, you can only rely on yourself. That night, Levin returned to the bar room early, placed an incense burner on the floor, surrounded by 4 ivory ornaments, lit a fire and burned incense, and started the magic ritual. Speaking of which, Levin has to thank Muggles for their developed modern industry. Ritual materials such as incense and ivory products would cost at least 300 to 400 gold coins in a real magical world. But relying on Muggles' developed industrial system, the price of these materials has been reduced by at least 10 times. The materials that originally cost a lot of money to collect, Levin only needed to go to the mall and spend less than £100 to get it. Understanding Legends, a 4-ring prophecy school spell. Knowing legends allows you to obtain relevant information and deeds about an important person, place, or thing. The more you know about the person, thing, or place, the more specific the information you can get, and vice versa. This is a spell that Levin understood before setting off, and it is also the basis for him to dare to look for precious magic materials without knowing anything. Without this kind of prophecy spell, he, a novice in the magic world, might not be able to find all these tricky materials even if he is looking for clues. In addition to knowledge of legends, Levin also made many other preparations for this independent trip. For example, in order to prepare for possible conflicts, he learned many combat spells, such as the first level, Petrification Curse, the second level, Stun Curse, the second level, Expelling Curse, and the 0th level magic commonly used for solving puzzles and exploring, Apparition Curse, Unlocking Curse, Excavation Curse, etc. On this basis, Levin developed a series of spells such as the first level, Grease Spell, the second level, Mirror Imagery, the third level, Suggestion, and the first level, Mage Armor. He also took advantage of the potions class to buy a few bottles of invigorating potions that restored health. Anyway, I'm fully prepared. The wizard level has also been upgraded to LV5, and his magic power and magic resistance have been slightly improved. Even though his magic power is not as good as that of an adult wizard, with a series of unique spells and the metamagic skill of Spell Instant Cast, he is still capable of fighting as long as he does not encounter elite Aurors or Death Eaters. Know the legend. Look for the Griffin's Beak. When the smoke of spices completely enveloped the front, Levin started the magic ritual. Out of caution, he didn't even ask for a griffin, but a griffin beak. After all, a single beak is much easier to find than a live griffin. Maybe some old wizard has an ancestral griffin skull hidden in his home? Anyway, to brew a permanent potion, what is needed is the magic ingredient in the material and the symbolic meaning of the material itself. Here's the difference between magic and science. Magic is not just the evolution of purely objective factors, such as the use of magic power and the deduction of rules. There are still many idealistic and subjective factors in magic, such as will, spirit, and emotion. Another example is the various symbols of acquired genius. From a sociological perspective, the essence of symbols is similar to memes, which are products of collective imagination in human social activities. For example, the crow symbolizes the sun, so crow feathers can be used in potions with solar elements. Another example is that the grasshopper represents the jumping ability, so the grasshopper's hind legs can be used as casting materials for the jumping spell. This is why strange ingredients such as liar's tongue and witch's saliva appear in many ancient potion recipes. Muggles would think that these gods and ghosts are just human imagination. But in the magical world, adhering to the principle that if you believe it, there will be something, and if you don't believe it, there will be nothing. The collective imagination of mankind is really effective. Don't you think that in a certain other world, fame, legends, and collective imagination can even tamper with real history, giving historical figures powers they never had before during their lifetimes, and even allowing characters in fantasy to step into reality? Back to Levin's mission. Eternal Eagle's Majesty Elixir. The reason why Griffin Beak Powder is needed is that the creature, Griffin, is synonymous with majesty, pride, and charm. Otherwise, it would not be so annoying. The royal family and nobility are painted on the family coat of arms. The core medicinal materials of several other elixirs are similar to this. This is why Levin would rather have a fossilized griffin than use a hippogriff as a replacement. As the magical ritual progressed, Levin soon became immersed in the incense, and a blurry picture flashed in his mind. In the picture is an artificially dug cave. In front of the cave is an array of huge rocks. The array is arranged strangely, and strange plants grow among them, forming wonderful patterns. In the array of stones, there was a circular cavity on a huge stone, and it looked like something had been embedded there. Beside the boulder, surrounded by several four-legged animals. They are somewhat similar to the Q version of alpacas, with different fur colors, but all have big eyes. At this time, they're collectively looking at the stone formation in front of them, looking a little silly. The scene ends here. Levin suddenly woke up from his meditation. Looking at the time, half an hour has passed. The incense has long since dispersed. In other words, this is all the result given by mastering the legend. Is this the whereabouts of the griffin's beak that legend master told me? Levin fell into thought. The artificial caves, stone formations, strange patterns, circular inlays, and the four-legged animals. I always feel like I have seen them somewhere before. Wait, could that animal be the moon-crazy beast? Levin had seen this creature in books about magical beasts. The Moonslayer is a very shy magical creature that only comes out of its cave at night when the moon is full. Their skin is smooth and light gray, and different species also have fur with other patterns. It has 4 slender legs, 4 flat feet underneath, and a pair of bulging eyes on the top of its head. As soon as they reach the moonlight, they will stand on their hind legs and start to dance a very complicated dance. People think this is part of the mating ritual of the moonsuckers, but the complex geometric patterns they leave in the wheat fields will make muggles confused. They were very confused. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood where his sense of déjà vu in the picture came from. Because he has been there. Isn't this the Moonstone Garden? In the game called Hogwarts Legacy, Levin controls a 5th-year transfer student who came here with Hufflepuff's little girlfriend Pappy. Is it possible that the griffin I'm looking for is in the Moonstone Garden? However, the Moonstone Garden is too far away from London, because it is in Scotland, outside Hogwarts, near the South Sea marshes. You can't get there by normal means. But Levin still remembers the way there. Thinking of this, Levin picked up his wand, put a few tubes of uplifting potion into his robe, and immediately set off downstairs. He came to the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, grabbed a handful of flow powder, and threw it into the fireplace. With a roar, the fire turned green and rose higher than his whole body. Levin walked straight into the fire and shouted, "Irondale!" In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the fire. This was Levin's first time using flow, and it didn't feel good. After being engulfed by the flames, he seemed to be sucked into a huge socket hole, and his body seemed to be spinning rapidly. The whistling sound in his ears was deafening. The short few seconds seemed as long as days. It wasn't until he felt the cold winter wind blowing that he realized that he had reached his destination. Levin looked up and saw that he was in front of an open fireplace, surrounded by a small village. The village is not big, with a rough count of about 10 houses. Because it is located in a mountainous area, the entire village is actually built on a hillside, and the heights of the houses are very obvious. The most conspicuous thing in the village is the windmill at the highest point, which looks like a little giant with a white hat under the dim night sky. It was Christmas Eve, and there was a fine amount of snow falling in the sky. Both the ground and the roofs were completely white, and all the cabins were brightly lit. Everyone was celebrating Christmas at home, and there was basically no one outside. This is Levin's destination, the village of Irondale. The Moonstone Garden he was looking for was at the foot of the mountain ahead. The boy tightened his thick robe, took out his wand, and applied a series of buffs to himself. The toughness of the bear, the strength of the bull, the elegance of the cat, the majesty of the eagle, the cunning of the fox, the wisdom of the owl, mage armor, frost armor, obscurity, and oil on the soles of the feet. Strengthen yourself in all aspects before giving up. With the help of magic, Levin's physical fitness surpasses that of ordinary people in all aspects. A little bit of wind and snow couldn't stop him at all. Walking along the road in Irondale, at the speed he blessed with oiling the soles of his feet, he walked for about 20 minutes before he saw the terrain similar to what he remembered. After all, the game is a game and can only be used as a reference. In reality, both Irondale and this hill are much larger than in the game. When he came to the familiar steep hillside, Levin did not go any further. Instead, he came to the cliff on the left and cast a spider walking technique for himself. This spell gives him the ability to crawl on walls like a spider. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, he climbed down the side of the mountain wall. It didn't take long for him to see the open space hidden in the mountain wall below. There are familiar stone formations in the open space. However, the stone formation at this time was covered with a layer of white snow, and there was neither the moon-crazy beast nor any mysterious symbols. Levin didn't take it seriously either, because the real destination was not here. He walked further and soon saw a smooth mountain wall. This made him frown. If the game is correct, there is a huge underground palace hidden in the mountain in front of you, and there is a treasure called Scholar's Moonstone hidden deep in the underground palace. Although I don't know why, knowledge of legends led him here, there is no doubt that if the griffin beak cannot be found outside, then it should be hidden in this underground palace. But what should have been the entrance to the underground palace cave is now a natural mountain wall. Could it be that his memory is wrong? Levin thought for a while and simply closed his eyes. Since you can't see it with your eyes, let's try it through perception. Psychic reconnaissance. The power of the mind turned into tentacles and spread forward, quickly touching the mountain wall. But there, Levin's spiritual tentacles sensed nothing and were even able to continue deeper. This shows that the so-called mountain wall is not what it seems. The mountain wall is just an illusion. Is it illusion magic? Levin frowned, sensing something was wrong. He immediately chose to use detection magic on the mountain wall carefully. Sure enough, we found some clues. In addition to illusion magic, Levin also noticed traces of warning magic and Muggle expelling curse. And not long after these magics were cast, obviously, there's someone inside. Sneaking here on Christmas Eve is either a dark wizard or a poacher. Anyway, he won't be a good person. Levin immediately made a judgment. It seems that it is right to add so many buffs to yourself in advance. For a while, Levin began to wonder if he should leave. After all, he has only been exposed to magic for less than half a year, and he is in a period of insignificant development. It is not the time to show off his strength, and he should not confront others head-on. With his current means, it would be okay to encounter 1 or 2 dark wizards. If there were too many enemies, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, when he thought that the clues to the griffin's beak that he had finally obtained were lost like this, he was unwilling to accept it. What if this griffin beak is also the target of these people? What if the griffin's beak is on them? If I escape tonight, who knows when I will be able to find clues about the griffin's beak next time? How about we go in first to see the situation and then make a decision? My invisibility technique is far more effective than illusion spell. I rely on invisibility technique to go in and investigate. As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't be discovered by them. What if the people inside are not that strong, or if there is a chance to secretly take the griffin beak, wouldn't it be a profit? Anyway, we are just exploring the road. If we really can't defeat it, it's not too late to leave, right? It's too cowardly to scare yourself away without even seeing anyone. After 5 minutes of careful consideration, Levin made his decision. Get in. So he cast invisibility technique on himself, then carefully bypassed the warning magic and entered the underground palace. Walking straight along the corridor, Levin realized that the space inside was really quite big. This corridor alone goes tens of meters deep into the mountain, and there is a cave inside. At the end of the corridor, there is an open circular stone chamber, about 20 to 30 square meters. Levin looked around the room. The surrounding walls were composed of stone bricks and large stone slabs. The stone walls were covered with ancient Celtic-style reliefs and were surrounded by moss. They had a long history. There were lighting torches on the walls. According to Levin's observation, this was not the ancient fire of Kublai. In other words, these were all set on fire by the previous wave of visitors. This stone chamber is surrounded by 4 corridors. One is the direction he came from, and the other 3 are on the left and right sides and directly opposite the entrance. But the corridors on the right and opposite sides have collapsed over the years and are inaccessible. Only the corridor on the left is still open. Levin stepped forward, tested with his spiritual power, and confirmed that there was no one else behind the door. Then he opened the door slightly and continued forward. Seeing another long and deep corridor in front of him, Levin stepped lightly and carefully walked to the end of the corridor, where there was another stone door. He came to the door and used his psychic powers to conduct reconnaissance as before. Unlike last time, this time he heard the sound of human conversation. Levin heard a male voice say, "Have you hidden any wine? It's too boring to stay here and look after the door. Why don't you drink some?" Immediately afterwards, an English speaker with a serious accent that Levin could not recognize responded, "Are you crazy? If the boss knows that we drink while guarding the door, he will kill us." "What's the big deal?" the first voice said confidently. "On a good Christmas Eve, everyone is obviously staying by the warm fire with their families, but we are the only ones who have to stay in this cold tomb with a bunch of people. This treatment is too much for scum being together. Why don't you let us have a few sips?" "Maybe, you are right." The man with the accent seemed to be convinced, so there was a rustling sound behind the door, and soon he remembered the crisp sound of the glass bottle colliding with the stone, and the bubbles when the bottle was uncorked. Sound. It seems that they got the wine. After hearing this, Levin realized that his opportunity was coming. Drink more, drink more. Not long after, the sound of two people cheering each other came from behind the stone door. "Dulcie, I really didn't expect that you actually hid a package that extended the space," the first male voice with a standard accent said. "Aren't you afraid that the boss will be furious when he finds out? You're not afraid of drinking in private. Why would I be afraid of hiding a bag?" The foreign accent known as Darcy said proudly. "You're kidding. I'm very brave, okay? I'm very good at hiding." What follows is a series of conversations. "He is very good at hiding, so he is very brave. You have a good figure, quite strong. Ted, what are you doing?" Just when Levin thought that these two drunk guys were going to have something to say, the conversation suddenly turned to another topic. He was immediately interested. Darcy suddenly asked, "We are drinking like this. What if someone breaks in again?" Ted laughed loudly. "Today is Christmas Eve. Even the Aurors have to spend time with their families at home. Who would accompany the unlucky ones like us to play poker in the wilderness?" Levin outside the door felt that he was being touched for a moment. But he still suppressed his depression and continued to listen. "But what do you say about the Auror who was arrested today?" Darcy pointed out pointedly, "That bitch came to trouble us on Christmas Eve." "They actually arrested an Auror today?" After hearing the news, the boy immediately became serious. Being able to catch Aurors and not caring about them meant that the other party was a very professional team and had been dealing with Aurors for a long time. In his mind, the enemy's threat level immediately increased. Being undermined by Darcy, Ted spat, "Bah, that bitch just graduated this year. What kind of bullshit Auror is she?" Darcy was still a little worried. Even though she is a novice, she was caught by us after all. If someone comes to find her. No. Ted obviously knew much more than his companions. The boss said that the Ministry of Magic has not had any arrest missions recently, so it was just an accident that the bitch found us, and although there was no interrogation, I can see that she was not wearing a uniform when she was caught, which means that when she met us, it was it was a temporary act. Nothing will happen. Even if the Auror boys find out that she is missing, it will be 2 or 3 days later. By then, the boss will have already found the treasure and escaped with us. Before we leave, maybe we brothers can put that bitch." Being comforted by Ted's burps, Darcy finally felt relieved. Then the two of them started drinking happily again. But Levin was thinking about it here. Judging from their conversation, the purpose of coming here is to hunt for treasure. And the only thing here that can be called a treasure is the Scholar's Moonstone. The Moonstone is indeed a powerful magic item containing the power of the moon. Not only can it attract the moon-crazy beasts to gather and multiply, but it can also catalyze the prophecy of the centaurs. If you get it, it may be helpful to your research on prophecy magic and natural magic. No matter how bad it is, it can be used to make friends with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, so that you can go to the Forbidden Forest to obtain materials in the future. Right now, these two people's defenses are very lax, so it's a good time to take action. Besides, it can be heard from their words that the captured Auror is probably still alive. With luck, she's also a potential helper. After some analysis, Levin came to a decision. Done. But if you want to make a sneak attack, you have to pay attention to the appearance. The two people inside were drunk and obviously wanted to give him a chance. But to be truly foolproof, they have to be separated. Levin rolled his eyes and had an idea. He stuck it to the door again, quietly released the power of his mind, and brought the two of them into the surveillance of the mind field. Then, using the power of the thought field, he quietly cast Suggestion Technique on one of them. Suggestion, a 3-ring magic control spell. You influence the subject's actions by suggesting that the subject takes a certain form of activity. Your suggestive words. You have to make that activity sound reasonable. Requiring the creature to commit self-mutilation will automatically invalidate the spell. You try to cast spells of the charm control system through the power of the mind. You understand that the essence of the charm control school is the control of the will of the mind. You understand the specialization of the charm control school. You understand the mind charm controller. Your mind warlock level +1. Psychic controller. Confusion spells can be regarded as psychic powers, and your psychic powers can be regarded as confusion spells. A simple attempt has yielded such great results. Levin was pleasantly surprised. The significance of Psychic Controller is that his magic control spells can not only be cast silently and at will like psychic powers, but also make his psychic powers have magical properties. Through super strengthened by various means such as magic. Just like now, Levin doesn't need to give hints face-to-face like a normal mage. Instead, through psychic abilities, the suggestion technique is cast into the enemy's heart without leaving any trace. Even if the other party breaks through the hint, he will only think that he is dizzy and will not realize that someone is secretly messing with him. Just like now. Halfway through his meal, Ted suddenly felt the urge to urinate in his bladder. Damn it, I feel like peeing when I drink. He muttered and stood up, wandering towards the door, not forgetting to remind his companion, "Don't finish the drink alone, leave more for me." Rest assured. After getting the promise from his companion, he staggered open the door. Levin had already taken a few steps back and stood aside against the wall. The person who walked out was a tall man, wearing all black clothes and a thick Scottish plaid scarf. He walked out with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Levin followed him all the way to the first hall and then walked into the corridor of the door. It seemed that the other party didn't want the place to be polluted by the smell of urine, so he specifically wanted to urinate outside. Doesn't this play into his heart? Levin followed him all the way to the door protected by the illusion, watched him spread a hot drink on the snow, and then suddenly took action. Ted had just finished draining the water and felt comfortable all over. He was about to take back his words when, unexpectedly, a young male voice came from behind. "Frostnova." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cold energy envelope his whole body. His feet were frozen to the ground by the sudden ice, and the chicken that had not yet been recovered shivered instantly. He wanted to take out his wand from his right pocket, but the terrible cold instantly froze his arm, making his movements extremely stiff. His fingers finally touched the wand, but a force forced the wand away. Then, in his horrified eyes, more frost began to spread upward from his feet, and he stopped when he was about to cover the chicken. Then he saw a black-haired boy about 1.5 meters tall, and who looked to be at least 11 or 12 years old appearing in front of him. If it weren't for the cold chill all over my body now and the childish voice that recited the magic spell just now. Even if he saw his wand in the opponent's hand, Ted could not connect the attacker with the child in front of him. "What are you doing here for?" The boy said cold and ruthless words in a childish voice. "Think carefully before you speak. If you tell a lie, I will let the frost spread and inch up your waist." With that said, Levin waved his wand threateningly, and Ted's wrist was also covered by a mass of ice, making him unable to move. Stimulated by the ice, no matter how drunk he was, he woke up. Although I don't understand what spell the other party just cast, but realizing that the other party really had the ability to control the ice, Ted was really panicked. He knew very well that if the ice spread 2 inches further to his waist, it would cover those words. Those words are much more fragile than hands and feet. If you are frozen like this, there are only 2 endings. Either you will never get hard, or you will never get hard. He doesn't want to do anything. So he immediately trembled and said with trembling words in fear, "We are a group of tomb robbers. We came here to steal the funerary objects. Please forgive me." This gentleman. Before he finished speaking, he felt the cold air spreading upward an inch. Now even a pair of Ringo can feel the chill. You are indeed dishonest. You came to Moonstone Garden to rob tombs. Are you bullying me for being young and uneducated? You? What are you doing? When he heard the words Moonstone Garden appear in the other party's mouth, Ted knew that he could not hide it from the other party. You know, even his boss found this name in a forgotten history after looking through countless old books. Now that this secret was revealed casually by the other party, it showed that the other party was more powerful than he imagined. Then their actions are probably under the control of the other party. I just don't know whether the other party is from the Ministry of Magic or... Ted kept thinking in his mind, but apologized again and again. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to lie. I'm sorry. Actually, we don't have any conflicts, right? If you can let me go, we will be very grateful. This time, before he could finish speaking, he felt the ice on his wrist begin to spread until it froze his entire arm. You answer whatever I ask, and if I don't ask you just shut up, or you can choose to give up your arm. No. Don't. I was wrong. Just ask. I will answer whatever you ask. This time, Ted was really scared. The other party's ruthlessness and decisiveness in killing at the slightest disagreement are not at all like a child of this age. He seriously suspected that this was some old man who had returned to youth. But no matter what, Ted no longer dared to have any ideas of his own at this time. Levin answers whatever he asks. It didn't take long for Levin to figure out who he was dealing with. It turns out that these 2 people are not dark wizards, but belong to a group of poachers. Poachers in the magical world are similar to those in the Muggle world. It's just that they poached magical creatures, while Muggle poachers hunted ordinary animals. They are also poachers, but these people in the magical world are far more extreme and more powerful than their counterparts in the Muggle world. They say that high profits can make people lose their minds. The rate of return for poaching in the magical world is much higher than that in the Muggle world. After all, for Muggles who have achieved industrialization, the furs of rare birds and beasts can only be used as decorations. But the materials in magical animals can really make powerful alchemical products and potions. This makes the poachers in the magical world quite crazy, especially after the promulgation of the confidentiality law. The struggle between poachers and the Ministry of Magic has intensified, almost reaching the point of tit-for-tat. Many poacher organizations are no longer even satisfied with petty theft, but simply dominate the mountains and occupy places like castles as their bases, openly confronting the Ministry of Magic. The 18th and 19th centuries were the most rampant years for poachers in the wizarding world. Originally, the Great Aeon was like this, until the end of the 19th century. In that hidden history, the entire gang of dark wizards and poachers around Hogwarts disappeared for unknown reasons. This directly led to Diagon's poacher organization being silent for nearly 100 years. The Dark Wizards only rose again with the emergence of 2 generations of Dark Lords. According to Ted, their boss Peekle Curtis is descended from a powerful group of poachers. His ancestors were once powerful men near Hogwarts, but for some reason they suddenly went dormant 100 years ago. It was not until a few decades ago that, taking advantage of the rise of the Dark Lord, Peekle returned to his family's old business and gathered a group of younger brothers to engage in poaching. The reason why he came here is because Peekle learned about the treasures here from the classics left at home. It is said that this treasure is related to centaurs and the almost extinct magical creature Golden Snidget. The Golden Snidget is an extremely rare and specially protected bird. Its body is round and round, its mouth is particularly slender, and its eyes are sparkling like rubies. This is an extremely fast-flying bird that can change its flight direction with incredible speed and skill because the joints of its wings can flexibly rotate. In the original Quidditch, the seeker was not chasing the golden snitch, but the living snitch. As the sport of Quidditch spread, the number of gold snidgets dwindled until they were on the verge of extinction. Nowadays, because golden snidgets are extremely endangered, they are protected animals all over the world and are strictly protected. Therefore, if they can get the golden fascia, it will be an absolute huge profit for their poacher organization. So Pickle Curtis came here with 8 of his men. After understanding the causes and consequences of the poachers, Levin nodded. I have a general understanding of the situation of you and your accomplices, but you never mentioned the Auror you met. How is she? Hearing this, Ted's body began to tremble again, and his face was as pale as a layer of white frost. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just forgot to mention that thing. Don't let the ice spread anymore. This time his panic was genuine. He really didn't expect that this boy actually knew about Aurors. This once again proved the other party's magical power, and their every move was under the surveillance of the other party. He was also really afraid that the other party would think that he deliberately didn't mention the Aurors. Levin pouted, feeling a little funny in his heart. This burly man was really scared of him. On one side, he still maintained an indifferent expression. Shut up, just tell me what happened to that Auror. Yes. Ted immediately stopped crying and talked about the Aurors tremblingly. We met her by accident before we came in. The disguised Magus, she tried to disguise herself as a nearby villager, and we discovered it. We captured her, but we didn't do anything to her because the boss was eager to explore the ruins, so we just tied her up and locked her in a separate room. Having said this, the wizard swallowed and continued, that Auror is very young. It is said that he just graduated this year. He has pink hair and is very conspicuous. Levin nodded after hearing this. He had already guessed who this Auror was. Last question. Do any of you carry griffin-related items with you? The wizard was silent for a moment, and when Levin was almost impatient, he quickly answered, Yes, our Pickle has a pendant made of a griffin's beak. He always carries that thing on his chest, often like a show-off. He said it was passed down from his family and represents the glorious past of the Curtis family. Does their glorious past prove that they once poached a griffin? It was indeed something a family of poachers could do. Levin nodded, and now the goal of this trip was clear. According to a third person, since the treasure is in your hands, then you have a way to die. After asking the last question, Levin fell into silence. The wizard named Ted looked at him pitifully, as if begging for his forgiveness with his eyes. Both parties knew that after the questions were asked, it was time to decide his fate. Levin glanced at the wizard's pale face, took a deep breath, and pointed the wand in his hand at him. In an instant, the frost spread over his body even faster, covering his whole body before he could cry out. I know the crazy things you poachers do. Whether it's wizards, muggles, or magical animals, as long as you can make a profit, it's your goal, so don't blame me, you deserve it. Levin said to himself in a cold voice, It is a cold judgment, and it is also an excuse for one's own heart. The ice won't kill you directly. If you're lucky, you might be able to hold on until I come back, and then the Auror should spare your life. Levin did not choose to kill him not only because he could not break through his own psychological barrier. He has been a man for 2 lifetimes. What else can he not accept? He did this mainly because of the captured Auror. According to the wizard's confession just now, after being caught, the Auror just took away his wand and tied it up hastily. He was not tortured or abused. This means that as long as he can rescue her, he will immediately gain combat power. Levin knows very well that relying on his own words alone may not be able to clear out the remaining 8 poachers in the ruins. If you want to get the Griffin Beak Pendant and the Scholar Moonstone, you may need the help of that Auror. No normal Auror would like a little wizard who can kill people wantonly. Levin didn't kill the wizard, but just froze him, just to make a good first impression on potential teammates. If that Auror is indeed who he guessed. So after this incident, they will have more opportunities to get along in the future, but they can't let this first impression go wrong. After dealing with a wizard named Ted, Levin cast an invisibility spell, again on himself, returned to the corridor, and came all the way to the room where he had been drinking. Then he bumped into a drunken man with blonde hair and a hooked nose, holding a wine glass and walking out. As he walked, he shouted in his serious accent, Ted, where are you? If you have the ability to pee, you have the ability to keep drinking. It can't be that I can't drink enough and I want to pee to escape. Levin is invisible and completely invisible to the naked eye. In addition, alcohol destroyed the other person's senses so that the blonde wizard was in front of Levin. The two sides were only less than 20 centimeters apart, and no one was found in front of him. Seeing how cool this guy was, Levin immediately felt relieved. This time, he didn't even use magic. He stepped forward and grabbed the opponent's wand, then kicked him over. After that, Shiran used freezing rays to seal the opponent's hands and feet. The sudden cold finally made the drunkard named Darcy realize what was happening. He looked at the boy in front of him in panic, hesitating and unable to say a word. Levin remained expressionless, looking at the other person condescendingly, but the words spoken in his immature voice seemed so cold. You're right, your companion who went to the toilet has fallen into my hands. Through interrogation, I got a lot of information from your companion. Now, let's play a question and answer game. If your answer is inconsistent with your companion's, then one of you will regret coming to this world. The blonde wizard looked at the childlike Levin with fear in his eyes. Where did this little evil star come from? He was obviously a child, but he said devilish words. Next, Levin repeated the question he had asked the wizard Ted before. The blonde wizard did not dare to hide it at all and told him all the information he knew. Overall, it is very different from the previous confession. You're smart, Darcy, and you didn't lie. Levin smiled with satisfaction, making the other party shudder again. In that case, sir, can you let us both go? Darcy made a somewhat naive request, hoping that the little evil star would be confused for a moment. But he underestimated Levin's sanity. He shook his head and cast Frost Nova again on the opponent. Within a few moments, the wizard was covered in frost like his companions. Levin didn't forget to search him. Including his companions, Levin found nearly 100 galleons in total. Sure enough, it's a gold belt that kills people and sets them on fire. Best of all, Levin got a dragonskin wallet with a space-expanding spell cast on it. It was the one that the blonde wizard kept privately. The interior space of the wallet is not large, only about 1 cubic meter, and can only be used to hold gifts. This is normal. Not any space container can be like Newt Scamander's suitcase, which can hold a zoo. Then, Levin did not rush to find the captured Auror, but searched the room. Sure enough, the room these two men were guarding was the temporary camp of this group of poachers, and it was also the place where they held the ceremony. Here, Levin collected more belongings, including several ash snake eggs, a bundle of silencing bird feathers, and a series of other materials, which he put into his new wallet. With these gains, Levin became invisible again, and then continued walking deeper into the ruins according to the confessions of the two wizards. Passing through 2 shattered stone doors, Levin came to a new rotunda. Here, instead of continuing forward, he chose to open the side door. Behind the decayed side door is a dark and narrow room. There are no torches lit here, and I can't see my fingers. Levin flicked his wand. Dancing lights. A faint point of light flew out from the tip of the staff and headed towards the depths of the room. Levin himself remained at the door, hidden in the darkness. In this way, as long as the light hits the enemy, he will be able to see him immediately. But the person who is illuminated cannot see him in the darkness. Fortunately, the information from the two wizards was still correct. There aren't any enemies in this room. At the end of the room, the light spot of the dancing light technique only illuminated a guy who was tied into a rice dumpling, staring at the light spot in front of him in surprise. She was a quite young girl, about 20 years old, with a beautiful heart-shaped face and a pair of black eyes, sparkling under the light of dancing lights. The most eye-catching thing was her shawl of pink hair. Hair makes this girl look different. She is the only disguised magus in the original work, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the lover of Remus John Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks. In fact, Levin had already guessed her identity during the interrogation process. After all, her features are so obvious. But now that he really saw her, Levin still felt his eyes light up. This girl is much more beautiful than she is in the movie. The character's image in the movie is really biased. At least the original book doesn't say that Tonks has a big nose. The Tonks in front of him undoubtedly fit his aesthetic perfectly. Split into pieces. Levin pointed his wand lightly, and the rope around Tonks broke. Then, Levin followed the same procedure and untied the bandage that blocked her mouth. Many, thank you very much. The female Auror squinted her eyes and finally adapted to the dim light in front of her eyes. She was about to say thank you when she saw clearly the identity of the wizard who rescued her. This child, why are you here? I came here to hunt for treasure. Who knew there were poachers here and a captured Auror? Levin gave a rough reason. As he spoke, he took out a stimulating potion from his pocket and poured it into Tonks' mouth. After drinking the potion, her complexion improved a little, and she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The preparations are quite complete, thank you. Have you brought anything to eat?" Here. Levin handed over another piece of dry bread. This is from those poachers' camps, just make do with it. Levin had already tasted a piece of bread before, and it was dry and tasteless. But the female Auror didn't dislike it at all. She ate hungrily, took Levin's water bottle, and drank a lot of water. Finally saved. After sighing, the female Auror touched Levin's head enthusiastically. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I might have died here. I owe you my life. Don't call me little brother. With a dark face, Levin calmly avoided the hand on his head and handed over 2 wands. My name is Levin Green. Try it. Which of these 2 wands do you feel better about? Thank you, little brother. Well, it's Mr. Green. My name is Nymphadora Tonks. Don't call me Nympha. Nympha in Nymphadora means abalone. Small lips. That's a dirty word. Just call me Tonks. Tonks took the 2 wands, tried them out, and then handed one back to Levin and held the other in her hand. It's a pity that my own wand was broken by them. Where did you get these 2 wands? Where else could it be taken from? Of course it was taken from the hands of the 2 gatekeepers. Seeing that she could use magic normally, Levin nodded with satisfaction. Well, Tonks, just call me Levin. Can you stand up? Can you walk? I'll give it a try. Hey, Levin, can you hold me a little longer? Tonks tried to stand up on her own, but the long-term restraint made her hands and feet numb, and she stumbled with a little force, so she had to seek help from Levin. Her embarrassment made Levin laugh for a while, so he put Tonks' arm on his shoulders, lifted her up, and took her to the small room for rehabilitation training. Soon, the uplifting potion and bread came into play. Tonks shook off her numbness for a moment, then broke away from the support and took a few steps on her own. Feeling that she could move normally, Tonks immediately walked out of the room with Levin, asking with concern as they walked, "You said you met 2 poachers when you came here and took away their wands. What did you do to them?" What else could I do? I couldn't kill him, and I was afraid of them reporting the news. Of course I trapped them. Well, just like this, I left another person at the gate. Levin took Tonks to the poachers' camp and pointed out the blonde wizard who was frozen in the ice to Tonks. It wasn't until she saw it with her own eyes that Tonks believed that the young boy in front of her had really defeated 2 adult wizards on his own. This surprised her very much, especially when she saw that he used the rather rare magic of freezing. I didn't expect that your curse would be so powerful at such a young age. I would never have been able to do this when I was your age, but... Tonks hesitated for a moment, then spoke to comfort her. At such a young age, you should stay in school and play with your classmates. You shouldn't be exposed to such things. Are you also from Hogwarts? What grade is this year? I just joined Hogwarts this year as a Ravenclaw. Although he had known that his age was a problem, Levin still rolled his eyes angrily when he was treated like a child. Age is not directly related to maturity, Tonks. Don't forget that you were saved by a child like me. Levin's words left Tonks speechless, holding back a lot of words of advice. Yes, no matter how much I claim to be older and more mature, I still haven't been captured by a poaching team. But the child who saved him was able to defeat 2 adult wizards on his own. From this point of view, I was indeed too reckless, as my Auror mentor said. Even this little boy is more suitable to be an Auror than himself. But she didn't want to be at a disadvantage. Don't be so aggressive, Junior. This is me, the senior, sharing valuable life experience. I am a Hufflepuff. I just graduated this year, and now I am an intern Auror. Tonks sounded proud when she said this. It's no wonder that Hogwarts graduates are quite Aurors and need to have excellent grades. Specifically, it requires at least 5 NEWT certificates, and the scores must not be lower than good. This is enough to get rid of most people. But Levin didn't buy it. It's obvious that even if you're not a trainee Auror, you wouldn't be stupid enough to be caught by a group of thieves. You actually said that they're a group of thieves. If Pickle hears this, he will strangle you to death. After Tonks finished complaining, she tried to defend her captive and said, in fact, if it wasn't because I was attacked by them, it wouldn't have been a big problem if I ran away. Well, I mean, if my transformation of Disguise Mags was discovered. Disguise Mags, you should have heard of it. In short, if I hadn't been careless and didn't dodge, those poachers alone wouldn't be able to deal with me, an Auror. You weren't caught just because you were a bad guy? Levin nodded and pointedly pointed out, then it can only be because he is stupid. Even though he has such a powerful ability as Disguise Mags, he still showed his flaws and was caught. No matter how you think about discovering your identity, it's not something a smart person can do. You are such an unpleasant child. You are so good at telling people off. Even if you know this kind of thing, don't say it. Can you save some face for me? Tonks was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Road. Humph, who told you to treat me like a child all the time? The two of them were bickering as they walked, and actually laughed at the same time as they talked. Of these two people, Levin is only 11 years old on the surface, but is much more mature mentally. Tonks, on the other hand, was obviously 18 years old and an adult, but her mentality was still lively. After all, she had just graduated, and she still couldn't get rid of her Hogwarts state for a while, and when she was a student, she was an out-and-out master of pranks. After arriving at the gate and confirming that the other poacher was still alive, Tonks nodded and turned to Levin. It's really too dangerous here. How about I send you out first, and then go back to the Ministry of Magic to bring in some reinforcements? Tonks suggested, considering Levin's safety concerns. But Levin refused. I don't want it. What if we just go in and deal with them? You, the Auror, can't do it, right? According to the intelligence, there are 6 of them. How many can you deal with? Don't talk nonsense. I have to send you back first. Tonks was a little anxious. Listen, Levin, I'm grateful that you took the risk to rescue me, but this is a battle for adult wizards. I can't let you continue to take risks. Otherwise, how will you explain it to your parents and Hogwarts? So, don't you're making trouble, let me take you back. Thank you for your concern, but I don't have parents, and I can take responsibility for my own safety. Facing Tonks' kindness, Levin just shook his head. Therefore, my choice is to say no. Why do you have to go in? Being rejected by Levin, Tonks was very puzzled. There is a whole gang of poachers here. You don't really think of them as ordinary thieves, do you? I came here to hunt for treasure, and this group of poachers are also looking for the same treasure. If they go to the Ministry of Magic at their speed, God knows how long it will take. This is Christmas Eve, and then they will run away with the treasure. What should I do? Tonks nodded. As an Auror, even if she had only been employed for half a year, she knew very well the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic. Besides, even if the Ministry of Magic's support arrives in time, after these poachers are eliminated, who will own the loot? Then my trip will be in vain. In short, whether you can get in or not, I am going in anyway. Levin said with an air of indifference. Levin's attitude put Tonks in a dilemma. Seeing that he was really ready to leave, she stamped her feet angrily. Okay, I'll just go in with you, 437! Maybe she couldn't win over Levin and didn't trust her. Maybe she also had the idea of taking risks in her heart. In short, under Levin's encouragement, Tonks agreed. It's no wonder that at this time, she is not the mature female Auror she will be when she fights against Voldemort in the future. Now she has neither joined the Order of the Phoenix nor knows Lupin. It can be said that her views are undecided. Levin provoked her like this, which was actually a kind of temptation. To explore the possibility of going one step further and win her over as one of his own. I saw Tonks grabbing Levin and saying seriously, "Hey, Brother Levin, I agreed to go in with you, yes, but I am the Auror. You have to promise that you will follow my command after you go in, do you understand?" "Yes, Sister Tonks." Although he hates being treated like a child, since Levin is getting an advantage, he naturally has to behave. However, while the other party agreed to his request, the boy planned to go even further. "Well, Sister Tonks, since you agreed to go in with me, how about helping others? You know how to use the forgetting charm." "I can, what's wrong?" "These two prisoners, please use the forgetting spell on them. I don't want them to remember me besides. The same goes for the next enemies." "What's the reason for this?" Tonks asked. "Think about it. I'm just an ordinary little wizard, not an Auror. I don't need the credit for catching poachers. When the time comes, they will forget about me, and all the credit will be yours." Levin said embarrassedly, "Besides, what if they get caught and expose my name? These poachers are so rampant, and some of them are accomplices. Maybe the Ministry of Magic has their spies. I don't want to be targeted by these people." "Little Slippery, now you know that you are an ordinary little wizard." After hearing Levin's explanation, Tonks was angry and amused. "You can only give me one credit. I think the key is the latter reason." Tonks made fun of Levin, but she readily agreed. The two dragged the two prisoners to the fire. After Levin cancelled the freezing effect, Tonks recast the spell to restrain the two, and neatly used the forgetting charm to make them forget the past few hours. Memories generated. The hidden danger came into contact. Levin looked at Tonks in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After this trial, he finally understood the character of Sister Tonks. All in all, at this age, she is still a carefree girl who dares to love and hate. In terms of good and evil, although she is an Auror, she prefers to help relatives rather than helping others, and is not very particular about methods. This can be seen from the fact that she did not hesitate to hide it for Levin and use the forgetting spell to clear the memory of the captive. Come out. In short, he was not poisoned by Dumbledore. More importantly, she seems to like herself very much. Whether it was because of Levin's life-saving grace or because he was charmed by him. In short, even without using psychic powers, Levin can feel the other party's love for him. This kind of love is like a sister's love for her brother. However, it is not ruled out that this relationship will develop in other ways in the future. For people like Tonks, liking someone basically means being willing to side with him without any thought. In this way, establishing contact with Tonks may be the real reward of this trip. Levin thought to himself. Although I have only enrolled for half a year, although not yet fully developed. But Levin has already foreseen the future battle over his own ideas. He deeply believes that with his own growth rate, it won't take long before Voldemort and Dumbledore can do nothing to him. But in future battles, personal strength is only one aspect. After all, humans are social animals. If you don't want to overthrow the entire magical world, kill all the wizards in the house, and alienate everyone, then Levin has to think about how to deal with his relationship with Dumbledore and the entire magical world after his rise. In any society, the rise of emerging forces will be scrutinized, co-opted, and suppressed by the inherent forces. With Levin's character, he will not be a lowly person and suppress himself in order not to get into trouble. Then it is certain that he will conflict with Dumbledore and the wizarding world. After all, he had a lot of dislike for Dumbledore and the wizarding world at this time. Since you are not willing to suppress yourself, then Levin has only one decision. That is, turn this unhappy world into what you want it to be. And to do that, you have to find a group of like-minded people. In fact, in Hogwarts, one has already started to do this. The appearance of Tonks made him see the possibility of reaching into the Ministry of Magic. Just think of it as planning in advance. Finally, as far as he was concerned, having a sister like Tonks was not bad, at least it was good for the eyes, especially since the other party was a disguise magus. The so-called disguise magus, as the name suggests, is the ability to change one's own appearance at will. This ability is innate, and the owner of the ability can change his appearance, hair color, and other physical characteristics. As long as the body size difference is not too big, Tonks can change into any shape. Known as Little Ruewin. This ability makes you feel good just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Levin had a thought in his mind and took the initiative. Sister Tonks, don't be in a hurry to use the illusion curse. Just teach me about sneaking. With that said, he used the invisibility spell on the two of them in front of Tonks. The Auror watched helplessly as the two of them became completely transparent. That effect puts even the invisibility cloak at a disadvantage. Facing this novel magic, Tonks' reaction was exactly the same as Hermione's before. What kind of magic is this? Did you create this magic yourself? Can I learn this magic? Since the other party is someone who needs to be won over, Levin naturally adopts the same attitude as Hermione. Tell everything he knows and tell him everything. It seems that I underestimated you, Brother Levin. Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, Tonks suppressed the shock in her heart and said quietly, "So, the spell you used to freeze them before, as well as the flying light spot in 1.7, were all your own magic spells." "Humph, of course. Who makes me a genius?" In front of Tonks, Levin showed a hint of youthful pride. No matter how mature his actual mind is, in terms of his body and the hormones in his body, Levin is still a teenager. Yes, Brother Levin is the most genius. Tonks touched Levin's head based on feeling. Then it's agreed that in addition to invisibility, you will also teach me these magics. As long as you are willing to learn. In this way, the temporarily formed brother and sister walked side by side and headed deep into the ruins. A new book is on the shelves. Please give me your full order, monthly passes, flowers, and reviews. This book has good data, and the author will definitely finish it well. But good novels also need everyone's encouragement. Thank you all. The two of them walked forward and soon returned to the rotunda where the small room where Tonks was previously held was located. What a coincidence, I happened to bump into two wizards returning here from the depths of the ruins. But when Levin saw them, they just opened the door of the small room and discovered the situation inside. No, that Auror ran away. Someone must have been here. You go find the two gatekeepers, and I'll inform the boss. One of them quickly ordered. Take action. We can't let them notify others. Tonks ordered decisively. Fainted. Crazy laughter technique. The two people who reacted quickly cast the spell almost at the same time. One of the wizards was hit by Tonks' spell and was knocked straight into the wall, where he passed out. The other one fell into hysterical laughter. The laughter had no reason, but could not stop. The loud laughter was so strange to the ears. Another novel magic. Tonks couldn't help but glance at Levin. This magic is somewhat similar to the Creek Curse, Grin, and Hulala, but the effect is more powerful. The smile seems to directly act on the spirit, so it is difficult and impossible to resist. Tonks had seen with her own eyes that the other party was laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten his waist, let alone cast a spell to resist. But in addition, Tonks was stunned by Levin's reaction speed, which was almost as fast as hers. You know, as a trainee Auror, 06 Tonks' reaction speed is often praised by her superiors. Even among Aurors, her reaction speed is one of the best. The younger brother she recognized was indeed an all-around genius. Seeing that both of them had no strength to resist, Tonks stepped forward, confiscated their wands, and imprisoned them all before sighing. Thank God, we arrived in time. If it had been any later, they would have discovered our affair. This is a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Levin winked at her. Now we only have 5 poachers left to face. You are right to say that. So Levin cast invisibility again and continued walking inside with Tonks. After passing through a passage, there is another circular stone palace. Compared with the previous rooms, this stone palace is the widest and most luxuriously decorated. The surrounding walls are covered with reliefs of various artifacts and animals, such as centaur, green shinluo, kamelalu, June. There are several brass braziers around the stone palace, and the braziers are burning with blue-white flames, which are obviously lit by magic. The most eye-catching thing in the stone palace is the huge metal door in the center. The door is covered with patterns drawn in ancient Celtic style, with magic gems inlaid at the key points of the pattern. Through Detect Magic, Levin can see the aura of magic on the door. This is undoubtedly a magic door guarding the treasure hidden in the ruins, Scholar Cheshire. 4 or 5 wizards were surrounding the gate, holding wands and studying something. It seems that it is this magic door that stands between them and Scholar Cheshire. This makes Levin want to solve the mystery. Of course, solving puzzles in reality is by no means as simple as using fluorescent flashes to guide a few bronze moths to fly to a designated location. This undoubtedly contains complex magic patterns and ancient magical knowledge. At this time, Tonks was observing the poachers. They were all dressed in the same way, either wearing dark cloaks or dark coats. In short, all of them had their heads hidden and their tails exposed. At first glance, they didn't look like people doing serious work. The leader among them was wearing a purple cloak and a ferocious mask. That's the leader of this group of poachers, Pickle Curtis. Tonks stared at the other person closely and introduced Levin in a low voice. According to the documents in the ministry, this guy rose up at the same time as the Dark Lord and led the second largest poacher organization in the underworld. It is said that they have maintained long-term trade relations with Death Eaters. His own behavior style is also close to that of Death Eaters. He has powerful magic power and is very ruthless, so be careful about him when the time comes. Don't worry, Sister Tonks. Facing 5 adult wizards, one of whom was a powerful dark wizard, Levin smiled confidently. Just leave Pickle to me. I have a unique spell that can temporarily restrain. He takes 5 seconds, during which time we quickly clear the minions and finally focus our fire to kill him. Okay, I believe you. Tonks hesitated for a moment and could only agree. Levin's endless homemade spells gave her confidence. Pickle Curtis did not know that his 4 younger brothers had fallen into the enemy's hands and that 2 enemies were sneaking up behind them. At this time, he was focusing on the magic door in front of him, trying various methods. Damn it, why didn't the classics say that there is such a magic door in this ruins? After another attempt to unlock the door failed, Pickle's fist knocked heavily on the door, and there was a muffled sound. But this level of physical attack has no effect on the gate. It still stands in front of poachers, preventing them from obtaining the treasures in the depths. Gabrielith, can you decipher the magic pattern here? Pickle turned to one of his men with glasses and urged loudly, "You have been studying it for 3 hours. It's not healed yet, boss." Gabrielith said with a cry, "The magic pattern here is too old. I haven't learned many words, and I can't do this question. Useless stuff." Pickle cursed angrily and was about to turn to another person to ask how the alchemy potion was prepared. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force suddenly enter his mind. He didn't react at all. The force was like a sharp iron nail, piercing her fragile brain like tofu cubes. The shrill screams echoed in the closed stone room. Suffering the attack of Levin's psychic stab, the dark wizard immediately collapsed on the ground, holding his head in his hands, his slender fingers deeply buried in the messy hair under the hood, and cold sweat was already dripping on his locked forehead. Under the firelight, there was a crystal-clear shimmer. The severe pain, as if his brain had been disrupted, prevented him from concentrating any consciousness or thinking, let alone casting a spell to counterattack. Piccolo Curtis was temporarily incapacitated. Seeing that the enemy was no longer a threat, Levin and Tonks appeared at the same time to take action. Levin took the lead, consuming a lot of magic power, and cast the first wave of control on the poachers. Instant Frost Nova. With Levin as the center, the power of the ice element quickly spreads forward in a fan shape. The unsuspecting poachers were attacked one after another. Their feet were immediately frozen in place, and they temporarily lost their mobility. And the strong cold air also made their movements full for half a beat. Tonks' attacks followed. Thunderbolt explosion. In this case, she didn't have time to care about the Auror regulations, so she directly used the most powerful dark magic 083 method she had mastered. This is what she would have done 6 or 7 years later in the original work. Not this step. A powerful blasting spell exploded among the poachers, and immediately 2 poachers were seriously injured and flew backwards, while the rest also vomited blood. Thunderbolt explosion. Fireball technique. In the second wave of attacks, Levin and Tonks still adopted fire coverage tactics. Several poachers were knocked upside down in the rumbling explosions, and few of them had the strength to resist. This was the tactic that Levin and Tonks had agreed upon in advance. Adhering to the tactical concept of interspersing tactics when you are poor and bombing me when you are rich, when you see the enemy, you should bomb it first no matter what. There are no exciting duels, no exciting magic confrontations, just one-sided indiscriminate bombing. Now it seems that the results are very successful. Although the cost of this type of spell is a bit high, it is undoubtedly worth it to wipe out the enemy in 2 waves. At this time, Pickle finally recovered from the severe pain of Mind Stab. Looking at his men who suffered heavy losses in a sneak attack, he couldn't help but feel angry and scared. He had no idea what kind of methods the enemy used to cause him so much pain and miss his opportunity. If it weren't for the defensive power of his water monster skin cloak, the few waves of explosions just now would have been enough to send him away. Now he must make these enemies pay the price. Damn Aurors and this damn child, you actually dare to sneak up on me and kill my men. You have already angered me. Pray for yourself, because next I will make you regret that you are in this world.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.